starts with this, a person that you miss. Mine draws a blank. I wanna go back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I just wait for better days. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I filled that life according to a friend. We're all shrink wrapped in families and making ends meet, stuck in jobs we'll never leave. I never wanna be like that, so I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. Didn't mean to sound so concerning. Am I alone in the hurt? I never followed anyone in search. It starts with this, a person that you miss. Mine draws a blank. I wanna go back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I just wait for better days. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I feel that life, according to a friend, we're all shrink wrapped in families and making ends meet, stuck in jobs we'll never leave. I never wanna be like that, so I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. Didn't mean to sound so concerning. Am I alone in the hurt? I never followed anyone. It's so absurd. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. Trying to go back. Gotta go back. Gotta go
I'm a creature with no skeleton inside your hands. Got no home address, I come and go as you command. And it's fine with me, and it's fine. I'm a bandit that you use to keep from bleeding out. I'm the lover you don't love, but love to keep around. And it's fine with me, promise that it's fine. Maybe I'm a fool. It's not like I'm expecting something new. You need examination. I'll be your medication. Whatever, whenever, I'll never tell you no. I'm a picture on your shelf that some days makes you smile. Then I gather dust and watch you go about your life. And it's fine.
You love it, you wear it,
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
DreamLeague Season 20 is brought to you by Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, and Monster Energy.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to another day of Dream League Season 20. Of course, we are in the group stages here in the final day of groups here for Dream League Season 20. It is MLP Dota and John X5 joining you for the Storm stream once again. Jonathan, welcome back, sir. Another fantastic day of some international Dota ahead of us. But before all that, I've got to ask you the very simple question of how the hell you're feeling.
Doing great, Mike. Can't believe we're kind of tying it all up today. The groups have flown by in a snap, and we're going to figure out if we're going to have ties or who's in our bottom four to get eliminated in either group today. So it's all come to a close for Group Stage 1.
It certainly is, Jonathan. We say coming to a close, but it looks like there's going to be a hell of a lot of tiebreakers happening. But we'll get into that some point down the line here for the Storm stream. For now, plenty of matches coming up here for today. Of course, some very hype matches as well, because we do have a couple eliminated teams already. We have a couple of teams fighting to stay out of that elimination side of the groups. So a lot of hype Dota on the way. And I mean, before that as well, we can look at the highlights of our previous day worth of games, Jonathan. Here they are. Hype games here as well. Talon vs Spirit was the one we started off with. I can almost barely remember how things ended here, but I believe it was a 1-1 between Talon and Spirit. And you know what, John? The reason why I remember now that it's a 1-1 is because I remember a very particular moment with a certain person, Slark, that ended up dying in game number 2 that I'm pretty sure you were very happy or rather unhappy to see.
Yeah, look, Savage, my friend, my good friend.
I didn't say his name, you did.
Sometimes he does things, you know. He does the Southeast Asian carry play. We saw Savage do it. We saw In Your Dream used to do it. You know, it's in their blood. What can you do?
What can you do is probably the right phrase to describe the moments we saw yesterday in game number 2. Though props to Team Spirit at the very least for pulling off the tie. And of course, we also had 9 Pandas against OG, which was another very dominant series. Spoiler alert from 9 Pandas here on the Storm stream, as sadly OG just unable to really compete with this side of 9 Pandas. And I'll tell you what, they've been looking fantastic. But John, there's so much good Dota's been happening recently. It's hard to just talk about the series we've been having because there's been series all over the place going on here on all 4 streams. And as I said, it's been a very fun time.
It has been, and it's always great to see these matches. We had Talon versus EG also going for a 1-1. Talon taking game 1. They just never managed to close out game 2. EG, of course, doing well. Shopify Rebellion versus 9 Pandas, which was always interesting. I believe 9 Pandas did manage to drag through that one as well. Looking pretty sharp. Again, a really sharp team with a lot of 2-0s under their belt. And not to be underestimated, Shopify did bounce back in game number 2, if I recall right. And they did manage to force a draw there. But I would have expected some of these rankings coming out, right? Like 9 Pandas all the way up top. Game and Gladiators sort of tied up with them in terms of map score. And, well, some favorites just lagging a bit behind. Shopify Rebellion in that gridlock in the bottom 4. Kind of having to try to pull themselves out now in the last day.
Yeah, it's not a very good position to be in for a lot of teams, but that is just kind of the nature of the group stage, right? This is what happens, you know, some teams have to go home, some teams get to stay and continue. And we can have a look at the standings here for Group A, of course. PSG LGD at the top here, tied with Talon and Team Secret. Now, John, if I asked you before Dream League season started, do you think LGD, Talon, and Secret would be top 3 in Group A right now? Chances are you probably would have said no, but that's where we are at.
Yeah, it's Team Secret powering up with an additional C player. Talon, you know, maybe getting whipped into shape. I would have probably just said he would have been bottom, not gonna lie. It was a really rough time in the DPC, but LGD I think is the more pleasant surprise for me. It's good to see China kind of bouncing back into a stronger form on international lands, and hopefully that continues here.
Yeah, and there's of course Group B as well. Another surprising bunch of standings. Not so much with Gaming Gladiators. I think everyone assumed they would be at the top somewhere. But then you've got 9 Pandas, which I don't think people necessarily thought would be this high up in Group B. Beast Coast following in 3rd, Bet Boom in 4th right now. And of course the bottom 4 teams, a little bit of a struggle though. Team Aster still in the running, OG somewhat still in the running, and so is Shopify Rebellion in trying to avoid that elimination side of the groups. But again, I think the results from both groups so far have surprised most people.
Yeah, definitely not what you'd expect. I feel like the groups in our last few lands were a little bit more in line with expectations. This one certainly quite out there, like Entity already in the bottom, no way to climb out if I recall right. Same thing with Liquid in Group A. And neither of these teams from Western Europe are teams people would have said, all right, they're not going to make it to the second group stage because
How dare you?
they've been showing up for the most part.
How dare you say that about Western Europe, Jonathan? These guys deserve 2,000 slots to TI. We know it. His prize pool's going to come up. Speaking of thousands, $300,000, of course, is the first place prize pool here for Dream League Season 20. 175K for the second placer, and of course, third place will get 120,000. Jonathan, I've said this multiple times. I don't know how much these teams care about the money. Because at the end of the day, what you really want is you want to qualify to Riyadh, and that means getting a top 2 placement at Dream League Season 20. And if you do care about the money, guess what? Riyadh has 15 times the prize pool. So I think qualification is just always going to be more important to pretty much every single player and team attending Dream League Season 20.
For sure. You want to be in that top 2, every single team trying to claw their way into that top 2 spot. It's going to be a bit funny if Gaiman makes it up there, isn't it? Because they're already qualified, so that ends up kind of messing up the qualifications there.
Hey, qualify twice. Why not? It doesn't really help you, but just do it. Schedule, of course, for today, Tundra versus Evil Geniuses, OG versus Shopify Rebellion. That is going to be on the mainstream twitch.tv/ESL_Dota 2. Head over there if you want to watch those games. Of course, on the Dota 2 Ember stream, you're going to have Talon versus LGD, which is, I believe, the match looking for the first placement for that group. And of course, Gaming Gladiators up against Bet Boom straight after that, which is another pretty hype series because both those teams are sitting at top 4 placement at the moment. Then you've got the best stream, of course, the Storm stream. We're going to have Team Liquid against TSM because you already mentioned it. Team Liquid have sadly already been eliminated, but nevertheless, they are coming in trying to at least finish on a win. And then you've got Entity versus Team Aster. Entity also kind of already being eliminated, John, but Team Aster, they've got a lot to play for, trying to fight to remain in the groups. And of course, our final stream, the Dota 2 Earth stream, you're going to have Team Secret. I almost called them Streaker, Jonathan. Team Secret versus Team Spirit. And of course, 9 Pandas against Beast Coast. Another great couple of series there to end things off for the Earth stream. So plenty of great Dota going on, Jonathan. We're talking about the Storm stream, though. Of course, that's the stream we're on right now. Of course, we're starting off with Liquid versus TSM. Now, I've already kind of mentioned Liquid haven't had the best run right here, but they've got 2 stand-ins at the moment, so things are gonna maybe change here for this side.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a little bit rough. I believe we do have a little bit of a situation with the roster as well for Liquid, certain things happening. So we do have 2 stand-ins coming in up against TSM here. And again, even though Liquid's eliminated, of course, they'd want to show up, maybe get at least a 1-win series. And TSM, they're a team that's been a little bit more up and down, a lot of draws for them in their series. They have looked improved from what we've seen from the NADPC, so it's promising, but they kind of need to carry through with those improvements here if they do want to stay in that top 4 cut.
Well, I'm curious to see how the stand-ins do for Liquid as well, right? Because although these are well enough known names, they are, being part of the Liquid org, at least for one game, you'd probably just want to show off what you've got, right? And, even if this side of Liquid don't really have anything to play for, they aren't the kind of team that rolls over and just, lets the other team just, beat them up. It's all about just winning, finishing off on a highlight and just moving on from there. And again, I think if you are the 2 stand-ins, for you, you're playing for rep, right? Like you know that there's no money involved for you guys, but at the very least, you can kind of say, hey, I stepped in for Liquid, and then they suddenly started looking amazing. So you are playing for that kind of rep for yourself.
Yeah, well, to be fair, I think their stand-ins are pretty solid. They're going to Bali, Mike. We've got Omar and TA2000 from Quest. Yeah. So I don't think they need to prove anything. These guys have already proven it in RTPC.
Hold on a minute, John. Yeah, they're going to Bali, all right. I get that, Jonathan. But these are professional players. Even if they're going to Bali, obviously we know these players are amazing. They've qualified to the major, but nevertheless, I still think they've got a little bit to prove here, Jonathan. I haven't personally seen enough yet. You have people like idiots like me out there that are just never satisfied, John. I need more. Not good enough yet.
I'm not sure if anyone listens to you, Mikey. So, you could keep yelling at the sky, see if someone shouts back, but I doubt you'll get a response, Mike.
Well, let's look at the Liquid roster, Jonathan, because that's what's important here. I don't care what you have to say either. Team Liquid. Here we go. Of course, Omar and TA2000 are going to be standing in, and you will still have Nisha, Zai, and Insania, of course, as part of the permanent roster here for Team Liquid. Very curious to see how these 2 new stand-ins here just kind of step in for Liquid and show us what they've got here, at least in Dream League Season 20. maybe something to prove as well, Jonathan. I know you keep defending these boys, saying they're great, they're already great at what they do, but they're not a Dream League. Now they are, but they weren't. So, maybe still something to prove.
Yeah, for sure. I'm keen to see how this impacts, in particular, the draft. I think there's maybe a little bit of a difference there for priorities, especially for TA2000. We are taking a look at Nisha's stats, of course, our highlighted player here from Liquid. He's been having a spectacular time on mid throughout the year. Again, maybe just in this Dream League, not as much. But he's been fairly consistent. I think I'd argue all the way back since his time in Secret. Like, Nisha's been looking like a spectacular player. A lot of people argue as one of the top 2, heck, if for some people, top 1 mids in the world right now.
Well, I'd certainly have to agree with that. I mean, this guy's an absolute monster, to say the least. Now, looking very forward to seeing how Nisha does perform today, of course. Well, we can have a look at the roster of TSM as they are going to pop up here. Of course, we're having a look at Bryle as the player comparison against Nisha. Bryle, also a bit of a monster himself, Jonathan. A very, very nice KDA there. Bryle's that kind of player here in TSM where if he pops off, generally speaking, the team is probably going to have a very, very strong game. And this man, he can make some real magic happen.
That he can. He's had some spectacular performances. He's been really the tempo setter for TSM. He tends to take that activity for himself. Set the tone for the team, run around with Whitemon and Ari. So he's a focal point for TSM. I'm wondering how hard Liquid starts to focus on that mid, or not they prioritize rotations in there, how hard they fight for those 6-minute runes. And that's been key for a lot of the mid matchups, and I think Bryle's been one of those players that does maximize when you have a strong start. So again, I feel like that's something to highlight in this series in particular. And of course, the side of TSM as a whole have improved quite a fair bit since the NADPC mic. They might not be going to Bali, but it looks like they've learned quite a lot from that rough tour in the NADPC here.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. I mean, they did mention to us before they came to Dream League Season 20 that they were intending on taking this very, very seriously. And obviously, we had that talk with Coach Moon Meander. He was not happy, to say the least. And I think that's honestly one of the hardest parts about being part of any org of a pro team, right? If you're the coach, out of any other position, I feel like that's probably the hardest position, because you can only control so much. You can lead a horse to water, Jonathan, but you can't make it drink, and that's kind of been the case, at least during the DPC here for poor old Coach Moon. But he's got the boys in shape now, Jonathan. Dream League Season 20, they're looking fantastic. If they can beat Liquid here, then they've got a good chance at getting to the upper echelon of the groups and trying to avoid some crazy tiebreakers. I mean, I can't say that 100%, Jonathan, because there's obviously a lot of other factors involved here in the groups and the tiebreakers, but getting a 2-0 victory is going to make you feel a lot better than getting a tiebreaker, or rather getting a tie or getting a loss here against Liquid.
Yeah, for sure. I think the ideal for TSM is they win game 1, and that kind of settles your mind a bit, because a draw at minimum, if everyone else draws as well, means you're still in the running for those tiebreakers. If you get a 2-0, you're a little bit more secure. You just have to hope everyone else drops at least a game. If you lose game 1, then there's a ton of pressure going into that game 2. So the first game dictates a lot of the mental tone for TSM, and I think they're going to be really showing up. They have to show up if they want to keep that dream alive to stay in that top 4 here.
Yeah, that they certainly do, Jonathan. We will be going into game 1 rather soon here between Team Liquid and, of course, TSM. In fact, as I say that, here we go. The draft is upon us. We get to enjoy some more great Dota here between these two teams. Again, if you are just tuning in, Team Liquid sadly already eliminated, but they've got still a lot to play for, Jonathan. They've got a point to prove that they are still one of the best teams in the world, and they've got 2 stand-ins who I'm sure refuse to lose, to say the least. If I know these boys from Quest, Team Liquid, you can see the face is already very focused here. Insania not looking too satisfied with himself, but I'm sure he's here to prove something today against TSM. But TSM, they've got a lot to play for. They've got to find this win.
Yeah, if they find a 2-0, again, a little bit more secure and trying to get into that last slot for top 4. If they get a 1-1, it's still alive, but a lot shakier. They have to hope everyone else keeps this pattern in the script of getting draws in groups. And if they get 0-2, well, I believe 0-2 actually does guarantee they're out, unless everyone else literally 0-2s, which I highly doubt. So,
right.
At minimum, 1 game for TSM. At best, both games in the series. And if you start to lose both, well, the story repeats for TSM.
I'll tell you what, John, if they do get this win, then they are at least, just ignoring the rest of the results that could happen, they do move straight up to, the top 1 spot, basically. You know, they might be tied in that spot, but they are basically there, ignoring all the other potential things that could happen with the other streams going on right now. So it's all up in the air. I think you've already kind of made the point. Like, if you're gonna play today, you need a 2-0, right? That's the mindset that I think Coach Moon Meander would have told his boys, as we are gonna see Whitemon having something again. Jonathan, are these
Every
the Whitemon
time.
noodles? Are these the noodles we heard about?
He's using a spoon. I don't think you can eat noodles with a spoon, Mike.
It's Whitemon, John. You remember that fan?
That's true.
The fan went up and down instead of sideways.
God.
So this is the kind of guy that would eat soup with a fork.
That is true. He would be the type, and TSM's the type of team to also first pick the Batrider. So it slides through the bans. We've seen this Batrider be really popular on mainly support, but there's some flexibility here for TSM depending on what ideas they may have. Kasane has played a pretty mean Batrider as well. For Liquid, straight up with a Shadow Demon, and the and the Medusa, of course, and TSM into the AM. This is
Here we go.
The last time we saw Liquid play Medusa into AM, that was up against Talon. That was quite the mana bomb coming out there.
It certainly was. That was Jabs, I believe, getting the mana void off that just deleted the side of Team Liquid. And I don't know, like, I usually have some very, very choice words to say about this anti-mage hero, Jonathan, but the only time I like to stay quiet is if it is up against the Medusa. That's the only time where I'm happy to see this hero popping up for any team. And so TSM naturally going for the direct counter towards the Medusa. And I say direct counter, it's not necessarily like a guaranteed victory in any sense when you compare the 1v1 matchup between the Medusa and the AM, because you still need to kite out Stone Gaze. Obviously, there's a lot of outplay potential with the draft of Team Liquid as well, so it's not necessarily just a straight up, loss for the Medusa by any stretch. As we have seen AM lose quite a few matches against Medusa, to be absolutely fair with you. But generally speaking, obviously, you have a nice way of dealing with her.
Yeah, it shouldn't be too bad. I think the itemization is going to be interesting to see, and what TSM decides to do with it in terms of position. Because we know Tamaru can play it for sure, but again, it feels like you don't need to prioritize AM farm if it's just the Dusa counter, right? Like, you can definitely just run it off lane. You can maybe put Ari on that Batrider, run an off lane AM. That lane is interesting, to say the least. That could be really aggressive to be on top of a Medusa with Shadow Demon. I don't think the disruption save is going to be enough when both a Batrider and an AM are trying to jump on top. So I'm keen to see that. I'm still deeply disturbed by Whitemon always eating it at this hour. I mean, I guess it is lunchtime in their time zone, but it doesn't even look like a bowl of soup or something. It always looks like cereal. The guy's just chomping down on cereal.
You heard Tomato, right? The other day when we had an interview with him, you just let Whitemon do what Whitemon does. You don't comment too much. Just let the man do what he needs to do. When nobody understands the man's ways, you just gotta let him do him. Let him cook, John. Let the man cook.
I mean, he's cooking some basic stuff like cereal, so sure. He can cook that all he wants. There's no way to mess that up.
In his defense, Jonathan, I don't believe making cereal is considered cooking cereal. Cooking implies that you're using some form of heat to change.
Well, don't tell
the actual...
Whitemon that. You'll hurt his feelings, Mike.
He didn't say he cooked it, Jonathan. You did. He's saying he probably would say I made cereal.
Fair enough. I would love to talk to Whitemon if they do find that win. I have a lot of questions on my mind. The guy's dodged every interview opportunity he's had with us in NDPC. Not a single time would he talk to us.
I don't blame him. I don't exactly blame him there, Jonathan. I don't think you can either. You know how we are. We ask him some very silly questions, and there's so many times he can answer questions from us, Jonathan. There's a limit. That's why we're not doing any interviews for anyone, really, apart from after these games. Can you imagine we got hired as interviewers? My God. The players would just disappear every time. They wouldn't waste their time with us.
That is fair. But that also saves production some time.
Yes.
Now do it. Do it. Hire us as interviewers. We'll end up interviewing each other at the post game when no one shows up.
Final banouts to come. Bit of a mix here from both sides. It seems like, at least for Liquid, they are focused on the mid lane banouts. TSM, they're mixing it up a little bit. They'll get rid of the Marcy as the final banner. Going back to the AM for a moment, John, I mean, you kind of already brought up Jabs having a pretty spectacular performance on the position 3 AM. And I think AM, in my opinion, if you're getting this AM just to counter out the Medusa, I do agree with you. I think you're actually probably better off just going position 3 AM. Just build a Vanguard, get into the point where you have a Manta, and then just do AM things against Dusa. Just close the gap, drain her mana throughout a team fight, and let your actual carry do something. You know?
Yeah, there's no need to go all in on the AM as your win condition. It doesn't scale the best. It does feel like the AM definitely has some shortcomings in like an ultra late game scenario. So I'd like to see TSM also recognize that. Liquid, they ban out the silencer just to ensure that they don't have to deal with that global silence. The silencer has been popping back up. That ultimate basically ruins a lot of highly mobile mids, forcing them to go for earlier BKBs or self-dispels like the Yule Switch. Just isn't really a favorable build-up nowadays. And I'm still curious where Team Liquid start to bring this Dusa around. I don't believe they've run the offlane Dusa all too often here for Zai, although last time we watched him, last time I managed to see them in Western Europe, they did run it with Zai. So there is still some flex to switch your win condition around here on Liquid's end. What other +4s are safe to pick up here as well? There's stuff like the Enchantress. If you really do want something for the Batrider, well, they go to Clockwork, which does give them some aggression here. So you can jump forward, maybe catch something like the Batrider out, catch out the AM, get some follow-through stun from your other supports. It does set up for a really aggressive duo from Team Liquid, like a Clockwork plus Shadow Demon can get some action on the map really fast. I'm wondering what the follow-through is, though, because Medusa doesn't necessarily follow through from a hookshot initiation all too well. You're probably looking for something here on mid for Nisha to kind of get you going in that sense and trying to catch heroes out. With Storm and Void Spirit ban, perhaps an Ember could be an option for them if they want down the line. TSM take that Ember up themselves, though, so you're going to have to look for something mobile elsewhere.
Fourth pick now for TSM. Ember is here. What do you want next? Now, Brawl obviously plays a fantastic Ember. So they are going to go down the Mirana route. I know you want to probably point out, John, that there's not the best arrow set up this game, but I think Ari is the kind of player that's pretty confident in being able to land arrows without needing the setup.
And you've got Chain's arrow anyway. That's pretty straightforward. If you can land the Chains, arrow follow-up isn't too hard. They go for the Lone Druid on Liquid, so that should be our win condition coming out here. Would like it up against the mid Ember, of course. Nisha does play a pretty mean Lone Druid, so I wouldn't mind that. You've got the Entangle to kind of deal with the Ember to hold him down. It's not the follow-through here we're looking for from a hookshot Cogs, but it certainly can set that tempo, and it should crush its lane in the mid matchup. So I don't mind that too much coming out here from Team Liquid. One could argue this is a bit greedy, but if you do shift your Dusa offlane, then it's not too bad. Like, you're looking for a phylactery travels timing, the Dusa gets pretty active afterwards, so you can kind of let the Lone Druid soak more farm. I am still curious about the TA2000 hero. Again, if you are expecting the Zai Dusa, something harder on safe lane would be nice, although, again, you could run into the issue of being a little bit greedy. It's still open enough. Maybe with a Clockwork on hand, you could try, say, a Juggernaut. Juggernaut Clock can chase down pretty nicely, although it doesn't really chase down an AM all too well if you are expecting that offlane. Again, rather open for both sides to kind of close out the flex here.
Yeah, pretty curious to see how this draft's going to pan out. Like, Liquid's draft is looking definitely on the greedier side, right? Like, it seems like they're going to need a lot more time to be online and be ready to go. Whereas I feel like with TSM's draft, they're more than happy to start right after the laning stage, happy to just get aggressive here and not play too much of a farming game. Obviously excluding the AM, who can just kind of refuse to afford to do that. Final bans incoming. Looks like TSM assumed they need a position 3 on the side of Liquid, and Liquid kind of assuming the same. They'll get rid of the Lycan, so not wanting Kasane to get that comfort pick for himself. Again, I really wouldn't mind seeing a position 3 AM this game. As much as I like to make fun about this hero, I think pos 3 AM is actually pretty nice.
Yeah.
I mean, even if you want to build Diffusal Blade AM, Jonathan, they have my permission. It kind of, it feels good against Medusa.
Yeah, it's not too bad. It's a little bit alt-in, but you are here to counter one hero. I'm wondering what route TSM will want to take for that. Still rather curious about, again, the flex on both sides to close out with. TSM, they could still look for a support themselves if they will run safe lane AM. With the off-lane Batrider for Kasane, take something else for Ari or Whitemon here. It's rather open. They ban out the Abaddon, which, it's been a high priority sort of flex core Can be run on safe, can be run on off, can be run on support still. It's rather maybe Liquid look for that safe. I think that does work out with a Clockwork. It's pretty aggressive. You just shield him up when he battery assaults, runs forward, and you can't really deal with it all too well. They ban out the Magnus, which has been left all the way till the end. Would have been a sick Magnus game for TSM with all the Empower targets you have on hand. Again, maybe a little bit greedy, but it does work out with the Ember and the AM. No problem there.
Yeah, I don't even know if I view Magnus as greedy anymore, because it just feels like the hero comes online as soon as you get Harpoon. And you can get it so quickly too, with how fast the Magnus can farm within power. It's TSM, final pick up here. Do they want a Kasane offlane? We don't even know. They're going to go for the Winter Wyvern. What's going where, Jonathan? I have no idea. My best guess is it's going to be a position 3 Wyvern we're looking at. But it could go mid. I'm not sure where the Ember would go. I'm not sure where the AM would go. But what are you thinking, John? You sound very intrigued by this.
There's a lot of weird ways to run this draft. TSM could say run a safe lane Ember, a midwinter Wyvern, an offlane Batroid, or support anti-mage, which is curious, but definitely doable. I don't think you want to do that. The Morde rec route, of course, just AM safe, Batrider off, Ember mid, and a support Winter Wyvern, but support Winter Wyvern is kind of atrocious. Just hasn't felt good. In this game, it's maybe not the worst into a Lone Druid and Dusa. Like, the Curse will do a lot of work here. So perhaps you could just run it as a support. Again, it's not had the best win rate from that position. It's had a better time as a core, and even then, its win rate as core has been subpar. Just because it's universal type doesn't mean it can completely dominate the game. But I like the flex options in TSM. I think the support AM intrigues me, Mike. Although chances are you run Kasane AM and just run some like an Ahri Batrider, if you will kind of go that route.
One more pick for Liquid, and they go for the Shaker. And that looks like a core Shaker to me, John. So maybe mid Shaker to come out for Nisha. No, they're going to give Zaya the offlane Shaker here. Nisha going to take the mid lone Druid. I like it. So it's a position 1 Medusa we're looking at. Fair enough. Now the question is, what do TSM want to choose with their roles here and their heroes? So far they've chosen nothing.
Yeah, they're taking their time to think through this one. Okay, Brawl is Winter Wyvern. So what is this?
Okay.
Tamar and Kasane here. That's what the root is. All we have is the mid Wyvern.
Is it actually a POS 1 Ember though? He hasn't chosen yet.
Yeah, exactly. But they have to figure out. Is it something funky? Well, Ember support is something White Mine in particular. Biggest fan. Okay, White Mirana. Ahri takes the to me. AM Kasane. Okay, AM Ember support. Ember support for Ahri.
Not again. Not this again. Why do people keep doing this with Ember? Look, they can't believe it. Like, Ahri, why'd you take Ember for, bro? What are you doing?
Oh, this is going to be really interesting.
What year was this? This was a year or two ago? This was popular? The Ember POS 4 with the Mirana POS 5?
Yeah.
I swear we saw this in C for the longest time. And every single time I carried on about how ridiculous this was. And here we are again. Ahri's playing POS 4 Ember. Wymon's on the POS 5 Mirana. I mean, fair enough. This is I think TSM need to relocate to the SCA region, John. That's what I think, because this is a classic SCA draft.
I mean, they've got Whitemon on hand. It wouldn't take too long. Brawl counts. I suppose if he heads to Southeast Asia as a Filipino, he would count. So you already have 2 Southeast Asian players on hand. This takes me back. You're right. I think it was around 2020, and it was during the time when Motivate Trust was actually still a team. We saw Whitemon do this with Team Dog, and we saw Motivate Trust do this a lot as well. The Ember support. I don't know. I mean, the one thing you get here for TSM is you dodge out the Lone Druid versus Ember lane. So Winter Wyvern versus Lone Druid is a little bit better. You can play a lot with the Splinter Blast. Kind of get aggressive in that sense from there. Just keep blasting. Just keep using your W to win out the lane. And again, the same point still stands for the Winter Wyvern. The Curse is great in this game. You can scale up as universal type. I don't know what Ahri will do with a support Ember. Then again, Mike, think about it. You run down with Flame Guard. You pop a couple of Blood Grenades. You have the Orb of Venom up, so you can chase heroes down with that good burn damage. There's that, I suppose.
I ain't judging yet. I'm waiting. I'm reserving judgment as I always try to do. Because every time I judge, I start looking like an idiot. So I'll reserve judgment for now. Zai, He's going to scout up the ward here on the high ground. Kasane is going to go right in for the flame breaker. Now the arrow is going to land from Whitemon. It looks like a first blood already break out as they have got Zai down. TSM off to a fantastic start here in game number 1 against Team Liquid. And I suppose we can all agree their level 1 timing is actually pretty strong.
It is. I mean, you have to go chains on Ember, but this is Ember support, so I don't think you care about that too much. I mean, what else is he going to do in the lane to try to harass people out? Just try to set up with the chains and chase someone down. They're still looking for a little bit more if Liquid do overextend here.
Anyone watching, don't get any ideas. These are professionals. Do not try this at home. Trust me, I've had to experience a few pubs with these Mirana Ember Spirit supports back in the day. Back in 2020, as you said, John. Was not a good time for me, I'll tell you.
Oh, boy.
It was not a good time.
Yeah, well, I'm looking forward for a good time here. They're starting with an early tri lane, of course, because you've got Chain's Arrow. That's who you run down. And Tomato is actually starting down bot. I believe they'll have Kasane walk up top, so you will get the AM versus the Medusa lane, which honestly isn't too bad, but it's also kind of awkward. Or levels.
Whoops.
Oh, how did that whiff?
How did Whitemon miss the arrow? Well, luckily we didn't see it on the camera anyway, John. So, you know, it never happened. It never happened, John. What arrow?
I suppose not. I suppose not. Tri-lane start once more for TSM. Ari on the Ember, Tomato on the AM, Whitemon on the Mirana, up against TA2000. Of course, you can just gate out the pressure, and they will drag in Insania here to have a save in the disruption. So even if you land the Chain's Hour, you do have a saving play here, although maybe not for too long.
Oh, you could be in trouble now on the Mirana. You don't have leap yet. Whitemon at level 1 with Arrow, and they know it. So Whitemon is going to die. A very strong rotation here from Insania. Already securing a kill for the Medusa, and that's going to be a nice little bonus for TA2000 to get things started. Happy days.
Yep. Get some gold going. Again, the AM versus Medusa lane isn't the smoothest, so we'll take a look down the line when action breaks out there. Mid lane, you've got Nisha on that lone druid up against Bryle on the Winter Wyvern. Again, not too bad for the Winter Wyvern there. Should be pretty manageable. You stand back, you harass out with your Splinter Blast. You can't quite kill the bear easily unless you literally land like 3-4 Splinter Blasts continuously onto the bear. So there is some aggression that Nisha can still do, but it's not as easy to pull off in comparison to the Ember matchup of the draft of TSM, just basically wanting to dodge that hard lane, and results in this rather weird flex. But for the most part, again, Bryle not going to be zoned out. Should be able to farm, but his pacing into, say, his early timing of Atos, Ags, remains to be seen how fast that will be. I mean, you are running like an AM safe lane as well, so a lot of space will be shared between these two players, it feels like.
It looks like Ari's actually going to TP out. Ari's going to the top lane. No more tri-lane. Kasane was having a very good time up at top. Zai was being chased down and actually fell very low in the old HP pool. Mind you, Zai's actually found 9 CS on the Shaker, so it's not too bad of a start, but now Ari's going to show up. Still level 1 though on the Ember, so you don't have the slight into the chain, sadly. Had he had it, you might have actually been able to dive for that. But now he gets level 2 after that creep dying. And so perhaps you could still try if Ari does want to level up Sleight of Fist. Seems like he will go for it. There's your chains up. Blood Grenade is available from Ari. He will connect it with Zai. And Zai, he does have the stick charges, so he will survive a little bit longer. And looks like he is actually going to make it.
Lasts true long enough. All the Shaker really needs to do is just maintain the lane, not die. You know, get some EXP, get a little bit of farm, but not too much pressure to fully overwhelm that lane. Kasane already getting a lot from that solo start. And they are just going to try to commit even further. You still have mana here for Zydo, so not a full threat. And the side of TSM could use some mana themselves. Already pops the clarity and loses the clarity, so that's not a good feeling.
They're still diving, but Omar's going to show up now. The clock works, so Zai going to try and go after Kasane. As Kasane is going to back off. Ari, nice clogs there from Omar to lock him in. Zai's looking for a Fisher. He will land one. The chain's out there from Ari trying to fight back, but no, Zai's got him. They will at least find Omar in the end, but Zai will be very thankful for that kill, I'm sure. So go for a bit more of a chase on Kasane, but thinks better of it. Again, Omar, you've got to give the man props, John. Another nice rotation here as the clock, and sets up another nice kill for one of his calls.
And he just punished that overextension coming out.
Zai?
Oh.
He's all right. Omar will come in with the salve. He's going to be just fine on the Shaker.
Can be able to heal up. Love the aggression from both sides. They're just finding ways to pressure each other right now. A 2-2 start, less than 1k lead standing for TSM. In terms of CS, looking a little bit sharper for the side of Liquid. Again, not too much pressure in TA 2000. They are still pumping pressure up top.
Kasane is going to be able to fly over the Fisher, of course. Ari, on the other hand, does not have that luxury, so Kasane is going to try to help, but a double stun out from Zai going to hold them down a little bit longer, and eventually Ari will just drop. The position for Ember Spirit, obviously at the level 2 mark, is not very mobile. And Liquid, they are punishing him heavily.
Yeah, there's not much you can do here. You're not running the tri lane to get the Chain's Arrow. Your combination with the Bat Rider, it's all right, but you kind of have to frontline. You don't have the best HP on hand. You don't have the shield and flame guard up to prevent some of that battery assault damage either. Very EXP dependent, this Ember support. We'll see how much more Ari can get. Perhaps if he can snipe out the Wisdom Rune, it starts to feel better. Right now, though, Zai at level 5. It's starting to feel like a force that you really don't want to trade with. With the Enchant Totem Harassment, if you do overcommit, he will block you off and really just kill you off. Like, the Clockwork just feels great here. There's no direct punishment. Even though I suppose Firefly theoretically should be one, you aren't really able to stand on top of Omar with that threat of the chain control coming out here from Liquid.
No, certainly not. And that mid lane, we haven't really talked about it too much here. Like, Brawl and Nisha have been going at it, and I tell you what, Nisha's having a very strong time in the mid lane at the moment. 34 and 15 on the Lone Druid. No struggles whatsoever here for Nisha. Brawl not too badly behind, sitting at 25 and 5. This top lane, Omar dropping very, very low. Ari, though, going to land the change. Omar will at least get the stick charges off, but now Zai is going to find himself in danger. Zai will give a double kill away to Kasane. Nice setup there from Ari, just baiting them forward, and well, the aggression does not pay off for Liquid this time.
Kasane's going to be very chuffed with that kill. Should get his level 6 off of this creep wave as well, so we'll have the threat of the lasso. Has his full arcane boots, going for the Vanguard next. So they're going to be able to sustain through and maintain that harass. You can see that isolation coming out from Ari. Good dodges out with a sleight of fist and just get the cleanup as well.
Very low on mana now, but the arrow's not going to land. Whitemon again missing, which means they won't have the damage output to finish off the Medusa, as now Tomato's going to be targeted, but he is going to be able to blink away. Mid lane, however, Nisha ends up going down. Bryle ends up committing the Winter's Curse, and that is one thing against the Lone Druid. Like, this curse is going to be very annoying for Nisha to try and deal with. As top lane, speaking of annoying to deal with, the Bat Rider able to secure Zai's life as well.
You're starting to find everything as the levels come out here on TSM. That Winter's Curse, again, a very good game for it. Into the Lone Druid, down the line, into Dedusa as well, if the A2000's within range. Just got a lot of ways of maximizing this Winter Wyvern mid. Bryle already has a couple of stats to really start to punish with his right clicks. That Arctic Burn starts to hurt a ton here. That's him without the Witchblade up as well. Starting to come in for the 8-minute runes. Ari just taking position up top. Ari on the Ember is also inching towards 6. With a Fire Remnant's up, he's going to be really disruptive.
Chain's not going to land on Nisha, but they'll get the arrow from Whitemon. Nisha going to go down once again in the mid lane. Unable to morph into the true form. And that's what I was saying about Mirana plays, John. There's some players out there that don't want the setup. They just land arrows better without it.
Yeah, it's happening for Whitemon. When he did get set up, you know, he whiffed one,
he
but that's all right.
Every time.
No problem.
Yeah.
No problem. You know, he's warming up. He's digesting that cereal that he made.
Oh, top lane. Echo Slam committed. Kasane being chased now. Not quite enough to finish the kill. The Zai does have Fisher, but he's waiting for Omar to try and close the gap here from the south as he does move in with the battery assault and the cogs. And eventually Kasane, dropping very low, does still have one charger, so will survive through it as now Ari's going to rotate. They'll try to go for a chase onto Zai. Flame Break, not going to quite knock him back, but the chain's around to lock him down. And Kasane does have lasso if necessary and will eventually commit it. Not looking to mess around here. They do find another great kill here into the off lane of Liquid. TSM already 3-8 their way, 2k advantage. And I'll tell you, every single lane, apart from maybe the bottom lane, has gone TSM's way.
Yeah, that's the one big difference maker, I think. Your start from Kasani now is pretty damn strong. Like, he can just disassembly Vanguard into the Octarine. Very hard to shove out with the Vanguard up and running Brawl. Again, trading a little bit more in farm with Nisha, but finding the kills. The threat of Curse just makes it uncomfy now for Nisha to drag that bear forward. And that Curse is back up for Brawl as they are clumping up mid here. So, the one thing with Liquid's draft, once you fall behind on the Lone Druid, you don't get that fast start you want. You're going to be sharing farm with Adusa, and she's going to eat a lot of space just to get her items up.
TA 2000 is going to spot Whitemon on the tree line. Nisha's Spirit Bear is going to cop an arrow, but that's not too big of a deal.
Still going for the standard Battle Fury build here as well for Tomato. They're just looking to farm up. I guess in this lane now, kind of freed up, you should be able to get a decent timing, all things considered. You're forcing TA 2000 to show up mid to kind of handle that lane coming out from Braille. So you're getting some breathing room on the AM, which is good news. This is still your win condition for the most part on TSM. And you can scale up with a Winter Wyvern, but Tomato is the hero that will be the solution to TA 2000, so you do want that build up on him as well.
Bottom lane. Tomato, Kasane, both going for a bit of a dive past the tier 1 tower. Insania was spotted for a moment. Flame Break is going to connect. Arrow going to follow up, and Insania going to get stunned up here by Whitemon. Really has no way out. He's going to disrupt Kasane, but that's about all. Whitemon's still able to secure the kill here onto Insania. Liquid, they're in a very awkward position in this game already, where just none of the lanes went really that well. In fact, they pretty much lost every single lane, apart from, again, the safe lane, but that's a Medusa that's just going to want to hit creeps. So it does feel like going into the mid game for the side of Liquid, you are stuck playing a very defensive style of game, hoping that TSM do end up making some kind of an error that you can capitalize on. So far, TSM have not really shown too many errors, though I say that. Whitemon, he's going to get chased here by Nisha for a moment, but no lucky entangles coming out. Whitemon going to be just fine to survive through that. But even Nisha, like, he does need the time to keep his farm going on the Lone Druid. Even if his CS was looking very strong during that mid lane, as it seems like they have found themselves a target. Insania going to avoid the arrow thanks to the illusions provided by his own disruption, as now Omar's going to go for a hook in, but Ari will be able to just remnant away. Not a big deal for the Ember. Zai, very nice Fisher, but there's no follow-up to it.
You can't really play make on the side of Liquid all too well here. Again, we talked about this with a Clockwork pick, but no one can really follow through, and if you do commit a hook shot, unless you just run your bear up, Nisha's probably your best bet in kind of trying to set something up. Even then, he's not quite ready yet on the Lone Druid. So you're just going to spend the next few minutes, maybe 5 minutes at most, just farming up on a few of your cores here on Liquid's end. TSM, though, looking to be aggressive. Smoke out. Winter's Curse ready.
Could just go for it. Whitemon's waiting for maybe the setup for the arrow, but Curse never comes out. Bro, I believe did lose a bit of vision there on the tail end of that engagement. Meanwhile, Kasane's just taking these ancient stacks away. You really don't want to see this as Liquid. You need to try and contest this. TA 2000 and Omar now going to show up to make sure this can't happen. Ari's going to show up to boot. Clockwork is going to get chained up, and the Flame Break is going to come out, though Zai does get a Fisher off, looking for perhaps an Echo Slam. Lasso is going to be there onto Zai. Zai is still chasing, will eventually commit the Echo onto Kasane, though he is a pretty tanky target of the Batrider, so he'll go for a run. Disruption is going to hold him down, however. Kasane is still dropping, but also still running. I don't know if they really have enough, but they do. The Fisher proving just enough damage here for Insania to finish the kill. It's now Ari being chased down here by Nisha and the Spirit Bear, but the entangles are just not coming out. The chase is back on here from Bryle. Insania going to be in danger as the arrow is going to fly through, but the illusions are not. Well, they are going to take the damage, but Insania, he will still drop. As now the mid-tier 1 tower is going to be under siege from TSM. Zai doesn't really have the Echo to play with, and now, well, the Winter's Curse is out. The Lone Druid can't survive the onslaught of the damage. Winter Wyvern against Lone Druid, John, this just tends to happen.
It's not a fun time for Nisha. And the one thing they get out of that fight is you managed to clear out the stacks with TA2000, so he does get the farm from the Ancients, but the cost is massive. Losing your lone druid again, you're trying to split farm between these two heroes, and it's costly to try to get that done. A little bit of a move out from Omar. He will snag away one of the Wisdom Runes. That should be 2 Wisdom Runes going the way of Liquid. So a little bit of a boon coming out there at the very least, but TSM don't mind. They're ramping up here.
Zai chases on. Chains. No mana for it here for Ari, just committing the Sleight of Fist, but didn't have quite enough to get the follow-up chains. So at least Zai will be able to escape just fine. It's Whitemon. Looking for a few D wards. Is going to run into Nisha, but is forced to leap away. Still a 5k advantage being held for TSM. They are slowly grouping up down bottom, perhaps looking at Tomato, but that AM is going to prove to be a pretty challenging kill to try and go after.
Radiant's top tower has
And instead, now TSM, they are slowly rotating into the bottom side of the map. Moonlight Shadow has been popped. Zai and Omar both going to be found out. No sentries here to actually scout this out, as the chains into the arrow is going to land, and Omar, he is going to be the sacrificial target. So he has no gameplay to get out. I mean, he did have a hook shot, but it probably wasn't going to be enough. And Bryle, well, he'll hand the tip over to Tomato for some apparent reason. Tomato was just kind of watching all this happen.
Yeah, maybe they were expecting him to jump in, look for a little bit more. Instead, it's an AM. Tomato likes to farm. This is known from the way he's always played. And he's getting that farm ramping up now. Full Battle Fury up for Tomato. Gonna go back into jungle, farm up a little bit more while the rest of his team starts to play aggressive. The Curse still ready to go here.
Mid lane, Zai again being caught out here on the shake-up. Ari not going to leave this man alone as Zai trying to run. Sleight of Fist will be there, doing no damage, but it won't matter because Brawl has the damage necessary. Meanwhile, in the Radiant Triangle, though, Kasane's dropping low, but a nice hook juke. Still trying to run. Will fly over towards the top side, but the T2 tower now attacking him, and he's going to die. Little bit unfortunate there for Kasane. Nevertheless, TA2000 probably very happy to secure that kill for himself.
Radiant's middle tower is
That's a
under
nice
attack.
boon here for the Dusa. Manta already up, so some stats to play with. Going for the Butterfly next, hoping that the evasion is going to be enough to save him from something like the AM or even a Curse coming out here.
Mid lane, they're going to try for the Medusa now. They don't really have the lockdown for her though. Like maybe Chain's arrow could have done the job, but it's not like the Winter Wyvern's Arctic Burn does that much damage to a Medusa, so a little bit more than that. Maybe a nice curse on the Medusa, you know, surrounded by perhaps the Spirit Bear could do the trick. Omar mid lane. Trying to stop Braille from pushing the wave in, but Ari is hanging around. They seem to know TA2000 might be just above them, but they're actually going to pop a smoke and run towards the west of the map, where Nisha is currently hanging about on the lone druid. If he gets cursed, he's as good as dead as long as that Spirit Bear is hitting him. Ari, smoke broken, does not see the lone druid. Instead, he will run into Zai, so they're going to go after the Shaker. Having no idea that Nisha is there, Arrow's going to land perfectly here from Whitemon, but the side of Liquid are moving in. Hookshot is out. They've got Brawl locked down already. A nice Fisher landing onto 4 heroes by Zai, but Brawl is somehow still alive. With the Cold Embrace, he's buying time, but the curse never comes out. Never gets the curse off. There's Liquid. They'll try for a little bit more. Ari, a bit of a sitting duck now. Does still have a remnant to play with. Disruption will hold him down. Conk's pushback. Oh, Omar. Nevertheless, remnants are still available and Ari is going to drop.
Tower is under attack.
TSM unable to protect their Pulse 4 Ember. And Liquid, pretty happy with that, I'm sure.
Those are big kills for Liquid to find. TSM, their smoke breaks in the wrong spot. They don't manage to find Nisha. They go for Zai first, but they're not in position for that kill. And Ari, his smoke breaks under the creep wave. That gives that opening out to the side of Liquid. Still, they're going to try to keep forcing this one out.
Yeah, Nisha going to be targeted, but does get the fear off. Kasane's not done yet, though. He has the lasso up and ready to go. However, the Entangle going to lock him down. Omar going to hookshot in. Kasane, he'll go for the lasso on the bear, but it is not anywhere near enough to survive. There's now the Echo Slam. Zai, somehow still alive top lane. The curse will come out to ensure they get the kill. But Bryle, can he get himself out? It seems like he can. Omar is going to drop in. Nisha trying to TP away on the lone druid is going to be just fine. Close call there for TSM. Almost losing Bryle on the Winter Wyvern, but just barely get away with his life intact.
Yeah, it's a little bit trolly from TSM. You know, Kasani just running in, ignoring the bear, wanting the lasso on the lone druid, but not finding it, gets punished for it. Still, follow-up fight for TSM works out in their favor. You still need to get a grip on TA2000. This butterfly timing is going to be really on point from the Dusa. You're going to need an MKB to come through here from Tomato sometime soon, just to deal with that evasion on TA2000. But right now, he's still just going through into the halberd, trying to get into the manta as well. Gonna be a ways off until he realizes he might need that MKB. I think for the side of TSM, and this game has been pretty smooth going outside of a couple of bad fights off the back of some awkward positions in these smoke rotations. If they just kind of clean that up, get these better jumps, prioritize Nisha and the movement out, then it becomes a lot better. Again, you've got the counter to the lone druid, you just need to leverage it. Just find the angle. It's Kasane.
Bottom lane. Kasane completely surrounded. Trying to split push the bottom lane. Does get punished immediately here by Liquid. Liquid still showing signs of life here in game one. The TSM now grouping up top lane, looking for another target for themselves. Well, TA2000 is that target that they'd probably love to make the jump on. But he is okay. His team tipping right towards him just in case the gank is incoming. There is a butterfly now available on that Deucer as well, by the way, John. So suddenly TA2000 not only harder to deal with, but is hitting a lot harder. Zomar is going to go for a hook in, but Whitemon is okay to leap out. Zomar now going to be targeted by Tomato, but Tomato doesn't want to run up to the triangle completely blind. We'll just wait it out. Is TSM still hanging around this area? We'll try to get some wards down. Yeah, it seems like Liquid in the end are going to be the ones to back their way out of here. Mind you, even if TSM are having a very strong start to this game, you still can't underestimate this Medusa, John. Like TA2000, butterfly up, is going to make it so if Tomato does try to jump in with his team, he's going to have a much harder time burning through the mana pool.
Yeah.
And, it is still Medusa.
Goes back to what we were saying earlier. Like, Tomato needs to recognize this, maybe not go all in on the Heaven's Halberd and Manta. Still going for the S&Y though, but needs an MKB ASAP right after. So we'll see just how he itemizes. I believe he is still actually going for the disarm, which is still useful against all the physical output of Liquid, but and you don't have a straightforward solution for TA2000 now, just because of that evasion. Does increase his EHP by a drastic amount. We'll see what Tomato does opt for. 5k lead still stands for TSM, but as the game scales on, this game doesn't get any simpler for TSM. It does simplify a little bit for Liquid, as long as they stay disciplined in how they position in these fights. With a lone druid and Dusa, you have a lot of ways of finding some angles in here. You have a lot of ways to be disruptive with your clockwork as well. They will go into the Roshan with the output they've got with Nisha and the Desolator on that bear. It doesn't take too long here. TSM have to find an angle in.
They're trying to get there now. Kasane, he's on the front lines. Roshan's still relatively healthy. They have time to get here. Bryle trying to get some vision from his side. Zai, though, a nice Fisher, already finding the Wyvern. Bryle trying to back off. He's just so important for this team fight. They'll move in now onto Tomato, but Tomato getting feared up. Meanwhile, Bryle still being focused. Zai not letting him leave. But Bryle will get the curse off in the end. It's just not going to matter, though. Insania, he's there with the disruption. So no damage coming off during the Winter's Curse. And Roshan should still go the way of Liquid. And they will secure. TSM, they have to leave the area.
This is...
Tomato. Hook is there. Cogs push back out. Zai trying to hold him down long enough. Tomato, though, disrupted now. Can he leave? It doesn't seem like it. Tomato! Oh, boy. Here we go. Ari, he is also going to drop. And you may assume as the AM they would not have that much lockdown. But with the Cogs pushback after the hook shot, and the fact that you have the disruption after all the stuns of Zai, they have got the lockdown for Tomato.
Yeah, they can space out their stun usage just fine to keep that chain stun control. Again, for TSM, it's looking really hasty in how they start these fights. Bryle's just running up front, not being able to hold himself back, maybe allowing someone like Kasane or Ari to break that smoke first and find an angle in. They keep starting with their cores. TSM They've done this a couple of times now. Up top with Kasane and Ari kind of breaking their smokes first, just not get... Their positioning's not good from TSM. Just bluntly, they're running in kind of a bit too aggressively and not thinking twice about how they take these fights.
Omar's been very good on the clockwork, John. Hookshot and Cog's pushback was there on Kasane, forcing him to go for the lasso, but Insania trying to break the gap, looking for a disruption, does end up getting the purge off. In fact, that was the demonic cleanse, I believe, onto Omar, just to make sure he does remain alive, as Kasane was unable to TP out, is stuck in the low ground, but does wait for the Fireflies. In the meantime, Ari, mid lane, is actually going to go down to TA2000.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Gets rooted a couple of times. Really easy to follow through once that Ember's locked in. As a support, you don't have much durability here.
Zai,
And
he's got the Echo here, John. To set up for his team, the Glimmer Cape will be committed. Zai trying to really sneak up here, but cannot find himself a target.
TSM just dropping the ball a little bit. They had such a good lead. Their lineup was kind of geared for this really early aggression. Now they're going to have to fall back for a little bit more scaling. The Ags is fully up for Brawl at the very least, but have to be a bit cautious here.
Liquid barely missing out on Kasane.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
TSM, they are around the area, but Liquid seem to be the ones that feel like they can get aggressive here. They are looking very, very strong at the moment. It's Kasane again going to reveal himself. This time though, the hook shot is off the mark. Kasane, he's still going to try and go for a run. The arrow will not connect onto the Medusa. Fisher is going to lock down the Bat Rider, but Kasane is able to fly over it, as TSM have survived the initiation here from Liquid. But they need to find a way to defend this top T2 tower. You've got all your spells up, apart from the Moonlight Shadow, which was already committed. They are still looking for a way to get onto TA2000, but this is a very tanky Medusa. They're just letting Nisha do all the damage onto the T2 top, and it is just gone. TSM finding no way to defend.
Yeah, they have no easy way to start these fights. Again, they're just standing up front, baiting with Kasane, but the follow-through is not there. I'm really curious about this skill build on Ari as he gets chased down a little bit.
Hook shot, Omar, right on target. 0-6 and 13 is the scoreline from Ari. And, you know, John, he had a good start to the game, but this is feeling like where the position for Ember starts to drop off quite a bit. As Zai will jump in, Whitemon being caught now, the Echo Slam. No hesitation from Zai, just wants the kill, and he'll get the kill.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Yeah, it's, again, I'm not sure what's happening with TSM. It looks really disconnected. Liquid, despite a slower start, they regroup, they buy space for TA2000, they start to find some punishment. The build-up's there for Nisha as well. They're in a strong position to just hold on to this advantage now, unless they clump up, but we haven't seen them clump up against this curse any times recently. For TSM, what I'm looking at right now is certain things like, say, Ari's skill build. Like, he's going for Flame Guard over Searing Chains, leaving Chains at 1.5 duration. Even if you're playing for the Chains Arrow combination, that's not enough of a lockdown period to fully get your max usage of the Sacred Arrow. Like, sure, the Flame Guard gives you a lot more presence and protection as well from some magic damage, but it does mean your offensive capabilities on the Ember here in terms of setup isn't quite there. Kasane going for a Halberd over an earlier BKB or a Blink means that, yes, you've got some ways of stopping the damage of the Bear, stopping the damage of Medusa. You, again, don't have a way of starting these fights. You're just kind of hinging on someone running up and hoping you can get a lasso, find an opening that way, and that has been what TSM's doing, just running up, hoping someone misplays, but every single time it's TSM that's kind of out of position, trying to play like this, just a little bit reckless. This will be fixed with itemization down the line, but it's going to take a lot of time. Tomato, not even opting for that MKB we were talking about. See, he doesn't even seem to care about that butterfly. Perhaps a source of break down the line would be the solution here. Maybe a full Blood Torrent on someone could be the way to go as well, but as it stands now, you have no solid answer for TA2000. The butterfly alone is just enough to keep him survivable.
It certainly is, and the thing is for TSM, like, this series is so important for them to try and move their way up through the group stage. So it's like, the way this game's going right now, it's not looking too healthy, and they need to find an answer to this game one, because Liquid, not a team to bow out. They take every game seriously. They certainly have come to play today. It's TSM, they're looking for an opening here down to this bottom tier 2 tower. Nobody's around to push the creep wave out, because Team Liquid, they've smoked up themselves. They're around the dire triangle right now, just waiting for somebody from TSM to show up. The rocket flare may give that kind of information over, as they will see the direction it did come from. So TSM, rather than fighting, will go after the bottom tier 2, but the problem is now Liquid are looking towards that mid tier 3 tower, and with the Spirit Bear up, it is not going to take very long. Nisha just rips the tower a new one. It's Liquid, they might even stick for a mid-Rax, but it seems like they're going to be happy just forcing all these rotations from TSM. They could just decide to retreat and take over most of the map here. You wouldn't quite blame them for that, but it seems like TA2000 might be giving the call to keep going. This Medusa is huge at the moment. And there's going to be a smoke out. They want to try. Who can they find first, though? Tomato. He would be huge. If he gets caught out here, it could be a real big problem for TSM. Fisher's out to lock him down immediately. However, a lasso. He's going to catch Insania. They want the Shadow Demon gone, and they will get him. A nice start for TSM. It's TA2000 defensively. Will pop the Stone Gaze, but TSM, they are well and truly on the chase now. Thing is, Liquid are proving to be way too quick on the retreat. Omar, being really the only one left here in the Clockwork, will block the staircase with the cogs. Zai, thinking about going back in. A nice hook shot from Omar, but he does not get his way out. It's TSM still looking for a big chase. Could not catch Zai. Tomato having a look around for the Medusa. Can't find him either. So just two supports going the way of TSM, but they do successfully defend high ground, which I think is the much more important aspect of this fight.
They hold on to their objectives. And the blink from Kasane giving them something to play with to start off these fights, taking away that defensive support in Insania with Shadow Demon. That's a big showing from the side of TSM. I feel like at this point you kind of just give Bryle a blink as well, right? Like if he just blinks up there and gets a curse.
Nice TP in from Insania. He's cutting off Kasane. TA2000 was actually following him the whole time, so now the Batrider are going to get caught with his pants down in the south of this map.
But never equal.
Zai happily taking the kill on the Shaker. Top lane, even another chase happening. Ari gonna get cut off here by Zai. One stun is there. Hookshot to follow up from Omar into the Cox pushback, and now the fear out from Nisha. Oh boy. I mean, I gotta give props to Omar here, John. This Clockwork's been doing a lot of work.
He has been. It's from the laning phase. His movement's been on point. His hook shots, he's been setting up. The pushback with the cogs have been giving them a lot of openings on the side of Liquid. TSM, again, they're trying to work the map. They're trying to split up. It's being punished severely. Bryle is trying to go for a Shadow Blade, perhaps into the Silver Edge, which is one way to kind of try to reach into the back line. I'd still say a blink is preferable, because you saw that positioning a while ago when they were sieging high ground. If you could just blink a curse, you just win that fight. Right, like you just lock in, curse up either the Lone Druid or the Medusa, and there's no way you lose. You've got enough output coming in from Liquid's own cores to find that kill. But again, just opting to go full in on the right click. And Tomato as well, trying to get the full Abyssal first into the Scotty. No sign of any MKB nearby. So this evasion coming through from TA2000 is always going to be effective. Roshan, half a minute. TSM, we've seen them in this position before. Have to see something better in this fight.
I mean, Roshan is just so important here for TSM to try and secure. Liquid waiting by the high ground of the Twin Gates. TA2000 very confident in being able to tank the initial damage that will come in from TSM. Roshan now officially respawning. In they go. Lasso is there. They want to start with Insania. He's still alive, but now the Echo Slam! Zai's in! He found 3 targets, but then no one's down yet. Zai is the one to drop first as they've got Insania. 2 down for Liquid. Ari about to fall himself. They'll lose Kasane, they'll lose Ari. And now Bryle, he's on the run. He'll jump off the map here with the Arctic Burn and TP away. Whitemon even running as TA2000. Still on the chase, hoping for a little bit more. Probably won't find him. But they can go back for Roshan now. And it seems like Nisha has already started.
No stopping this now from TSM. TSM again, they make this choice with the smoke. They come in, they de-ward first, revealing the smoke, allowing Liquid to pull back. Like if you take a look at replay, this fight all breaks out because they de-warded right by the Lotus pool. And suddenly their position was compromised. They get the good lasso onto Insania, but they're clumped up against a Shaker. So they get slammed down. They don't get that burst they'd want on the Shadow Demon save, which means you can't get a comfy Winter's Curse out, and it just falls apart. On TSM, they have to execute perfectly, whereas Liquid, they just need to wait for one slip-up in that chain of events, and they can just blow up any fight their way. TSM, they'll try to smoke out here, but I don't know if you can find a fight. Aegis up on TA2000, she's up on Nisha. No MKB in sight, no good curses coming out. Chris is ready once more from Bryle here, though, at the least.
Oh, Nisha, oh, not again. Bryle,
It's
he
too
won't
far.
quite get the curse he wanted. He will not quite get it. The bear actually healing him up through the life steal, but it's still not going to be enough. Nisha's down. It's kind of the thing, even through the curse, if you don't catch the Spirit Bearer, it can kind of provide the heal you need to stay alive as the lone druid. But nevertheless, not this time. Not against 3 heroes.
Nah, they managed to get something. Not the big fight they'd want, but a big pick-off at the least coming out here for the side of TSM. Should help Bryle accelerate into that Shadow Blade, into the Silver Edge, to have a little bit more output in the middle of this. Curse is down. There's a little bit of an opening for Liquid, but without the Spirit Bearer, it can be a little bit of a slower process. Still a safe process, though, with just the Naga Illusion army being put out here.
Oh,
An
absolutely.
early fortify from TSM. Not going to have too many options once that Lone Druid is up, and if they look for a push in the next 5 minutes here.
They need to try and defend this somehow. Rangetrax is going to go down. It's Liquid, they could still try and just throw illusions out over and over again, but it seems like they'd rather just reset and come back another time. Rangetrax is better than no Rax. So they'll take what they get. 2k ahead is Liquid, but that really doesn't feel like it matters right now because TSM have been struggling to find any kind of advantageous fight for themselves. And Tomato, at the very least, needs an MKB to confidently try and go after the Medusa. This evasion is causing a lot of problems. Bottom lane, Ari, again being caught out, is going to fall. More heroes incoming, though. Tomato, he's going to jump in on his own. Insania will be able to Glimmer Cape and survive. Now the fear out from Nisha. Fisher to land. Tomato, what have you done? He's going to still be able to blink away just barely. Just barely. Zai was forced to commit the Echo to try and hold him down. Omar, he's going to move in. Wyman will be targeted. A curse out on the Spirit Bed just to try and get away. The Stone Gaze has been popped. TA2000, he'll go for the chase onto Bryle, but Bryle's going to be fine. Meanwhile, Kasane, he'll pick up Zai with the lasso, though Zai is still running. TA2000 going to hold him back. There's your Mana Void. Hook shot off the mark from Omar. Omar now in trouble. He will barely survive, though, thanks to the Demonic Cleanse. He will heal up, but Tomato's jumping back in on the AM. Omar in trouble. Omar should drop, but no, the fear comes out. Nisha's not having it. Nisha will not have it. They continue for more. Bryle will be able to escape with the Shadow Blade. But that was not the fight TSM wanted.
Could have gone so well if they didn't overcommit on Tomato. If they didn't lose that AM, I think that fight would have been a perfectly fine fight to sacrifice Ari for. You find some pickoffs, you force out some spells, you can go back, reset, come back in when the curse is up. Down the AM for a minute, you do have buyback available, but Lone Druid and Dusa is up, with Aegis still running.
TA, he's already half mana here, John. Manta style trying to run. Very, very hard to expect them to get this kill, though, without the curse and without the AM up. The mid-Rax is going to fall. We'll try and at least deal with the Spirit Bear, and it looks like they might just get him. And they will. Plus 300 for Bryle. But they need a lot more than gold right now. I'll tell you, John, TSM, they are struggling to find a way to defend high ground. TA2000 so confident with the Aegis up to continue going. Tomato, he still has 18 seconds on the respawn board. Still chipping away at the mana pool. TA2000 gonna run out now. Again, does have the secondary life, so is not too concerned. That Demonic Cleanse proving to be so annoying here from Insania. And TA2000, I mean, he is burning out to the damage, but it's not enough. He'll survive on 44 HP.
Gonna get a reset out from the Aegis rather soon as well. So not too much to be worried about here. Liquid with 9k lead, 22 to 23. 2 racks is up. TSM. Again, they were in control earlier on. They've just dropped quite a few fights. They managed to find a little bit of a better fight down south, but even that ends up a little bit scrappy. On the side of TSM, just trying to get into those MKBs now. Tomato finally queuing it up after finishing the Abyssal, Manta, and Halberd. You're seeing Bryle also work into the MKB. I'm just a bit surprised we're not seeing anything like, say, Bryle with a Blink. Maybe feeling confident enough with a Shadow Blade. They do have enough detection because you're also dealing with Moonlight Shadow here anyway. So it's not the easiest game to just sneak around. And now with a full gem up on Insania, even harder to find that angle in for a good curse. TSM not fully out of it, but with 2 racks down, up against the scaling lineup of Liquid, this is not an easy game. It was maybe a little bit more manageable earlier on, but certainly right now it has to be perfect execution coming out going forward.
It's just such an important game though for TSM. Like, even if they tie out this series, it's not what they wanted. They want the 2-0 victory. Liquid looking to deny that away from TSM here as they are going to find themselves a haste rune. TA2000 probably going to take that. Jump in is there, Zai onto the high ground, scouts out the Moonlight Shadow, but he has been dusted up. Fish is going to hold Kasane, but the lasso is there. Zai is down, no buyback available, now the curse is out. TA2000, he's taking no damage. Meanwhile, Lamar has jumped in, Cogs out, but it's not going to help his cause. He's down. Kasane, though, dropping very low, is able to walk away for now. Insania, he will be the 3rd to go as Liquid. They are dropping bodies like flies at the moment. They need everyone else out. TA2000 and Nisha, they'll run towards the west. Fear is there from the Spirit Bear. At the very least, they should be able to pick that one off, and they do. Kasane is still hunting. Lasso up in 1. Nisha's been scouted. Kasane, he'll go for the lasso. TA2000's thinking about sticking around. It looks like he will. Omar buys back, but they've lost Nisha. They have lost Nisha. It's TA2000. The chase continues. They are not done. Flame break to connect. TA, he'll pop the Manta, he'll pop the Invis. The Shadow Blade proving not to be enough, but he'll go for the Man fight instead with the BKB. It's now Nisha. He'll return with the Bear. They've got the Ags up, so the Bear can keep going. They did not expect that, apparently, as Whitemon does drop.
Good punishment out from the side of Liquid. TSM still with a big kills, finding 4 for their trouble, not just the Dusa that they can't deal with. The curse was solid, but not ideal. Just setting up for the retreat in the last time on Bryle's usage. Still, MKB up on Bryle. Tomato would have the MKB as well if his courier didn't drop. Still gonna have it up rather soon. With those solutions on hand, you can manage TA2000, but again, you have to watch your angles here.
Jump in. Kasane not getting the lasso he wants. TA2000 slowed up by the Splinter Blast of Bryle. Lord of Atos juked up by the Manta. They will retreat once again. Even with 2 racks up, they respect the side of TSM and how strong their draft can be. Just a 4k advantage between the two, but Dota Plus sitting at 72% win chance here for Liquid. 28% chance still remaining for TSM. One big team fight will do the trick here for the dire end of things. Liquid just looking to play a slower game now, having the advantage they've been looking for. There's just so much scaling on Liquid as well, right? Like, you've still got Zai who you buy so many items. You've got the Spirit Bear and the actual Lone Druid himself that can just keep building into items.
True. It's not the safest to try to just scale up, though. Up against a Winter Wyvern. It's always the threat of curse, right? You can't count TSM out as long as Bryle manages to nail a big curse. To be fair here, he hasn't quite done that. In all of these fights, none of the curses have been that impactful. But if you can land it with how farmed you are on Liquid, you're sitting on a little bit of a trap that TSM can just spring. Again, if they find the angle. It's just really difficult for TSM to work out how to approach these fights. Kasane's been pretty on point with the lassos coming through. They are starting to group up for Roche. A minute until that's up. Both sides just starting to camp through that area. So, having a good idea as to what the next big focal point will be. Even more halberds coming out from TSM. Whitemon having one now as well. Kasane doesn't make his way over. With these ninja gears,
Sai.
angles shouldn't be as hard, although...
Fisher, it's on 2. He's locked them down for a while. Kasane somehow alive, but eventually will drop. The buyback is immediate from Kasane. Roshan's got 35 seconds till it's off the clock. Insania gonna try and save the bear with the demonic cleanse, and we'll be able to do so. Nisha's bear is fine. Smoke out from TSM immediately. Still 20 seconds left for Roshan, but Zai's found him another time. Same position. Kasane. He'll move in onto Omar. Omar looking to move out, but the arrow flying from a mile away, barely juked out as TA2000 now. He's popped the BKB, going right after Bryle. Bryle will run out of range, but no, Zai's got him. No buyback for Bryle. This should be a free Roshan to go the way of Liquid. And that is if they don't want to go high ground. They could just rush for that instead. But they will go for the safer route. They'll play for Roshan.
That will give some time for the respawn to kick back in, but again, TSM a little bit hasty and jump in, not respecting the exact same angle from Zai, getting caught out from that flank twice in a row. With Aegis up once more, with a couple more cheeses on hand. And this fight, it's not impossible for TSM, but boy do they make it hard for themselves here, Mike. Again, the curse just not coming out on Bryle, being so far forward on that Winter Wyvern, trying to find an opening. The pressure is on for TSM, but they're being a bit too hasty. They need to reel it back in, play as a team. Just start with Kasane. Heck, even start with Tomato first. He's a little bit tankier. And have them cop the hits, force the clump up, and then get that curse out. Just one curse is necessary here.
It's going down real quick here. I agree with you, John. You need a big curse to really turn this game around here for TSM, but they've got 10 seconds before they have that curse even available. In the bottom racks, they are gone. Megas are incoming. Liquid in a very strong position. TSM obviously not looking to call it. They're playing for so much here, TSM. Fighting for their lives in group number 8. Excuse me, group letter A. Before you correct me, Jonathan. They do have the Octarine core coming out here for Zai. Smoke is up immediately. Team Liquid, they're going to try and put a nail in the coffin here of TSM in this game 1. Top lane, Tomato. He'd be the perfect target to capitalize off. Oh, and he shows himself as well. This is not the timing. Hook shot, it actually doesn't land, but the Echo Slam is going to be there from Zai. Fisher does go. Tomato looking for a blink. We'll get him at the Purge. Insania has the damage. There is buyback on the AM, but he will need to commit, I believe. So they can't defend without Tomato. There's no way. Jump in. Kasane, he's found Insania. It's a nice target. There is a buyback available, but Insania will not commit yet. There's no TP point for the Shadow Demon to return. Tier 4 towers. They're going to be under siege. Insania, he'll run the long way. Nisha's Spirit Bear. He'll lose it the first time by the looks of it, but no, the cheese is there. He'll let it eat that. Nisha still going. So is TA2000. Where's the buyback from Tomato? It's not out yet. There it is. He'll finally commit. Back onto the Spirit Bear. They need this bear gone. It is finally down. It's at least one real hero gone now. It's TA2000. He'll be rooted in place, but can they hold him down? The answer is no. He is able to walk away. Tomato is still scouting about, but cannot find a target. Not a safe one to take anyway. And so TSM, they are holding on, but against Megas, with no tier 4 towers, they are in dire straits.
And this is not a fun time for TSM. They're truly playing Defense of the Ancients right now, and they can handle the Mega Creeps to an extent with the heroes they have on hand. A Winter Wyvern and an AM can still kind of shove those lanes out, but it's difficult. They'll try to smoke out now. Don't know how much you can find. Again, just one curse. One curse is all they need.
Zai's gonna get caught. That's a good start. Zai is down.
Ooh. No buyback.
If they could find a fight now, John. Thing is, Liquid, they're being very conservative with their gameplay. They will back off. Just retreat. Wait for your full squad to be back up. There's no need to rush this game 1. The Moonlight Shadow is going to be there. TSM looking for a chase. Problem is, I do believe they've been scouted, and there you go. They were underneath a sentry and an observer ward at the same time. So Liquid are very well aware that the Moonlight Shadow was committed to try and go for a big pursuit. It's getting so bad for TSM. Even Omar's got the site device up now on the clockwork. So Tomato has an even more challenging time on his hands. Keeping in mind he has no buyback. Lasso has been committed. They want to start with Insania, but they don't line up the arrow, so Insania's actually survived for a little bit, but no, he is gone. Whitemon does drop as well, so it'll be a 1-for-1. But keep in mind, Insania does die back. Hookshot, that is on an illusion. Omar, he'll put the thumbs up.
Yeah. It's a little bit tricky. TSM, they're leaving Brawl in the base to handle the creeps shoving in, so they don't have that Winter Wyvern core here to help manage that follow-up fight. Doesn't look like they'll be able to find an opportunity. Liquid still with the Aegis for half a minute. Not too much time left, to be fair. So it might not be the safest to try to siege. But you do have Nisha with a bear. Perhaps just wait out the resummon, just so you have the double bear ready to go. That is still a minute 20 away. So a little bit of time here for TSM to try to reel their way back into this game, or just keep holding out.
Kasane locked down already. The bear not getting lucky with an entangle, so Kasane is okay. They will lasso up the Spirit Bear. This is the big problem right now that TSM has to deal with. Is these bears from Nisha have proven to be so damn strong. And sadly, even after all that committal, it will make its way out.
Just too durable. And that would have been the opportunity to take the bear without the resummon. Would have been a great follow-up fight for TSM to find. Liquid just dancing around. They throw out Deuce Illusions as well to hit the Ancient, forcing a response out from TSM. For the side of TSM, at the very least, Lasso not too long of a cooldown now with the Octarine up. So you're going to have it back up. Now, just need to find an angle. Need to find a fight somehow.
Pings out on Zai. They know the Earthshaker's up north. Moonlight Shadow has been popped, but Zai, realizing something is a little bit awry, does pop his Glimmer Cape. Kasane, though, going to run into him. Zai not fully aware they are coming. Zai should just be gone. And he will be. Brawl will take the kill. So buying themselves more time is TSM. Liquid, again, probably not going to rush the base without their Earthshaker up. That does give TSM a longer opportunity to try and get some big items up, but I'm not sure what they're looking for here, John. In a game against Megas, it's like, what can you even build to bring on the comeback?
I'm not sure. Like, I'm looking at what they have on hand. It's difficult to say. Maybe just an Ag's Blessing for Tomato allows them to take these fights a little bit easier, get the blink fragment spam going, keep sending them out towards, say, the Lone Druid or the Dusa. Could maybe break them up a little bit more, help you try to isolate to get a lasso opening.
Kasane, hold on a minute, Kasane. Hookshot, it's off the mark. Kasane decides he wanted to go on a solo mission there. Will rejoin his team.
Regeneration.
Pushing out the mid-wave, trying to relieve some pressure off the Dire base. They'll see Nietzsche's Spirit Bear. Kasane immediately just going to go right into it with the lasso. No hesitation. I mean, that is basically just a real hero going down, though Nisha will respawn it back up. If you could find it a second time right here and now, it would be massive, though Whitemon, trying to leap away, will get away from the bear. No entangles. They see the bear now, Nisha. He might lose his actual hero as the bear is gone.
Yes, refresh though.
Never mind. Here's a third bear.
Oh, God. TSM, they can't even follow through after killing that bear, even if they'd feel confident now. Liquid smoking up with his little tool on hand.
I mean, it's their last bear here, John. Mating season's over. Kasane, Omar, gonna make the jump in. Tomato is there to help, however. Omar gonna be saved for now by Insania. The disruption buying Omar some time. Now the Cleanse healing him up. Kasane, he's just gonna go right after the Medusa with his last breath. They've got him. TA2000's down. Problem is the Ancient is under siege. Ari's forced to try and defend on his own. Meanwhile, Insania, fish it up, probably will drop, and he will. Ari's still trying to defend the Spirit Bear. He's going after the Ancient. They'll have to deal with that. Tomato's forced to TP back. They've got the Spirit Bear down. Meanwhile, Whitemon and Brawl are still going by themselves after Omar, and they will find the clockwork. 3 down for Liquid.
Oh my God.
That Ancient, though, that Ancient was in big, big trouble. You cannot underestimate the Aghanim Scepter Lone Druid.
No, you certainly can't. And they'll have another bear in 50 seconds. This is really in Liquid's control. Even after dropping a fight like that, it doesn't feel like TSM can do much of anything. Like, they're still stuck defending. They can't go out for a push. They can't try to secure Roshan off the back of this. It's still a very difficult game for the side of TSM. Liquid providing some openings now. I'm getting a little bit too overconfident and trying to take these follow-up fights. But they're confident enough because, man, what do you do if you're TSM? Like, at least you have a full Mjolnir up on Ari. So a little bit of an easier time for him to just try to clear out. I don't think the Ember even needs to join these fights anymore. He can just stay, be the base defense at this point going forward. And if TSM starts to keep finding these openings with Kasane now, keep landing these lassos. Again, we're not even seeing any curse from Bryle. So the lasso alone is enough with a follow-up stuns and with damage coming through from Tomato. Let's see though, like ideally for TSM, if they can stay outside their base long enough to take Roshan, and then the game kind of doesn't bounce back to them, but they've got the better opportunity to look for the end game if they take the next Rosh.
Speaking of Rosh, it is 5 seconds away here, John. You speak of the devil, he might just appear. The TSM do not get the scout
they don't
out.
check again.
Oh, they're going through the
They
twin
take the
gates.
gate.
They spotted Zai. Zai was taking the outpost. They know he's around there somewhere.
Take us.
Can they actually find him, though? He's just smoked up.
Dire
They are
has
trying to
fallen.
get there. Zai, he does have Nisha's Spirit Bear around as well. His team is close enough to join a team fight if necessary here to save the Shaker. And in fact, Zai is the one that's going for the hunt. Ari's going to be the target. Echo Slam is there. Ari looking to die will go down. But now the curse is out here from Bryle. They'll try and go after the Deucer. The mana's gone. TM2000,
no
he
fight
will
back.
drop. It's a nice start here to the team fight. They've got the Spirit Bear to boot. Liquid need to run. Liquid need to retreat. Insania, he'll be left behind. Disruption is going to buy him a little bit of time. He'll blink towards the north, and TSM, they don't have the vision. Insania's fine to TP away.
That's Roshan. That's 100% Rosh going the way of TSM. No Medusa, no buyback. They can try to keep split pushing with Nisha and the Bear with a refresh still ready. But Ari can just kind of handle that on his own. He's got decent enough farm on the Ember to kind of try and get that time going for themselves. And Rosh will go the way of TSM. It's not going fast though. It's only really Tomato and Whitemon here.
Look at bot lane though, John. Look at bot lane. There's 3 heroes from Liquid. They're trying to do something cheeky. Kasane, he's not going to get hit by the Fisher. He's okay. And Liquid, I think, realize now they can't actually try and sneak through the bottom lane to go after the Ancient.
It's such a slow Rosh. They're still trying to poke and prod. Tomato is just done. They want to take the fight instead.
Oh, okay. Screw the Roshan. Nisha's been spotted. Nisha, he'll try for a TP, but the lasso is going to hold him down. He won't make it. Nisha is
Yes, a
going to the
buyback.
grave. No buyback available for Nisha.
This is scary.
He's down for 95 seconds here, Jonathan. This could be the opening TSM's been looking for. I mean, it has to be the opening they're looking for.
It's the biggest kill you could ask for. You don't have to worry about the bear split pushing in. Again, you can just kind of leave Ari behind to deal with the creeps as they come out.
Insania. He barely blinks away here from the AM. Brawl's about to break the smoke to Insania. Twinkle
do
Toes
something,
does avoid
right?
the smoke break, and he's going to be okay. Roshan is going to go the way of TSM. There'll be a refresher shot on this third Roshan of the game. I mean, surely you give that over to Bryle, but it seems like Tomato's actually going to take it himself for now. Tomato, you just look at his items, John. He's just got too many things going on here. Classic AM problems. 57.5 minutes in.
Oh, good God.
What if they gave AM a pet companion, John? Why doesn't AM get a bear?
Why should he, Mike? Why should he get a bear?
I don't.
What
Maybe-
lore reason do you have on hand? Just a random thought in your mind. Oh, you know what? Let's give AM a bear. You could just play ability draft if you want that, Mike. Okay. Pick up the spirit bear there while playing AM. No need to ask for the actual game to have that.
Oh, bottom? So, oh boy, they found Omar. Omar, nice hook shot away. Finding the angle. TSM, they are still looking for the chase. Sentries and vision has been placed in this area, so TSM, realizing they probably would be fighting at a disadvantage, do back their way out immediately. Smart choice by TSM, but they need to defend the Ancient. Kasane, he will jump in and make that happen.
This is such a game for TSM and Liquid. Who would have expected it to go the way of 60 minutes for this kind of draft?
Hey. Let's not say the 60-minute word. Don't say the number, right? Because you know what happens with these
It's
T5
just gonna
items every
end.
time we bring it up.
It's done. Game's over. It's just a minute left. Won't see.
I've said that a few times as well, haven't I, John? Just a minute left. Famous
To be
last
fair-
words.
To be fair, I don't think TSM can really reach outside of Roshan, outside of their base, to fully look for those tier 5 items, unfortunately. With the game state as it is. Still have Aegis for 3 minutes here, but the buybacks have, well, they've sat through the point where the heroes with no buybacks are dead. So you're kind of in the safe for the side of Team Liquid. TSM will try to smoke out once more. This game is this game's on knife's edge. Just one opening is necessary for either side here, Mike.
Remember what Ramsey said yesterday during our interview with Nine Pandas, John? You play better when there's no stress. Maybe that's what it is for Liquid. There's no stress right now. Obviously, they've already been eliminated. But it's all about winning. They're just having a fun game for themselves at this point.
Yeah. TSM certainly aren't having a fun game for sure.
No.
A lot on the line. If they get a 2-0, a little bit more secure, as other teams could also 2-0 to kind of break that tie. A draw here is just relying on others to lose. Of course, not the best game plan to stay alive in the tournament. So there's a lot of stress for TSM. Well, maybe not Whitemon as long as you give him noodles, I suppose. Everyone
I have a feeling Whitemon's not slurping noodles right now, John. Here we go. Tier 5 items are here. Apex for Tomato, Fallen Sky for the Deucer, Force Boots for Zai. He has been enjoying a lot of the mobility here on the Shaker. What else have we got? So if you go Apex for a Universal Hero, what happens?
25 to all attributes.
Oh, it does say that, doesn't it? I can't
Yes, it
read, John.
does.
You know that.
I know you can't, Mike. It groups group number 8 with the evidence of that.
I mean, well, you got to do me like that, John. Spirit Bear gets caught out. Nisha, he'll be dropping this one. Plus 300 for Kasane. Bottom lane, who are they chasing? Zai, he popped an Echo Slam to try and disengage, but he is down.
Dire's courier.
Force Boots now up on Bryle as well.
Tis mine.
Ah, that's rather interesting that he goes for Force Boots. I'm wondering, I wish we could see every single item they could have possibly taken.
Kasane, Purge out. Couple heroes here from Liquid. TA2000, he'll offer all the damage they require, and Kasane is down. He does have buyback. Meanwhile, Tomato gonna find Nisha on the lone druid. Arrows flying in. Nisha's locked down, and Nisha, I think, is just dead.
He doesn't have buyback still.
He doesn't have buyback.
What? This is... That's the opening. TSM, surely. You don't have that much time left in the Aegis, to be fair. Your high ground's still completely naked, so someone's got to sit back and defend every time, but... that should be your opening, to do something on the map here. Even Zai buys out for the next 50 seconds, not going to have anything to show. But does
More
get the
Force
BKB.
Look, John, everyone's going for the Force Boots today.
It's a pretty good item. You know? It's you can go past the speed limit. So no Dota comps here, no tickets for you.
Very good,
And
very
I suppose
good.
the utility of Force Staff is pretty nice. You know, it's always nice to have Force Staff on hand.
True. This is like the old Force Staff as well, right? Like, this is how old Force Staff used to be, almost. With the amount of range you get out of it and how fast it happens.
Pretty much.
Brings me
It
back.
is. Pretty nice.
Middle tower
Yeah.
is under
Oh man,
attack.
how has this game equalized to less than a 1k lead for TSM? Win probability only 66% for Liquid. What a nutty game.
It is nutty.
This is... I'm just mind blown. Early on, TSM had a lot of opportunities. They mis-execute. Now they're executing on top of Liquid really well. I mean, again, you're sitting through this period with no buyback for Nisha quite nicely. He'll be back up shortly.
I'm on.
Oh?
Breaks a 5-man smoke. Zai is in, though. He did not try to leap away. Whitemon is down. Buyback is available.
Loses the gem, which is a little bit annoying. That's a pretty big loss, actually, just giving that over. Well, giving it back to Liquid, I suppose, here. So you're not going to be able to be as sneaky for Bryle. At least, again, you find some openings. At what point do Liquid just commit? Surely it's around this time now.
I mean, you gotta be careful, Jonathan, because one lost team fight and suddenly you're in pretty big trouble. Keep in mind, Nisha still doesn't have buyback gold. It's 1.4k away from that. Luckily, you just need the Spirit Bear to stay alive, to be fair. And the Spirit Bear does have a Mirror Shield now, which should help. Book of Shadows coming out now on Whitemon. Which brings up the question, Jonathan. Where's the Book of the Dead? Where's the Book of the Dead?
Who cares
Well,
about
you know
that? Book
what?
of Shadows superior.
If nobody cares about it, then why did it get deleted from Dota? Bring it
Because
back.
it's too much. When you can buy it, it's too much. When you get it at 60 minutes, it's not enough. You know, Mikey, there's a little thing called timing, Mikey.
What if we
timing
brought
of that
Necro
item.
Book back, and after 60 minutes you could upgrade it to Book of the Dead, but you get more Necro units? What about
No.
that?
No.
Okay.
I mean, you can't read it anyway, Mike. I don't know why you're so obsessed with books if you can't read.
Well, that's why I can't read, John, because there's no books left in the game. They took Tomb out as well.
Oh, that's
Like, what do you
true.
want me to do?
I read in real life, Mike. There's such a thing as real life books. I'm pretty sure you read some manga. Doesn't seem to be helping your cause here.
Don't expose me like that, John. All right?
Very
Nobody knew I
unfortunate.
read manga until you said it. A
Very
tomato.
unfortunate, Mike.
You might need to read the way this game's going, John, because he's been fissured. It's fine for now. The Manta illusions. The army is incoming. There's your 5-man smoke here from TSM. It's just so hard to smoke when you've got all these mega creeps just going into your base constantly. It's Liquid prepping, are going to jump in. They're right on the back. Bryle, he's a huge target and he's down. He'll commit the buyback though. Insania being targeted by Whitemon, but they just cannot deal with the Medusa. Mind you, he doesn't have BKB left. TSM still fighting for their lives to try and survive in this game one as they're after the Spirit Bear now. The Spirit Bear getting hit by an arrow is going to go down the once I believe as it is gone. Liquid, do they want to keep going? They'll bring another bear out. There's your Echo Slam. Bryle's been caught. He can't die another time. He will run out of range with the hook shot. Omar, he is not allowing it. Bryle is down. Wymon's down. Ari's gone to boot. All the buybacks incoming. The Glyph is out on the Ancient. But can they actually survive? It's completely surrounded. Liquid are ignoring the heroes. They'll go for the Ancient. The game's over. The game is over. TA2000 ending with an ultra kill.
Oh, my
Oh
God.
boy, and TSM, you know, John, this series is very important for them. Liquid, they've already been eliminated, but not out of this series, John. Game one goes their way, and look at Nish, look how happy he is. I can almost translate what he just said, John. I'm lip reading here, but I bet he just said, "Why the hell weren't we playing that way the rest of the event?" Guaranteed, that's what he said.
I thought Nisha just said easy game. Very easy 60-minute game.
Yeah.
I think that's the more apt thing for any Dota player to say. And to be fair, that was not the easiest of games for either side. Liquid
No.
had a pretty rough early start. I think TSM with a flex on the Winter Wyvern had some pretty good ideas there. It's just they dropped the ball mid-game. These fights they take afterwards were just really bad. Like the smoke breaking for Ari in the creep wave, jumping Zai instead of Nisha. That was one. The Roche fights where their smoke would break because they're dewarding instead, giving Liquid the position was another. Getting caught by Zai in the exact same spot for the fissure twice in a row. A lot of tiny things there for TSM to have to clean up because quite frankly, if they play that game a lot tighter, if they say change itemization as well, instead of this Halberd Manta coming out from Tomato, if you went for maybe like an Ags buildup, maybe an earlier MKB, you could have had faster solutions for the Medusa. If Bryle had a blink, there were opportunities to get some pretty big Winter's Curses. Instead, that was pretty much a non-factor as the game went on, only used for lockdown rather than the teamfight effect. And I think TSM is going to have to take a look back and just clean up execution because quite frankly, it looked pretty good until it wasn't good, Mike.
Yeah. Can I just say as well, by the way, Jonathan, people always laugh at me when I tell them that POS 1 AM is not necessarily good against position 1 Medusa. And you're kind of seeing a reason why. Like, the times that Tomato can jump in, pop the Manta, and just delete her mana pool, yeah, he looks amazing as the AM. But you got to find those opportunities, and there weren't many of those. Like, I think we may have seen maybe 2 times where TA2000 gave up his position and got caught by Tomato. And most of that was like this event due to Kasane, just the lasso back into Tomato and he gets it done. But sadly for TSM, this game around, the draft does not pay off. what do you think about the pos for Ember as well, John? Like, do you feel like that factors in here? Because I don't necessarily think Ari played bad, but I also don't think the Ember as a position 4 had enough impact.
I think it was a really awkward one, especially with Ari's build-up. Like, he opted to go max Sleight of Fist, which is fine, and then max Flame Guard, which is probably not fine, over, say, max Chains. If you had max Chains there, easier time in trying to land the arrow, easier time in trying to find some pickoffs. Instead, you had a 1.5 second stun on the support. It wasn't particularly amazing. And Team Liquid, again, you can see their happy faces as they do take game number 1. I don't think the ideas were wrong from TSM. In fact, I quite liked it. I think Timado did well. They shifted the lanes as well, running Timado on the off lane with the AM and shifting Kasane top. His 1v1 lane versus Zai was pretty decent from Kasane. I think he matched up that one really well until the rotations came in. Like, a lot of good things happened for TSM. It's just the decision-making in mid-game was where I was really let down. Again, it felt like they could have taken a lot more Roche fights, a lot more pickoffs if itemization was different, if their positioning was a lot better as well. And they got severely punished by Liquid in forcing a couple of fights. Brawl kind of overextending, Ari breaking smoke, Whitemon breaking smokes to clear out a ward. Stuff like that up against a team like Liquid, who, again, aren't doing well, are out of DreamLeague, but it's still Team Liquid. They can make use of all these small openings, Mike.
Absolutely, and even for Team Liquid, they could just take someone with them out of DreamLeague if they really want to, and so far they're off to a good start with that, as we are going to head off to a very short break, and of course right after that break we'll be back with our Game 2 draft between Team Liquid and of course TSM. Don't go anywhere.
Do you want to play like a pro and gain that sweet MMR? Watch the DHL Pro Tips to improve your gameplay. Then test your knowledge to win a €250 Steam gift card. Become a pro by visiting esl.gg/DHL Pro Tips.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are going into our Game 2 series, or Game 2 draft here. In our Best of 2 series, I've forgotten completely everything here, Jonathan, between Liquid. Can I remember the team names at least? Liquid, of course, up against the side of TSM. Luckily, I got that one right, John. It is MLP Dota and John X5. Jonathan, welcome back, sir. You had some very interesting looks to give me. How you doing, sir? Give me an interesting opinion. It's
TSM
not an opinion, is
lost.
it? It's a feeling. How's your feeling, Jonathan? You feeling good?
I'm feeling good. That was a topsy-turvy game last time. You're beating me around in circles, Mikey. It was a topsy-turvy game. I think TSM, whatever noodles they're giving to Whitemon, maybe it's time everyone has a bit of a noodle. TSM noodles now because well, it looked out of order there last time, Mike. I think there was opportunities for TSM and they couldn't find them. Liquid just proving a bit too tough. They made the game a lot harder for themselves on TSM again with some decisions they took in some of these fights. And that's harder to fix between games. So I'm curious to see what happens here in Game 2.
And I saw people, Jonathan, after the game, I saw people in the chat saying, well, why are these teams playing so hard? Why is Liquid trying so hard even though they've already been eliminated? Why do any of us play Dota, Jonathan? Why do we try so hard for some imaginary number in a game? Because it's all about winning, damn it. It doesn't matter if you're eliminated, it doesn't matter if you're going home, you've got to win. Jonathan, stop giving me those looks. You know I'm right. We don't play for the MMR, we play for the glory of being able to tell the other team we're just better.
Sure.
Maybe not you, but me.
Yeah, if that's your reason for playing, have fun being depressed, Mike. I'm sure this is going to be a great environment for your child to grow up in. If you don't win, it's worthless. I'm sure the little one will come out very well developed, Mike. Thank you.
Oh, she's doing great, Jonathan. She's actually crying as we speak, so you might have a point. You might have a point. Anyway, moving on. That Game 1 was a very exciting series here. Going past the 60-minute mark, we finally get to see a few Tier 5 items. Liquid, 2 stand-ins, but the stand-ins making Liquid look very, very strong here in this series against TSM. TSM still have something to play for, John. Obviously they would have liked the 2-0 victory to really give themselves a good chance throughout the group stages, but a tie will suffice if that's all they can get, and a tie is the best they can literally get right now. So at the very least, if they can secure a tie here against Liquid, there might be some tiebreakers depending on what happens with the other teams that are playing today. Yada, yada, yada. You know where I'm going, Jonathan. We have to wait for the other series to finish as well before we know exactly what's going to happen with those tiebreakers. But of course, we are intending on updating you guys with the knowledge once we do have it. Nevertheless, though, Jonathan, game number 2 is coming up. I'll ask you straight off the bat before we do go into the draft, what do TSM need to change up? At least with the draft, to try and give them the second game victory and give them a tie here against Liquid.
I don't think the draft was too bad, and I'm saying that when their draft had an Ember pause 4, but I legitimately don't think the draft was bad. I think they maybe just misexecuted on the draft. Again, certain choices I feel like were not ideal. Like, say, the 1-3-1 build from Ari was fine, and then he went for like a 1-4-4 as he got levels instead of prioritizing, say, chains as a support Ember to help you set up for arrows. Stuff like that. Itemization. We saw Tomato go for Battle Fury, Vanguard into Heaven's Halberd Manta instead of seeing the Medusa with an early Butterfly and maybe either going for an MKB or like an Orchid into Bloodtorrent to get the hits off, right? Like, that meant you weren't fighting with your AM. If he was fighting, he couldn't hit the Medusa all too well. Certain things like that. I think it's down to in-game decisions. Draft-wise, you could argue that maybe TSM shouldn't run such a complicated draft. Maybe make it more straightforward. Give Ari something he's more comfy on, as he did look maybe a little bit lost in the Ember. Not too bad. I don't think he did as bad as you'd think on the Ember support, but not the comfiest support for him for sure. So maybe just simplifying that process for the team is the way to go for Liquid. Honestly, their draft looks solid. Maybe the laning phase was a little bit weaker than you'd want. So just have to respect TSM trying to flex like that to dodge out on say that Ember mid with the Lone Druid. They dodged that out with the Winter Wyvern. So maybe just be ready for the curveballs like that to make this game a little bit easier for yourselves as well.
Well, let's have a look at a player versus player comparison here from our boys and girls, of course, at Acer Predator. It is brought to you by them. What are we looking at? Our mid laners, of course, Brawl, Nisha. Brawl, he had a really nice KDA here, John. 17, 5, and 12 compared to the 4, 7, and 13 of Nisha. I think Brawl had a fantastic game number 1 as well. Like, on this core Winter Wyvern, he was doing a lot of work. We saw solo pickoffs onto Nisha, especially once he got that level 6 curse up. Obviously, these stats did not translate to a game 1 victory here for Brawl, which is probably the most important part of all the stats, but nevertheless, I think in terms of this player comparison between the two, at least for game one, we can confidently say that Brawl had a much better game.
He really did, especially in the laning phase. Again, the Winter Wyvern versus the Lone Druid was a pretty good lane to match up against. He got his level 6 pretty fast, leveraged that for a kill. His positioning as well was pretty on point, outside of a couple of times where, again, he was a little bit too far forward. And he did a lot for his team in just setting up. So a really rather interesting look at this player versus player from Predator. I think it's a really good highlight as to the fact that individual performance doesn't necessarily dictate a team win. It is still a 5v5 game, Mike.
It certainly is, Jonathan. It certainly is. There you go. Thank you to Acer Predator for that, the player versus player comparison. And we do have the draft on our hands here, Jonathan. Game number 2. You can see the happy faces here from our standards at Team Liquid. And there you go. Insane, he's even happy himself. So, you know, winning makes you happy, Jonathan. You keep telling me I'm an idiot for just wanting to win all the time. Winning makes you happy, as you can see by the faces on Liquid.
Yeah, but can you imagine if they lost? Would they be any happy if you put so much into winning, Mike? When you take a loss, you know, you're devastated. It doesn't feel good, and I'm sure that's what TSM's feeling right now. Not even in their seats. Whitemon, not even carrying a bowl of cereal anymore or any food.
Oh. It's tough. It is tough, Jonathan. I'll tell you what, if losing didn't hurt so much, Jonathan, we wouldn't feel good anyway. You know? To answer your question that you asked me just a second ago, it's Team Liquid. They'll ban your favorite hero to talk about right now. The Techies is removed.
Yeah. Simplify the game. See TSM taking out the Void Spirit and the Termsaw as well. Bat Rider being taken out from Liquid, respecting what Kasane did in the last game. A few options open for first phase. Beastmaster's there if you want that. TSM will go with, wow, Beastmaster. Cool.
So nonchalant of you, Jonathan. Very, very well done. So you know what you're talking about. It's good news. Team Liquid.
I hope I do. I try.
So do I.
I try.
So do I. Team Liquid. Opening duo. I say this every time we cast Team Liquid, but man, I do love their facility, their training facility. It just looks so damn nice.
Yeah, it does. It looks very futuristic. I'm sure the tech there. That's the one thing I'm always jealous of. They've got such good tech. It's like,
what if you and
I
bought a training facility, John? Like a casting facility? I believe the word would be studio. What do you think?
Would be all right. I think I'd be very scared of you nagging at me every single time, so I'd probably pass. But I think it would be fun. I don't think we'd have any funds for that, Mike. We are casters.
True.
You know? We live on a caster's salary, Mike. I don't think we could afford it. But it's good to dream. It's free to dream. It's free to dream.
Wait, you're getting paid?
Oh, I'm sorry. Nobody told you this, Mike, but this is a paid gig.
We are going to see the Keeper of the Light coming out here for Team Liquid. Been a pretty popular hero in this patch, and TSM, they're going to take the Medusa. You Medusa us, we Medusa you. That's the old saying. That's the rule.
I guess that is the rule. It slides through. TSM picks it up. Leaning into the Doom, not too bad as well for Tomato, and we have seen Tomato's Medusa. It does tend to do very well. So now you can just kind of ban around for it. Liquid, unfazed, just having a good giggle about the Medusa coming out. I'm wondering what TSM prioritized to ban out for Dedusa. Like, you have to take care of maybe a Nyx. Although, to be fair, seeing the Doom off lane means you probably don't expect Nyx on any lane, but maybe Nisha surprises us with a mid Nyx. You know, that could be something as well. We saw TSM being funky with Flex.
I do love myself a mid Nyx assassin. To be fair to Insania, by the way, John, I'm pretty sure he's very happy because he's playing Keeper of the Light. We know how much he enjoys playing this hero. I think that's why he might be happy. I don't think he's necessarily happy about the Medusa pick that came out from TSM. You know what, though? If Keeper of the Light still had that, the old spell, the Mana Leak, then again, I suppose Medusa doesn't really move as a hero. You know, she just kind of stands in place and hits you.
Yeah. Maybe not the most effective.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess you could Blinding Light with it and drain a little bit. You know, there's more drain options, Mike. Why do you say Keeper of the Light? Like, well, it's there, but you know, there's something called Lion with Mana Drain. There's Lion with his Shard with Mana Drain. Lion Drain restoring allies with his Shard is also pretty good in Mana Draining Medusa. So, you know, there is that. But we're probably never going to see that because who cares about Lion?
Very true, Jonathan. You like to bring up the line every time there's a Medusa.
Yeah, I care about the line. Line's nice.
We
Line's
know
fun.
you do, John. We know you do. Final ban to come. There's the Pugna removed. Shadow Demon picked up here by Team Liquid. Another favorite here of Liquid, and it is a nice pick against the Medusa as well, because the illusions aren't very fun to play against. Take those illusions away, give it to yourself, use it against TSM.
The heck is
I think,
Blitz doing to that chair?
Don't ask the man what he's doing, Joe. He's doing something. Let him cook, John.
Is that the secret coaching tech?
I've actually never seen the guy sit down properly in my life. He's always sitting in some weird way. He used to be a pro player after all.
That is true. That is true. I'm trying to remember in all the times we've seen Blitz. Yeah, you're right. I don't think I've ever actually seen him sit. It's all been standing.
Yeah.
So you have a point. Perhaps he just doesn't.
TSM third pick for themselves now, thinking about it quite heavily.
You'd want some strong laning partners. You already see the support duo on Liquid, and some saves for the Shadow Demon coming out. Some good combinations with Chakra down line. Ember's still available for that one if they want it. TSM. You have an Ench that could come out. Doesn't feel like the most necessary Ench game. Again, Pugna, I suppose. Oh no, that's been banned out. Lion with your Shard and your level 15 talent. Although again, no one's gonna ever pick that up. But if you really feel the need to restore an ally's mana, it's Lion.
Oh, stop it, John. Third pickup. "37 seconds of reserve time left here for TSM. Still thinking about this third pick. Getting a lot on the line for TSM. They've got to get this tie at least. You can't walk away with a loss here as TSM. They'll get the Ember Spirit again. That scares me a little bit. They're going to go down the Elder Titan route, and we know Whitemon plays a very mean Elder Titan, so I imagine it should be a position 5 Titan coming out. John, this Ember Spirit though, is this a mid Ember for Braille, or is this a pos 4 Ember for Ari again?
It's flexible, Mikey. It's flexible enough. They can make that choice on TSM. Team Liquid will take the Jug out for themselves, so that's an interesting way of handling Dusa. Omni Slash with a Diffusal is a pretty good solution. I would say theoretically, lane into Beastmaster maybe is not the comfiest here for a Jug. It's also not the most straightforward Chakra magic user, but I guess any way of dropping cooldown on Omni Slash is pretty good. And more uptime on Blade Fury is pretty nice. So I'm rather interested to see what TA2000 does with this. I believe he has picked this up multiple times in the DPC. It's something that he has leaned into, so not too surprising to see that come out here for Liquid. Does provide him with a lot of push, and again, like in lane, it's okay against Beastmaster. It's not amazing, mind you. I feel like up against a Jug, you could actually argue for the board build up here for Kasane, so you can easily just go back into the old school Beastmaster build and just try to dominate the lane with those slows. As a melee hero, Jug just doesn't enjoy that, so you have a few options. TSM banning out the Husker, so it looks like we will actually just get the mid Ember. Wondering if they ban out the Lone Druid here as well.
We shall see. Husker banned out, Team Liquid to ban. Get rid of the Skywrath Mage for now. So it seems like Liquid is still assuming there's a position 4 pick for Ari to come. For TSM's sake, I hope so, John. They'll get rid of the Lone Druid here. There's the Mirana ban out as well. Here we go.
Okay.
TSM, they're going to go down the Wind Ranger route. So I think, are we looking at another pos 4 Ember? I think we might be.
I think we are. I think Braille will play the Ember. I mean, have we seen Ari play that Wind Ranger? I don't think they've fluxed onto him in any game. They haven't. So it should actually just be the Braille Wind Ranger. Maybe depending on matchup, they'll decide, let's go, all right, if it's a bad matchup for Wind Ranger, we'll take the Ember. If it's a bad matchup for Ember, will take the Wind Ranger. It's like either or, which is where the power for TSM in this draft come out from. Like just this flexibility. I'd have to say this is not the easiest Wind Ranger core game. You're not going to be able to Wind Ranger yourself to safety up against a Shadow Demon. There's a lot of saves as well from your Shackle with a disruption, so it's a little bit harder to actually just maximize the Wind Ranger this game. It's going to take your level, what, 25 talent to start to feel better with the Wind Run not being dispellable. So it's a lot slower for you to feel secure in the middle of these fights. I would prefer support Wind Ranger just because of Shadow Demon. I think that's perfectly manageable. But TSM, we're seeing Tomato have a laugh. Meander giving them the speech. I wish we could listen in as to what he tells the boys going into a match like this.
He is not
He's
done.
never
He's
done.
still going. I thought maybe walking away it was all over, but not the
No.
case. Bit of another circle. Give it to him again, Moon. But make sure they remember. Niche is going to play the mid snap fire here. Ari is going to take the pause for Wind Ranger. All right. So it is going to be a Brawl Ember we're looking at here. Which is an important point to make, I think. Yeah.
The mid matchup against the Snapfire is not the comfiest. Snapfire can still kind of stomp that lane despite not having the self kisses, which used to really lane matchup just because you hit 6, Ember can't run, Ember can't go up to you to try to kill you off fighter. So it's a little bit more manageable going into 6, but again, Scattershot and Cookie can still control the lane really well. I like seeing this coming out for Nisha. I think the draft of Liquid now is a lot more stable. For the side of TSM, it's not too bad. I think a support duo of Elder Titan and Wind Ranger can get a lot of stuff done early on, and their lanes aren't particularly weak either on the side of TSM, so they can play around that fact. If they can somehow get offensive and get on top, like you don't have a direct Medusa counter here. In Jug with Fusel is one thing, but how impactful that is remains to be seen. I think Tomato can still kind of try to work around that. Your lockdown for something like the Ember as well down the line isn't quite there. You can maybe try to set up with War Stomp and Disruption, and then you can try to, but beyond that, like there's a lot of ways for Brawl to just zip in and out of these fights as well.
That should be a very interesting game, number 2. Happy faces from both sides. See how this one does pan out here. Game 2 between Liquid, of course TSM, set to get underway. Hopefully another banger of a match, Jonathan. I mean, last game was very, very fun to watch, going over 60 minutes. I wouldn't mind a long night, John. Give me a long night. Give me 1 hour plus games all night. Why the hell
give us a 2-hour game to close out with. I mean, later on we're gonna have
Why
Entity, so
not?
who knows? Entity, of course.
Thank you for the
matchup
shout out,
last
bro. Hashtag ESL Pro Tour. Thank you, bro.
Good luck, Evan. Hashtag ESL Pro Tour as well.
Thank you, Zai. Very, very good. We'll send the money in the mail. TSM. Gonna get wrapped up on. Obviously, Liquid trying to be a little bit cheeky there with the old chat. Not gonna pay off for them, sadly, as the older Titan Spirit gonna just go through absolutely everyone. Not that Waimon can really do anything with all this damage, but it's there.
30 seconds to battle.
Can run around a little bit. Feels nice with
He
that
can.
move speed. I'm wondering if we see Whitemon do that play where you take the gate across, drop your spirit, take the gate back, and just watch it run across the map. Could be one way to really win out your lanes. We just never see pros do it, but it's a possibility.
That it certainly is. Waimon's got the hand up, Zai not feeling like he's in a high five mood. He's gonna leave him be. Meanwhile, towards the south, the disruption is there. Ryle is gonna take a scatter blast to the backside. It's going to be a 2-for-2 trade on the boundary runes anyway, so not really too big of a deal. As seems like Whitemon was able to outclick Zai with his fast hands, but 2-for-2 trade, Brawl taking a bit of damage, is pretty much just going to regen all that up anyway. Ari hands him a free Tango. Do we have more all chat? Is that what's going on? No, we don't.
No. No, all
Anyway.
chat.
Mid lane, Brawl versus Nation. Last time around, it did go in Brawl's favor. Mind you, it was a Winter Wyvern versus the Lone Druid, so once you had the curse up, it was quite easy to secure a couple kills by yourself. This time around, with the Snapfire versus Ember, I believe the Snapfire generally actually has the pretty big advantage against the Ember Spirit. But John, how do you feel as though this matchup should go?
Yeah, definitely Snapfire favored. We've seen this all the way back, especially in Southeast Asia. This was something that you'd always see up against the Ember. And it still works that way. It's just that your level 6 isn't as insane now for the Snapfire, with the changes to the self-kisses not being possible. So Brawl should be able to manage if he hits 6, but the ride to 6 is not a great feeling. You lose your Flame Guard, you lose your easy AoE clear on the wave. You can try to outplay with Sleight of Fist, but it's a little bit harder. Especially since Scatter Blast doesn't really have too much of a ramp-up time, so reaction has to be pretty damn quick here.
Top lane, Whitemon. Already starting with the voice lines here from Polaris Esports. He will secure first blood here against Zai. Again, Whitemon, he's a bit of an Elder Titan specialist. Just setting up nicely, and of course at level 1 with the Astral Spirit, you basically have a free DD rune. And in some sense, if you do go through enough heroes, that's exactly what does happen for Whitemon.
Just have to respect that spacing here. There's not too much Omar can do, although the Blinding Light should be able to give them some spacing away from the Elder Titan. This is giving a lot of room out to Tomato to just freely farm. Yeah, not too much pressure you can expect out from the Doom unless he gets a pretty good creep. The Purge or Mana Burn creep's gonna be the big ones to watch out for. And if you can get that for Zai, then it's a pretty stable lane. You've also got some decent Chakra combinations with Doom. At very least, you can keep farming with Chakra Devour, you can keep pressuring down line with Scorched Earth or Infernal Blade plus Chakra. Again, it does take levels for that, and you're already off to a good footing from TSM. Just finding that kill, getting the initial level 2, and already controlling some of the camps here.
Bottom lane, the one lane we haven't talked about yet. You've got Ahri and Kasane against Insania and TA2000. Looks like Ahri's doing a pretty damn good job of just keeping Insania back, but they do pop the healing ward, so plenty of regen to come here from TA2000. This bottom lane, it does tend to feel a little bit annoying once the Beastmaster has got some levels, but for now, TA2000, with the setup of the disruption, can move in. Spin is going to come out, and Kasane, he knows he's dead. He'll go for the man fight, but there is no running. Especially with the blood grenade that was thrown out by Insania. Definitely no chance for Kasane to get himself out of that.
Yeah, just kind of stuck. Really good entrapment there from Insania. And again, this lane is not the worst for a Beastmaster, also not the best that they do manage to get aggressive like that on top of you. Not too much a Wind Ranger can do to relieve that pressure. A little bit surprised that Kasane does opt for the Axis initially over, say, the Boars. I think the Boars up against Jug is a lot of value, but probably just looking to scale up and farm down the line, maybe clear out some stacks. So you do sacrifice some laning presence up against Jug with this kind of build, but if you can ride through your first 3-4 levels, then you should be fine once you have a value point in the Boars up.
The man with the briefcase, Whitemon, just really giving it to Omar here. Not going to be able to get the kill, but certainly sending a message here to the Keeper of the Light. 1-1 still as bottom lane. Looks like there is some action. Well, there was action breaking out. They will retreat again and go for the healing ward here on TA2000 to reset. It's kind of the thing, like every time that Liquid don't try to go for a kill attempt with the disruption and spin, they just get harassed out by the wild axes of Kasane and of course, just the right-click spam of Ahri. Wind Ranger already hitting for 68 damage with all the stats that Ahri does have, because Universal Hero, so they actually can't contest. It's either you go for the kills and farm that way, on the creep wave while Kasane is gone, or you just sit back and try to pull the wave. And that's what they're trying to do right now, is just pull the wave back towards the tier 1 tower.
Yeah, that's all you can really do. Once the harassment does fly through from Kasane, it is pretty hard to deal with. With the level 2 Axis up, the damage does start to stack up.
Zai. Oh, he's going to try for the deny. Will devour and does get the deny off. Very nice from Zai. We call that killing 2 birds with 1 stone, John. Getting the devour plus the deny is always going to feel very, very nice for Zai, and in a situation where he's guaranteed to die. One unable to secure.
They do at least snipe 2 couriers, so arguably a little bit more gold for the rest of the team, at least coming out with the 2 courier pickups. Not the best feeling in the world missing out on the kill, but again, you have a pretty free Medusa lane coming out here up top. So you don't mind too much. You're still applying enough pressure onto the Doom. This Vanguard timing for Zai going to be thrown off a little bit. And we'll start to get some D-wards off as well to ensure that the camps do stay blocked, to ensure that you don't get that big of a creep for your Zai, but he already has a mana burn creep.
Kisses from Nisha mid lane onto Brile. Brile able to TP away. Meanwhile, top lane, Omar again getting quite low, but is going to survive. Yeah, mid lane, you did see the kisses being expended from Nisha to try and go for that early kill prior to the level 6 from Brile, but he literally just popped TP onto the tier 1 tower, and Nisha did not have enough damage.
Yeah, it's just a little bit harder now to use that 6 up against the Ember. At least again, you get a little bit of a reset for Omar. Dying to the creeps while trying to stack. DD is secured here for Brawl though. So he should feel a lot better coming in. Has his 6. No direct kill threat remaining from Nisha now with that 6 up in Brawl. And he can start to apply some pressures. With the Orb of Venom up along with the double damage, there's a lot of output that can come through here from Brawl. It's a little bit scary to deal with. They will at least get the bottle top up for Nisha with a TP in from Omar.
This is how I help you get better.
Here's the TSM. Like, you look back at... Oh, in fact, hold that thought, because bottom lane, Spin is out on Kasane. Kasane, he's taking a fair bit of damage from these illusions, but he's going to be able to survive. Playing on the edge a little bit there for Kasane, but he did have the healing Lotus available if he needed it, to be fair to him. Meanwhile, bottom lane, bit of a fight over the 7-minute Wisdom runes. Liquid will ensure it does remain protected. They even bring in Nisha just in case Whitemon wanted to play games here. Whitemon will just retreat though, and it is going to be a 1-for-1 on the Wisdom runes anyway. So, pretty even kind of trade, but Liquid really just prioritizing to ensure that the TSM boys do not get away with Torg.
Just that high of a priority. I think Liquid has a great understanding as to how much a double Wisdom rune take does do for you. Just ensuring it doesn't get too overwhelming here from TSM early on. Again, for TSM's part, the laning phase coming out pretty damn nice. The slowest lane you have is Kasana's lane off the back of those stats, but he is starting to stabilize now, especially with the Axis kind of hitting level 3. No stacks for him to clear out though, and a lot of emphasis still up top. Zai's still stuck at 4, about to hit 5 at least, but you have gotten a lot for your Deuce in this lane. Mid.
A bit of a shackle from Ari, not going to land. He's trying to fight over the 8-minute power rune, and it is going to be a nice illusion there for Nisha. I say nice illusion rune, it's not exactly the rune you really want, but any power rune is good right now for the bottle refill. Braille will not be able to take one for himself, obviously, as let's move up to the high ground. No real fear of dying here to Nisha. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Kasane getting dived past the tier 1. TP's coming in, but the Omni Slash is going to bounce perfectly for TA2000. Not bouncing on Ari or Braille. There's now TA trying to run, does not get the deny. Ari barely gets it. But that looked real close.
A little bit closer than you'd want it to be. And Kasane, after a very slow start here on the Beastmaster, not going to be feeling great. No stacks to play with his Axis. Does at least have that one ancient stack on the right side of the map, but not much more beyond that. So the recovery for our Beastmaster is going to be a lot slower here. And Liquid are at least suppressing that one lane well, giving TA2000 the kind of start he wants. He's going for the Battle Fury, has a free lane. Timing for it shouldn't be too bad. Still lagging behind the Dusa, but that's to be expected with the Dusa's natural farm. You still have some timings to wait out down the line. I think the one thing for Liquid is what they decide to do with Nisha's mid snapfire. He is queuing up the Atos plus Diffusal, so that could be a solution for your Dusa down the line there. Some quick mana burn with a little Shredder.
2 so far, 1k advantage for TSM. TA2000 getting closer and closer now to the Battle Fury timing of the Jug. Doing a very, very good job of keeping up in terms of farm when you compare to Tomato, who is 700 gold ahead on the Medusa, but is kind of to be expected. Had a very free lane on Medusa to boot. Whitemon has made life extremely easy here for Tomato at the top lane.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
So Nisha going to start on some stacks taking here. Meanwhile, Whitemon still trying to harass out Zai at the top lane. Zai, with that bonus armor from the level 3 Devour, not really as afraid of dying here to Whitemon.
He's got
mid lane,
right
Nisha. I was going to say, Ari is here now if they want to try and set up for a kill on Nisha, but they don't have any points in the chain. So it would have to be a very nice shackle out from Ari to try and set up. Instead, it seems like they'll try to just damage the tier 1 mid tower with the siege creep a little bit, but they are going to leave it in the end. Won't stick around.
Yeah, don't want to overextend here. The turnaround potential from the side of Liquid's pretty high. Nisha is inching towards that Ato's timing, so his right-click output along with a little bit more hold here is going to be a little bit scary to deal with. You can self-set up for some Kisses plays as well on max range. Diffusal is the more interesting aspect for Nisha. And I'm wondering if that's enough of a counter to a Dusa with Lil Shredder plus a Diffusal up. Could be enough, but not entirely sure. It's an interesting one for sure. Even just inhibit into Kisses is pretty damn nice for the hero, and he does use the stats very well. It's a universal type. So all of this build up in Nisha shaping up for good scaling here.
Bottom lane, Tania. Chase down here by Bryle. Kasane going to show up as well. Bryle should really have the kill. Shackle there. Ari's still going to get the kill, whether he likes it or not. Does take it on the Wind Ranger, and we'll open up the bottom tier 1 tower a little bit here for TSM as they will pop the focus fire immediately. Not going to take them very long to take this one down. Mid lane, Nisha was doing some great damage onto the mid tier 1, but now the stomp to come out from Whitemod is going to be juked here by Nisha. They won't quite finish the mid tier 1 tower, but they've left it at 141 HP, so not going to take them too long. Just one opening and that tower's gone.
You do have to hand over the power rune onto Bryle. Finds himself a regen. Not the best to be offensive on, but should allow him some sustain to keep poking and prodding in the lane. We're at the point now as well where Tomato is just sitting in the jungle. Does have the Yasha up. I believe he has his ultimate orb flying out as well. So really quick timings on the Dusa. 7.2k net worth, quite a fair bit ahead of everyone else. So trying
Shades
to
out mid lane
again.
Omar will be targeted. Blood grenade is going to land here from Whitemon. Omar still rushing towards the T2 tower. Is eventually going to die to the Sleight of Fist. Meanwhile, Ari goes down bottom lane. Mid lane, the fight still continues now as the Doom has been committed onto Whitemon, but he is going to be able to just walk out. So that Doom was meant to be for Bryle, but he got the Remnant away in time as now the Kisses are flying towards Whitemon. And they will allow Nisha to at least snipe the kill.
Not how I expected today to go.
Takes 2 ults, but you find some punishment coming out here in TSM. Losing 2 heroes like that, pretty big takes for the side of Liquid, even though it's only on to the sports. You take what you can get. I think your big issue right now for Liquid is how far you've managed to really ignore Tomato. It's a little bit of an issue with him getting all this farm up. Shackle doesn't land, unfortunately. Would have been a nice kill opportunity, but Bryle is still ready to go. I mean, he can just regen back in and still force a fight here.
Top lane, looks like that's where the action's going to break out. But never mind that, because the Radiant Triangle and Sania going to go for a disruption. Cookie setup should be there from Nisha, but no. Sleight of Fist Remnant away from Bryle is going to be enough. It's top lane. Whitemon going to get Rod of Atos here by Nisha. Stun is going to follow up. Push away there with the Hurricane Pike. Or rather, the Hurricane from Zai going to bring him back, though. Whitemon still going to be survived because Tomato, he does pop the Stone Gaze, allowing the hero to get out. The Auto Titan is perfectly fine. And that top tier 1 tower going to be focused now by TSM. He's feeling very, very confident with their Medusa front line.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Liquid, they will not respond to this.
Oh.
Mid lane. Bryle, we actually missed the chains onto Nisha. Did not reach the snap fire, so Nisha almost in danger, but not quite. He's fine.
Yeah, does have the backup anyway with the mid-tier 1 still standing. Bryle looking to be a little bit cheeky here. No detection from the side of Liquid.
They're going to find Omar, but Nisha is still around with the Rod of Atos into the Cookie stun. The Elder Titan Stomp going to save the day here for Bryle. There was no follow-up damage to come out from Liquid.
This is still space for Liquid, huh? All these fights for the side of TSM going in the opposite direction of where TA2000 is farming. So the Jug with the Battle Fury is starting to keep up just a little bit better with the Dusa farm on Tomato. Smoke out from Liquid, though, on the hunt.
Liquid, they're going to find Kasane. It's a beautiful kill to go after. The Beastmaster trapped up. Kiss is immediate from Nisha. No messing around as Kasane does pop the Roar onto Omar, but there was no TPs incoming from TSM to punish. So they are going to lose their Beastmaster for free. Zinsania is still on the run. Ari will provide vision with the power shot.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Shackle eventually should come out here from Ari, but disruption is there on Insania, who's buying a lot of time for his team. But there you go, Shackle eventually there, and Insania will finally die. This mid lane, Nisha caught by an Echo Stomp, but it's not going to amount to much. They won't dive in.
They find a nice shield ring though. Bryle can start to dive in further. Earth Splitter just still ready. Just one piece of setup and they can burst someone down here.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Moments forward. Nisha, chains down onto both here from Bryle. Stop gonna come in. Nisha does connect on him. The Snapfire in big trouble is gonna go down. It's immediate TPs out here from Liquid. Trying to get some kind of punishment the way of TSM. Disruption was on Whitemon. Now the Soulbind to come as TA2000 will break the gap with the Omni. At least finding something for their trouble. But it is still a pretty big win for TSM, finding the mid for a support. Liquid, they'll just take what they can get for now and just back their way out of here.
Really good reads coming out from TSM though. They've managed to take out all the tier 1 towers themselves. They still hold onto their mid. Their item timing for Kasane, who had a rough lane, is still on point. But the drums are up, going into the pipe next for some help up against some magic damage coming out here from the side of Team Liquid. And you're still getting a lot of room out for Tomato. That last fight, again, paying off quite nicely with that mid-tower take as well. And they're just buying more time for Tomato to become a massive issue. Butterfly's coming out with no contestation. And the death of Whitemon not really mattering too much in the bigger scheme of things here for TSM.
Here we go, smoke up. TSM will run towards the south. They're running right into Nisha, in fact. Nisha, unsuspecting of this, will now realize he is completely surrounded. With the shackle set up for Mari, he doesn't stand much of a chance. He'll hand the Pavis over to Nisha, but it does not make the difference. The Hawk Vision from Kasane providing that kill here for TSM. So now they look for a little bit more. Zai towards the south is trying to run towards the base, but Ari is looking to try and cut him off. Zai getting stomped here by Whitemon. The shackle to follow up as well from Ari is available, and Zai cannot make it out. He is down.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Big kills for the side of TSM. Losing the courier though for Tomato is a little bit annoying. That is his quarterstaff for the Butterfly. So that full item is going to be stalled for 2 minutes, which is longer than the time it would take him to find all of the gold for the last piece. They stall out that key timing just a little bit here.
Bryle? Bryle. Fine for now. Remnants are on cooldown, mind you.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
TSM, in the meantime, leaving Brawl to do work as bottom lane, of course, is being forced in here. The tier 2 tower. Not going to last very long at this rate. Drums of Slom up on Kasane. Going to make life even harder for Liquid. As Brawl now handing the tips over to Insania for some apparent reason. But there we go. Bottom tier 2 already down. TSM now looking towards the mid tier 2 tower. Zai, sticking around a little bit too long, is going to get roared up by Kasane. No hesitation from the Beastmaster. The disruption from Insania, they're going to buy time. Kasane still trying to fight. Doom is out onto the Beastmaster, but he's just tanking through it. There goes TA2000. He does at least get the Omni off, but it's only one kill going the way of Liquid so far, as TA2000 still running is going to be fine to make it out. The spin allowing him that movement.
Tower is under attack.
TSM, do they really want to stick around for the tier 2 tower? Probably not too long. Not without the Beastmaster.
Yeah, you really do need Kasane around to help you with his push.
Nice shackle, Ari locking down a couple. Ultimately, we'll look to retreat. Liquid standing their ground here in the mid lane. They have got Kasane up now, but he's looking towards the top lane where TA2000 has shown himself. He does not have Roar available though for another 35. So TA2000 should be okay as he does dodge the shackle here with the spin. TSM obviously not looking to take the foot off the gas here. To continue this aggression. Maybe even look towards the top tier 2 tower. For the side of Liquid, there's not really much in the way of stopping TSM right now, it feels.
Now, I mean, their team fight is somewhat there whenever Kisses is up, but that's a long cooldown they have to wait for on Nisha. And just a little bit more patience has to come out here. The push can just come through from the side of TSM. And they have everything they need for this team fight here.
Focus fire out, TA2000. He's going to be the target. Spin away. Does get stomped on the tail end of things, but it won't be too much of a big deal. TSM thinking about going after the Radiant side Tormentor, but we'll start with the tier 2 top tower first. And they'll move to the Tormentor right after that. Just trying to take absolutely everything away from Liquid. The shards will be there for Ari now. So Gale Force is once again available here for the Wind Ranger. Very annoying spell to have to try and play against.
It's a very big take for these team fights. You also have really good itemization coming out here from Ari. And he's going for the full Lincolns. He's got the Solar Crest up, the stats on this universal type. Does mean Ari still has some output to handle of these engagements, and they're collapsing in with the smoke.
They are. Big pincer maneuver here. Ari is getting caught out first. He does put the Gale Force down. Shackle was there, not really landing, but now Nisha still proving to be in trouble though. Zai, he got a 3-man stun. It's not going to make the difference for now. Zai is in still just huge trouble. This disruption will save from Insania. Meanwhile, Nisha's still being chased by Brile. They do at least take down Kasane, and Tomato's gone. He is out of mana. It's Waimon. On the chase here is Liquid, but they will leave him. They already got 3 great targets here on the side of Liquid. That'll be enough. They'll be happy with that.
It's such a big take on Tomato, just in the middle of everyone, and Stone Gaze doesn't do enough to dissuade him, and just melts the magical output. Like the Kisses are on top of him, no one being able to cancel that spell, giving Nisha a lot of room to just get the output they needed to melt through that shield. And aside of TSM, and a spot of trouble over those losses. I mean, it doesn't quite change the game state, but it does remove a little bit of that lead that Tomato has managed to build up for himself. Again, just no early stoppage on Nisha. Finds a really good position to keep channeling the Kisses. And magic damage is a pretty good solution still to melt Tomato. Like, Snapfire damage is quite significant with the Kisses up, especially if every single one lands. So Tomato's going to have to watch himself a little bit. They do have Roche control though on TSM, so it's not going to take too long.
So we're going to have a quick pause here from Omar complaining about some lag. But certainly Roshan has begun. TSM, they do have first dibs. Liquid, they do have time to try and react, but just based off the position they're in right now, it doesn't seem like they're going to be able to make it in time for a good fight. I don't think we'll really see the Roshan fight come out here from Liquid. Should be a very free Roche for the side of TSM, and I imagine that should go Tomato's way. Maybe give it to Brile as well, just depending. The Tomato may feel like it's necessary to provide it to him because he did end up dying last team fight. See, the answers are certainly there against the Medusa here this game from Liquid. I mean, 4K advantage for TSM, but it really is nothing to write home about. 84% win chance, though, is a much bigger stat, I think, here for TSM. It's Liquid sitting at 16% their way.
Yep. It's
Lovely
just
Nisha, always smiling.
It's a little bit harder for the side of Liquid to kind of try to brute force this game until you get more items up on TA2000 and you hit your level spikes here for Nisha. Yeah, this build-up of him with Diffusal and Atos does mean that it's pretty easy to look for a Mortimer Kisses play. The Diffusal down the line with, say, your level 20 talent is interesting. I'm not sure if that's going to be enough to really burn through all of a Medusa's mana pool, but it should burn through quite a fair bit. Quite enough that it might be enough to actually overwhelm Tomato if he's not careful. So you have some scaling solutions, you just need some time to build up. The lineup of Liquid does feel better as the game goes on. I think for TSM, you're still relevant for your Tricore. It's really your supports that start to fade away. Like the Elder Titan can start to lose a little bit of its impact, although Natural Order is always effective. The Wind Ranger support definitely starts to lose some of its bite as the game goes on. So those are really the main concerns of TSM as it goes up. I think the initiation, the angles that Liquid can find is a little bit easier, and their output and damage just skyrockets as you scale up. And you could do the same on TSM. Perhaps if Ari gets enough room to basically itemize like a core, and things can still be a little bit scary going into TSM. It's just, when your focal point is all in on Dusa, it just feels like if you have a lot of Dusa answers as the game goes on, it just means your game isn't easy as it scales up. Like, Dusa can still be susceptible to a lot of this mana burn here.
So we still have the pause ongoing. Omar has reconnected, but we'll see if the lag issues have been resolved, and it seems like we are ready to go. Just wait for Liquid to give the go-ahead. And here we go. We're into the game. So Roshan going on TSM. Should have this Roshan for free. You see Liquid not even trying to make their way over. To be absolutely fair to them, it's happening a bit too quickly anyway. Roshan gonna go down. Tomato will take the Aegis himself on the Dusa. And the Twin Gate usage immediately here from TSM to try and head up to the north of the map. Predicting that perhaps Liquid are farming around this area, and they certainly were right against Nisha, but he is walking away. Whitemon trying to move up to get some vision on somebody, but all of Liquid have left the top area. Perhaps Omar could get caught out though. Bryle is there with the chains. The stomp will land as well. Even the power shot from a mile away from Ari. Just in case they needed it.
It's not the biggest loss for Liquid. They don't manage to get rune control. So Bryle again finding another power rune. Been pretty on point from the side of TSM to allow Bryle to get everything he wants. Good pings out towards the south side. Could try to force an engagement. If they collapse onto Nisha, that's a much bigger kill.
They're going to find Insania for now. Insania, pop the Purge. Will avoid the stomp with the disruption. But has been left alone. Insania will go down. His tips are out here from Bryle. We are mid lane, TSM. Setting up for the tier 1 mid tower. No defense to come quite yet from Liquid. A tier 2 tower now officially down for TSM. They're on the hunt once again. Towards the top lane they go. I believe they did spot out TA2000 for a moment, but he has retreated back to the base. Only one outside of the base right now is really Zai at the top lane, as he's going to make the jump in on Whitemon. Whitemon getting doomed immediately here by Zai. And nobody around to try and help him out. Whitemon is just down. Nice pick off from Zai. And bottom lane, another fight breaking out as Nisha has been jumped on the Snapfire, but he has help incoming. Ari, he's going to cop the Omni Slash here from TA2000. And TSM really just splitting up at this top and bottom lane, and they just get punished, the support duo.
Yeah, just maybe trying to find a little bit too much. Not respecting that pick off on the side of Liquid. Again, not the easiest Wind Ranger game to just get away safely with a Wind Run. The Demonic Purge kind of handles you very well and just allows the Omni Slash to come true from TA2000. No issues here at all. Still.
Jump in. Zania. Again, going to be the victim here, I think, as he is down.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
TSM looking to try and go high ground here with their huge power spike. Tomato just feels like he's just unkillable right now on the Medusa. With this butterfly up, Lincoln's up, Aegis of course is up. No Doom available for Zai. It does make things a little bit more challenging for Liquid as well. There's TSM, no hesitation, do go through the bottom lane. We'll get through the tier 3 tower very quickly. Onto the bot rats they go. Nisha unable to really slow them down as they are dragging him back with the Gale Force, but he will be able to cookie away. Insania, he'll purge up Tomato. The illusion's being very annoying here for Tomato, but he is still just fine to walk back towards the bottom racks. Trying to secure those before they do leave, but Tomato running low on mana. Now Zai gonna jump in, but a nice shackle gonna hold down the Doom. Zai, he will be cooking it away. He won't cop too much damage quite yet as the disruption. It's gonna buy Zai more time to get out. Insania just doing so much work on this Shadow Demon, but they are still looking to lose the full bottom racks. Tomato, he might lose his full life, at least the first one. That is the Aegis down, but Bryle looking to jump in again. We'll go right onto Nisha, but we'll jump back out of Zai. He is in with the Doom. He found the Medusa with that, but Tomato is just casually walking out. It's TA2000 now with the Omni. We'll jump towards Kasane, finding one. Zai, he's got the Ember. Bryle trying to escape, looking to go up to the high ground. Will eventually go down to TA2000. Now the Stone Gaze off the Echo Stop of Wymon, holding two of them down. Nisha's gone. Omar's gone to boot. Liquid still trying to retreat, but TSM move back into the Radiant base. It's TA2000 onto Wymon again with the spin, gonna avoid the stomp. Wymon gonna try for the TP play, but Zai will cancel. It's TSM. They've seen enough. They've got the bot racks they came for. They will leave and reset. That is whoever is left, to be fair.
Yeah, they get punished a little bit for overextended, but they find some good kills as well. Out from Liquid and trying to hold that tier 3 in the racks. Not quite panning out for the side of Liquid. Again, they've got a couple of solutions for the Medusa. They've got a bunch of diffusals up. TA2000 has his. Nisha's had his for a while. It's just difficult with the double lives on TSM without Aegis. And we'll go back for their Tormentor and get the free shard out for Whitemon now. And for the side of Liquid, again, this game, it's not out of their hands despite being a racks down. The scaling is what you really want to hit into, and that's really down to Nisha's levels. If this Snapfire can live through these engagements, hit level 20 into 25, then I'm not sure how durable you'll feel on the Medusa. Granted, you'll still need a stable way to pierce through the evasion, and that's where the trouble really lies here for the side of Liquid. Like a Jug can build MKB, a Snapfire doesn't feel as focused on trying to get an MKB out. So it's still going to be hard to try to melt through Tomato, but Omni Slash, even Swift Slash could be a really good solution here from TA2000 by himself. Oh.
Bryle's going to jump in. Chains are out. They've caught the keeper of the line. Omar should go down, but Zai is in with the Doom again onto Tomato. That's a great target. Omni Slash is going to fly through, but very unlucky bounces though. No, never mind. TA2000, he does get him eventually. Now Wymon's gone. Uh-oh. Suddenly 2 down for TSM. More importantly, Tomato is down himself. And Liquid, they are looking to push through the top lane.
About the openings. That Medusa kill's the biggest one you could ask for, and with Omni Slash up, again, it's a really good solution to melt through that mana. Nisha again free to just get the kisses off from quite a distance. No one there to stop him. They won't go fully in for the push, but that sets back TSM by a fair bit here.
Ari moving in. Insania getting caught. Gale Force there as well on Nisha. We're all going to come out on the Snapfire, so Nisha's in trouble. Nisha, he's going to drop to boot. Nice setup here from Ari.
And all your big spells are down. You don't have the kisses, you don't have the Omni, so TA2000 can't really join in that fight. And TSM are the ones to punish that overextension from the side of Liquid. Just overstaying their welcome just a little bit there. 17 to 21, TSM. And still having this 9k lead, still feeling good about where they're going here with Tomato. Going for the full Silver Edge next. So more solutions, more output here on the Medusa. I just always get concerned when TSM does drop a couple of fights like that. It just provides openings for Liquid that it feels like they shouldn't be having with this kind of lead from TSM. Still, Roche in around 10 seconds, we'll see that respawn. Liquid does have good wards down bot on the ramp side of the Twin Gate, so they can see if any move is made for the Roshan. And they should be able to contest at the point it's up. Omni Slash not too far off, Doom already back up on Zai. So they can fight around that pit. We'll get the D wards at the least. That should signal something's up here for Liquid. Then again, Roche a longer timer, a 2 minutes, so they might make a move maybe a little bit too early if they do feel like something's up.
Well, there's the Ags you talked about earlier, John. Omar 2000, or rather TA2000, excuse me, does have the Ags up. So Swift Slash now available. We are going to see the 4-man smoke from Liquid. Immediately running towards TSM. TSM may be suspecting something is wrong, but they're going to go for their own smoke now.
Radiant are scanning.
Towards the south of the map they go. They'll hold that little cliff area, get some wards down, try to fight underneath their own vision. On TA2000, he shows himself. His team is quite far away from him at the moment.
To teach.
They are wrapping around the long way through the Roshan pit here, Liquid. But TA2000 does not get caught. It's Liquid, both fighting for this Twin Gates area. Wards will be down from Liquid, but they want to try and run because Brawl is chasing them down with the Ag Scepter. Looks like Insania is the first target. And Insania is still running with the Pavis. He's going to be healed up here by the Coddle. Gale Force going to hold them around the Lotus Paws. Tomato's going to rush in, but it's not quite enough to save them. Liquid have successfully retreated.
We're in a good position
Here we go
still
again.
to contest.
Another smoker. New wards by Liquid. TSM casually just waiting on the Twin Gates high ground. Though Zai just going to jump in, sees Bryle, will go right after the Doom. Bryle's out of the team fight for a while as now the Omni Slash is going to bounce onto Kasane. Kasane is down. TA2000 jumping in for more. Is going to find the Ember. Bryle is gone. Wymon to be chased to boot. Wymon is down as well. 3 gone for TSM, but they have fought back on Bryle. Omar now being chased by Bryle as he retreats back into the team fight. Omar, he'll be into the graveyard now. No buyback available, but Tomato, he's out of mana. Tomato is down. Uh-oh. TA2000, he's on a triple kill. And TSM, they have lost 3.
Yeah, this is not good. TSM. Zai, again, finding this opening, jumping in first, popping that Lincoln's, and then instantly getting Doom off. And we talked about these timings on the side of Liquid and the patience it takes to get there. TA2000 now at level 24. The Swift Slash showing its promise there. Has the Blades Mastery lifesteal as well. So he's always just going to be able to survive through the middle of these fights, getting off the Swift or Omni Slash. Nisha about to hit that level 20. And if you thought that the Medusa melted fast in that last fight, Mike, it's just going to absolutely melt in the next. Once you have that attack damage on your little shredder. Like, Tomato just isn't durable enough. He doesn't have that much stats on hand. Not the biggest mana pool that we've seen out from a Medusa. And he's forced to go for the MKB here as well to deal with TA2000. So a lot going wrong there for TSM. They've pretty much lost momentum here. They're still 1 racks up, but they're in the danger zone. If Liquid starts to equalize, take out some tier 2s, open up the map more, and then this lineup that just scales, it's hitting that critical timing now in TSM. And we talked about where this lineup has shortcomings. The scalability of your Wind Ranger as control doesn't keep up. It does stay relevant as damage. And Ari is certainly going that route as well on this Wind Ranger, going for the full MKB, has to crystal this up. But you don't need more damage here for TSM. You need control. You need something like a Hex, perhaps, to come out just to help you handle this game a little bit better.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Liquid, tier 2 top tower down, looking to go for the tier 3, perhaps with the Aegis up on TA2000. Though Nisha is going to TP down bottom lane. So they're looking at Ari on the Wind Ranger, trying to make sure Ari can not get back to the base. Here we go, defense is incoming, the TA2000. Actually disrupted here by Insania mid-spin. Insania's already down. Rory's out from TSM. They're surrounding the Jug and TA2000's. He is going to have to lose his first life. Second life available, but they are looking to lock him down as TA2000 pops both Omni Slashes, hoping for the best. It doesn't seem to work, though. He'll try for a TP play out with a spin, and he's actually going to make it. Oh my god, he's actually made it.
Just bails out. Just fine. Spin TP. No roar to cancel. No control that pierces through that debuff immunity here from the side of TSM. And he's perfectly fine. They do manage to find some good punishment here on the side of TSM. 2 kills, plus the Aegis gone. They safeguard their high ground as well. So they stay in control. If that high ground fell, that would have been Liquid in control of this match. TSM still have a pretty good shot at coming back in. We saw how fast they do melt once you're on top of these heroes. Like the minus armor, the base armor removal from Whitemon does help manage that Jug. He doesn't have any plus armor, just +5 from the tower, but relying on the stats. So if this Elder Titan's right on top of you, then TA2000 will just get shredded by the physical output of TSM with a Medusa, with a Wind Ranger, and even the Ember on hand here.
Still a very close game. Dota Plus sitting at 83% here for TSM, but Liquid are making it look like the Dota Plus math is looking kind of wrong. As TA2000 now just going to solo a Tormentor on his own. We'll be able to give the free shards over to
感
Nisha.
谢大哥送的人头，比心哦。
Radiant are scanning.
38 minutes almost into this game, number 2. Liquid just trying to take it easy for now, get some more farm going on themselves. I appreciate the MKB build up on RE, by the way, John. It's that classic Wind Ranger build up here for the support Wind Ranger. Why the hell not?
Yep.
MKB now on TA2000, so the evasion of the Medusa not going to be as big of a deal.
They're getting solutions on both sides. Even, I believe, Nisha saving up for his own MKB, almost done with it. Again, he has that level 20 talent spike up. So with the Omni Slash, Swift Slash, and a little Shredder, Tomato is not healthy. He will just die in the middle of all of this. It's not like he's the kind of hero to also go for something like, say, maybe a Ghost Scepter into E-Blade just to stay alive in the middle of these engagements as well. So you don't have a save for Dedusa. Once that commitment does come out with the Omni Slash, outside of just copying the Omni as a team, but not the safest with a Battle Fury up on TA2000 as well. That MKB you talked about fully done on Ahri, so he is staying relevant with damage, and they'll try for a smoke play out here on TSM. 1 kill, it's all it takes for them to look for a high ground opportunity. They just need to find a target.
Only 2 buybacks on the map right now, both of them being on Team Liquid.
Are scanning.
Zai and Omar, the only ones holding buyback gold for now. It's TSM wrapping around TA2000. He's the big target they really want, but they haven't spotted him yet. Disruption from Insania actually going to set up here for TSM, but the spin is there. Kasane was not close enough to go for the raw attempt. That could have been a real big disastrous situation for Team Liquid, but they will get away with it. And now a counter smoke from Liquid. They'll wrap around through the bottom lane. Lines being drawn out through the Radiant jungle. TSM retreating back into the mid lane for themselves as Liquid still marching through the river now. In through the dire triangle they'll go. Kasane, he's going to be very cautious here. Could be a prime opportunity to take down the Beastmaster as they will counter smoke. They'll run right into Tomato. Tomato going to be spotted. Zai popping the Doom early on to himself. Roar is out there from Kasane to hold him down as now the Swift Slash from TA2000. It's going to be all on Ahri. They want that Wind Ranger gone. Now jumping on Kasane. It's a perfect bounce from TA2000, but he's looking for a spin TP away, and he might just make it because there's no cancel. So 2 down for the price of 1 so far here for TSM. Can you go high ground off this?
You should be able to. No Doom, no Kisses up. Tomato.
Tomato. Gonna try on Tanisha.
Oh, the mana.
Tanisha. Oh boy, here we go. It's a lot of damage on Tanisha. TA2000 trying to help out. All the mana being drained here by Tomato. Whitemon looking to go down and will. So a bit of a free kill being handed the way of Liquid. And TSM maybe getting a little bit overly excited.
Yeah, all right. The little Shredder plus the Fusel is more than enough to actually melt through Tomato. So I believe I saw that Effie was one talking about this. It does work. Tomato is again not having the best of time as a core here. You've got basically 2 heroes that just focus on melting you down. Omni and Swift Slash do a lot of work. Little Shredder now is a concern. No saves from the side of TSM to give Tomato some space to breed. Not a simple game to close out as a Dusa here. And with Liquid kind of forcing that movement out, and TSM, again, not able to go high ground. We'll have to wait for that next Roshan. If it's a quick timer, it should spawn down south during daytime. So you might be able to get that going for yourself here on TSM. Looks like they'll aim for the Tormentor first and get themselves a nice impactful shard. Already having 2 support shards. A Beastmaster shard would be nice. Tomato does pick it up instead, which is also fine. Just extra mana coming through with the cold-blooded Mystic Snake coming out. Not the worst thing in the world. Still Liquid having a good read once more, knowing that Roche is the next focal point already setting up here. And TSM, we've seen them in this situation trying to smoke into Roche down south. It hasn't felt great across these 2 games, Mike. They'll have to try to find success here, though.
They will. Roshan, 2 minutes, 10 seconds away. Still a while away from respawning. Oh, Brawl, if he could go just towards the west, he'd find a nice double damage rune for himself. So Brawl gonna have a double damage before the team fight even starts here. We'll leave the bottle. So wanting to hand it over to Tomato. Liquid just gonna hold position in the Roshan pit, but they don't realize they are being watched by the Hawk of Kasane. That's the beauty of TSM. They always have the vision over the Roshan pit with these Hawks coming out. There's your smoke up. Now with the double damage available in that bottle for Tomato, they want to take the fight early. Roshan's still a minute 20 away from spawning. There's now Liquid. They're going to pop a 5-man smoke. They'll hold on to that twin gate high ground. TSM moving in. White one on the front line. TA2000 going to have his smoke broken. They'll slide a fist to see it. There's your Swift Slash coming out. Into the Omni Slash now. White one's taking the brunt of the damage. Meanwhile, Kasane, he's been doomed up. But Zai is dropping very, very low on HP and Zai is gone. Spryle rushing forward now. Wants Insania. The Shadow Demon with the disruption. He's going to be fine, but not for long. Tomato takes him out. There's another Shackle holding down TA2000. He's still trying to fight back, but Tomato's got a DD rune. Can he really get it done? There's another Swift Slash coming out. TA2000. Oh, he's got him. He has got him. Tomato could not survive through it. He'll have to fight back. TA2000 still trying. But it seems like TSM need to retreat. Bryle is going to go to the Rod of Atos. Nisha locking him down. Ari in trouble again. TA2000 just an absolute menace this game as he's got another. Tomato might die back here on the Medusa, trying to find Nisha. TA2000, he'll ignore him. He wants Kasane on the Beastmaster. He might just have him too. Kasane's gone. Tomato very low on mana already. But does TA want to go for this? It does seem like he will. He'll jump in again. The Swift Slash, the die back onto Tomato. TA2000. This man, he is an absolute monster.
He is. Just gets straight down to the Dusa. And it's really him and Nisha. Like, what do you do as a Dusa here when you've got Lil Shredder with Diffusal and Omniscypher and Swift Slash onto you? You can't do anything. You have no saves. There's nothing that stops that. Maybe a good Lotus Orb timing to try to get yourself doing an Omni Slash as well. Probably your only solution there. But it takes a lot of commitments out from the side of Liquid and TSM. But they come out on top. They've got Roche. It will run across the map. So they're going to have to wait a little bit longer, but TSM, they lose a lot from that.
Roshan being a little bit biased, leaving the pit as TA2000 was taking it. White one does go down. Roshan has left the building. He is up atop Roshan pit now. It's Liquid. Will start moving their way up towards the top side. Disperser now available on TA2000, so more damage coming out on the Jug. TSM no choice but to watch this go down. At least they will have one more fight at minimum left in them. Tomato, he's going to find a way of dealing with this Juggernaut because TA2000 is just not giving him an inch.
No. He's not finding openings. He just can't survive through the middle of this. This sounds incredibly weird, but you might actually want a Ghost Scepter out on your Dusa. Like, it feels like one of those games. Just, if you see Omni Slash, if you see a Little Shredder popped on, Swift Slash as well, pop the Ghost Scepter. Stay alive. No one has a Nullifier, although to be fair, you do have the Demonic Purge and the full Ags on Insania. Maybe that's a little bit harder to justify. He needs something to save. Right now, there's just nothing. Like, the moment they commit, Dusa just dies. You have no play. Maybe you get a bunch of Force Staffs, force out the Medusa, could be one way, or Wind Waker could be one bet as well. Like, it's just difficult. Tomato, I don't know how you play this. Up against this build-up from Liquid and their draft, you have to get that catch first. You have to roar up the Jug, kill off TA2000 as fast as you can, and then go from there. But even then, TA2000 already has a Lincoln Sphere for himself. So it's even harder to just find that catch onto him. This Jug is your main issue. And your solutions from TSM are quite limited.
They are, Jonathan, that they are. Mid-tier 2 tower now going to be the big target of Team Liquid.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I'll be frank, John, after this game, I kind of want to just call them Quest. It's,
Dire's middle tower
TA
has
2000 and
fallen.
Omar have done that much work here in this series. Here we go again.
My God.
Just look at the net worth of TA 2000. Your 41k net worth against a 29k Medusa.
Yeah. It's kind of
Bottom
ridiculous.
Zai caught out Kasane with the roar, gonna lock him down so Ari can get the damage with the focus fire. But here's the wraparound. Liquid ready to try and fight. Ari immediate TP away. Insania having a look around, could not get the disruption in time. Kasane though, he's the bigger target. He'll be left behind on the Beastmaster and should have no way out. So they will purge him up. Trying to run, no TP available, and here comes Nisha. He's got the damage.
Radiant's middle
Yeah,
tower is under
can't stop
attack.
that. At the least, again, at least you find Zai. That's a dieback coming out with a longer respawn here for Kasane, but you stall out a little bit more. Age is still up for 2 minutes here on TA 2000. More than enough time to get something off the map. More than enough time to start thinking about that high ground. Full Ags up for Ari. So he is a little bit more survivable now as well. 50% damage reduction on physical is pretty big up against this lineup of Liquid. So he should be able to do quite a fair bit more, but the dispels on hand again. Insania with the Ags is a bit much to try to deal with here.
Here we go. Tier 3 tower going to be under siege. Kasane not going to be available for this fight, but neither will Zai be for at least another 10 seconds. Zai can always TP in though with the BOT2s. Nisha in the backside going to be targeted here by Bryle. But he can't commit because TA 2000 is the big problem they need to find a way to deal with. They'll lock a nice shackle down. They have got the jug. TA 2000, however, does have the age, so he's not concerned. He'll go after the mid-racks. Bryle is still trying to get the damage up, but does need to remnant. The TSM still trying to find an answer, and Swipebot just gets shredded here by Nisha. In we go again. Another shackle onto the jug. TA 2000. He'll move up to the top lane now. Looking for his secondary barracks is Liquid. They can't go for Megas because there are still towers down at the bottom lane, but they can at least get an advantage. Zion forced the BKB and run. Kasane is still 25 seconds away from respawning. It really feels like they need him right now. Even with the white one buyback. This jug is just not retreating. Not until the job's done. And now it will be done. Off they go. I mean, you told me, John, what's TSM's avenue back into this game too?
I'm not sure. I don't think the Reducer scales into this matchup all that well. I don't know if Bryle can poke his way to victory here. He at least has an E-Blade, so there is a save on hand. Either you just try to E-Blade Reducer or you E-Blade maybe Nisha in the middle of these fights to prevent even more mana burn from coming through here. But it's a hard game for TSM. It has to be like a pick-off game where you maybe jump TA 2000 when he's isolated, get the roar off, and then just clean up and hope the rest of the fight simplifies from there, because the jug is your main issue, but I would argue even Nisha at this point is pretty hard to manage. I'd say maybe Kasane going for a refresh could be the play. Double roar. Just have something like that on hand. Hard lockdown. You also see Whitemon kind of going for the side of Vice. So again, just looking to pin these heroes down on the side of Liquid before any of their spells can be used. But this is another long haul game. Like, you asked for it. You know, we're getting it. One more 1-hour game here.
I heckin' love 1-hour games, John. The TSM 5-man smoke. They don't seem to want to see a 1-hour game here as they do start to push in through the mid-wave. You need to find some pickoffs before a 5v5 engagement. It's too hard to take them on 5v5. This jug is just way too far ahead. TA 2000 currently holding 8.2k net worth just in the bank account, just 8.2k worth of gold whenever he needs it. His buyback does cost about 5k to be fair, so it's probably good he holds onto that much. Still a while away for the next Roshan to respawn. So both sides just going to take their time. Arcane Rune top lane trying to be taken here by the side of Liquid. Tomato was heading that way, but decides better of it. Just way too risky.
You have good vision anyway from the side of Liquid to kind of control that rune spot. TSM has it down south. The wards of TSM just focused on playing defensive around their triangle, a little bit in that ward entrance, the jungle entrance as well near their high ground. Liquid off for a smoke. And this jug can get even scarier once you have the gold for a full moon shard to consume. Jug, one of the heroes with the lowest BATs in the game. And it's going to be a lot of slashes in the Omni and Swift Slash here.
Yeah. Even better if you had an Oracle with an axe, John.
Oh, yeah.
BAT. Be amazing.
I wish we'd see that.
Dire's bottom
Yeah.
tower
I think
has
that's pretty
fallen.
hilarious. Like, Alc plus Oracle is still the combo we want to see, Mike. Never going to happen, but it sounds pretty fun.
It does. Liquid, they do take a bottom tier 1. Tier 2 tower is still standing. Ari's been trying to creep skip the bot lane, but now he'll leave, realizing it's not too safe.
Radiant's middle tower. is
Roshan,
under
still
attack.
about 20 seconds till we find out when it does respawn, though Liquid seem to be preparing to just secure the Roshan first before trying to go for another fight. See if they get lucky and it's going to be an early timer, because that's exactly what they would like right now, obviously. TSM, they'd much rather have the longer timer if they could.
It's a shorter
45
one.
seconds. Not too bad.
Pretty short. Again, TSM. They've tried every time they approach the Roche onto south. It doesn't feel great. Looks like Liquid assume a longer Roshan. To be fair, if they don't take it immediately, I suppose it is going to be a bit of a longer one, so it should just walk its way up top. Getting ready for the dire side Roche. TSM. I don't know. It's such a hard game to recover from. Again, it has to be like perfect isolation, perfect targeting. Find TA2000 first, get Aurora off, kill him off before you can Omni and Swift Slash. Then try to isolate Nisha afterwards, but that's you fighting into that with an AoE Doom on Zai, so he's a concern. With his saves coming out from Insania. With the utility of Omar here as well, kiting them around with a blinding light. I know, it almost feels impossible for TSM to find any of those openings here.
Roshan's officially up. It hasn't made his walk up to the top lane yet. Liquid are still patiently waiting. TSM did have vision over the Roshan spawning, so they know it's coming. And here we are, Roshan making its grand appearance. Luckily not getting stuck anymore, which is a very good sign here for Liquid. It's TSM going to go for the 5-man smoke, realizing they cannot allow this to go the way of Liquid. Only Whitemon is lacking buyback right now. Literally every other person on the map has buyback available for this next fight. This will be the big one. Zai jumped immediately. Brawl's there with the chains. They'd love to burst down the Doom, but Zai has the BKB. It's going to be just fine to retreat. At least the BKB's down.
Man. The Medusa illusions cut Kasana's HP to half. And you have to focus them down as well with Tomato. Like, so much attention has to be split up here on side of TSM to find that angle. And TA2000 just melts the Roche all by himself quite fast.
He certainly does. They do have a blink up on Kasane. They could try to go for a steal attempt here, but it's not going to be that simple. Approaching the Roshan pit when Liquid are just surrounding it. Power Shot's going to give all the vision. TSM, they need to make a choice now. They're going to jump in. Bryle, easy with the Remnant. The Echo stop. It's stunning at Bryle, and Bryle's got the Aegis. Bryle has got the Aegis, but can he survive the team fight? Jumpin is there, the Axe going, and now the little shredder damage. Just bursting them. No chance for Liquid, or rather for TSM. So they do buy back again.
Dire's middle tower
Liquid trapped in a corner. Maybe this is the fight TSM did need. Roar is out. They've got TA2000. TA's down. He'll buy back into the fight. Trying to TP right back in onto Zai. Bryle, though, creating all kinds of chaos. But Nisha, who hit the cheese, and Bryle's gone. Bryle's going to die back immediately.
Dire's middle
They are still chasing for more Liquid. They want more than just the Ember. They lost their Aegis for this. They've committed buybacks for this. The TSM, they will retreat with the other 4 heroes. But Liquid, they have a 5v4 advantage.
Yeah.
Without Bryle on the Ember available, they should have a decent time going high ground.
They should. Again, there's not too much to worry about here. And it's a big play from Bryle to get that steal. He jumps in. It looks a little bit late, but he snatches the Aegis plus the refresh shard. So a few less worries here that Liquid will have, but they still have one cheese at the very least on TA2000. There's still a tier 2 down bot, so Mega Creep's out of the question, but they could just rush tier 4s.
Liquid looking to put the finish on this game, number 2. TA2000, look how fast that tier 4 disappears. It's not taking too long. They've got to find a way to kill this Jug one more time. He's got no dieback if they do, or rather no buyback if they do. Tomato going to move in, TA2000 getting to work, and now the Ags out from Zai, locking down Ari for a moment, but the stop is going to protect as Whitemon setting up a decent fight. Yeah, Zai taking a lot of damage. TA2000, he's looking for that Omni. He'll pop the Swift Slash, and now the Omni Slash right through Kasane, though he's not taking enough damage yet, but he is down. He is down as the Ancient is being focused. They are buying back on TSM, trying to come back into this fight. Protect the Ancient. That is the objective for TSM. But TA is still going. So is Nisha. They are ignoring heroes. Swift Slash in onto Whitemon, but the Ancient is falling way too low. They can't protect it. Liquid will get the 2-0 victory. TSM denied a win, denied a tie in this series. And this makes it for some very awkward group stage antics.
That does. Liquid, big wins. They play really well. It's again a little bit shaky, lots of back and forth between both teams. But Liquid, even with their fate sealed, find themselves a 2-0 to close out here. Feeling great. That's exactly what you want for this lineup, to get a little bit more of a morale boost, right? Like after a pretty devastating group stage here in DreamLeague 20. And TSM, they're going to be kicking themselves here, Mike, especially after Game 1. I think Game 1 was the game that was a little bit closer. Game 2, a little bit rougher. Again, you saw Tomato. You saw that defusal build on Nisha. It was a massive issue for the Medusa, and the Jug as a counterpoint to Medusa. With equal farm, it just feels like it's unplayable. He had no saves. On the side of TSM, you had one E-Blade out in Brawl, but it's not like you want to E-Blade your Medusas necessarily there. You had a counterpoint in your Shadow Demon anyway with a Purge. So it just felt nearly impossible for any point for TSM to turn that around.
Well, we do have some monster moments by Monster Energy. John, let's have a look at those and see exactly what happened here in game number 2. So it was a prolonged game once again here between these two teams, and a lot of action did break out. TSM, they did have a pretty strong position in most of this game, but eventually this Jug just turns into an absolute monster. What was this? Was this the long bottom fight where we just see the wipe here from the Jug at the end? Yeah, this is the one. Look at this. It's Tomato out of mana. He goes down. Brawl just cannot fight this guy. Needs to leave. And this Jug just well and truly out-farming and outpacing this Medusa, just giving absolutely no shot to TSM at getting a tiebreaker. And again, Liquid, they didn't really have anything but the win to play for. The win they got. So at least you get away with a consolation prize.
Yeah, it's a good feeling to still find that 2-0. Shows you that, you know, things aren't lost for you yet. You can still beat some of the best teams on a good day. For TSM, I believe this 0-2 does mean that they're out of contention for tiebreakers, fully out. Like, no chance of climbing up. They are locked out of Group Stage 2. And again, even despite the improvements we've seen from TSM, it's still a bit shaky, especially in Game 1. I think Game 1 is a better highlight of their shortcomings as a team, as I feel like Game 2 was maybe just a draft and timing issue. Whereas Game 1 was definitely some choices you make in the game as a player just not panning out and just leading to this situation. And TA2000, an absolute beast on his Jug, having that matchup up against Medusa, as we saw in our monster moments there from Monster Energy. And it's a rough one for TSM. I think, again, this is a roster that had a rough start in the NADPC. They look a lot better coming into DreamLeague 20, but it's just not enough, Mike.
No, it certainly wasn't. I mean, what can you do? Like Liquid, they get these two stand-ins and they just come to play today, and they look like the team Liquid we're used to watching, right? So yeah, sometimes you get a little bit unlucky as TSM. Of course, to be fair, their fate was in their hands. I can't blame it on luck here, but it's yeah, nice performance at the very least, but just does not pan out in their favor. And so they are for sure just out of contention for tiebreakers now. There's just no chance of that happening for TSM.
I'm pretty sure they are out.
Right. Well, they look about it.
Yeah.
Well, we do have an interview here with Insania, Jonathan. We'll get back to that in a moment. Let's head to Insania, see what he has to say about this series. As Mr. Insania, congratulations on the 2-0 victory here up against TSM. How are you feeling, sir?
Thank you. I mean, feeling obviously not great about being knocked out, and our performance in general this tournament hasn't been great. So that part not so much, but to be honest, it was really, really cool to get to play with Omar and TA2000. These guys are incredible. Like, I feel like they put in so much work this series. Like, I don't know if they have personal beef with TSM or what's going on, but this was some very high-level Dota coming out from both of them. So really thankful for them for standing in. It was nice to get some wins, even though it doesn't really mean too much for us. But yeah.
Yeah, can I just ask, how did you guys coordinate so well with these two stand-ins, like Omar and TA2000? They look like they've just been part of the team for the last year with Team Liquid. Like, how did you guys gel so quickly?
I mean, I don't know, it was the same when Nisha joined our team. So my idea is that, if people are really, really good at the game, they just make you look good playing around them. I think it's mostly just that. They're just really, really good. And that made it look like we're coordinated, even though maybe we're not so much. And it's more like they understand how to play off of like our mistakes or whatnot and make it look cleaner than what it actually was.
Okay. And Sania, if you don't mind me asking, can you kind of tell us from your standpoint what went wrong over DreamLeague Season 20 for the side of Liquid?
I think we did not practice enough, simply put. I think we needed to put in more effort to find form leading up to the tournament, and that's what we're going to be doing moving forward, so that no more DreamLeague Season 20s happen in the future, hopefully.
All right, go on, John.
It's fair enough. Now, Insania, I'm curious, in that game one, with the draft going the way it was, what was the mindset when TSM suddenly flexed out there? And how were the comps like as that game raged on? Because both of the games went long, but I think game one was the one that was a little bit closer here for both sides.
Game one, you mean the Wyvern mid?
Yep.
Like when he swapped up the Ember? Yeah. I personally didn't think about it. I don't know if our drafters had it in mind, but I think it should have been fine, and then until Nisha got cursed mid and died, I think that was a bit sad. But he was owning a mid, so I think, yeah, no problem. If you run it back, I'm sure the lone will be great still.
I like the confidence coming out there. And one last close out here. You mentioned a little bit focusing in. What's the long-term goal now, looking into Bali, I suppose, for you guys? What's the long-term goal now for Liquid to improve upon? What's the one thing you want to see better for your team?
I mean, the one thing I want to see better is everything. Like, we already had to talk about it. We're going to work on our fundamentals, kind of start over from scratch, work from the basics up, and then, rebuild our team again, hopefully pretty quickly, because it shouldn't be like too far away. If we put it into practice, it should go pretty fast. So we're hoping, just to start over, do everything, don't skip any steps, build a team from the ground up, and yeah, hopefully find, form again soon. It's needed.
Thank you.
Well, Insania, thanks so much for chatting with us. Before we let you go, do you have any message to the many Liquid fans around the world?
I mean, I already talked to them yesterday, but I'll do it again. I'm really sorry for our performance. I don't think anyone is happy with what's going on, and I understand it sucks for all the people that are opening up our games and watching, and they take time out of their day to come watch our games, and it feels really, really bad to not be able to at least put on an acceptable performance, which I don't think we have this tournament. So we're gonna do our absolute best to prevent that from happening in the future.
All right, well, Insania, we love talking to you. Congrats on the 2-0 victory, and we can't wait to see you in the near future once again.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
That's the lovely Insania. Obviously, the guy's not happy. You can't blame him, Johnny. He's got high expectations of himself and the team, and at the very least, they end off on a high note, right? Gets a couple stand-ins in, they make it work together. They looked fantastic here in the series against TSM, and it's Liquid. We all know they're going to come back and they're going to look amazing. They always do, Jonathan. Obviously, now is a bit of a down point for them, but I'm sure they're going to be fantastic when they do come back in the near future.
Yeah, for sure. They're going to rally, and as you said, they're motivated to kind of look back and rebuild. So we'll see what the results of that are. But today, again, that's TSM and Liquid out. They just dragged them down with them. No chance for them at all here, TSM, sadly.
That is disappointing, Jonathan, but at least I guess for Liquid, at least they drag someone with them, which is, not exactly a positive point, but, depending on what kind of person you are, you might feel a bit better about it. Obviously, for Liquid, it's not like they could really throw the game, to be absolutely fair. They had no choice but to play it out, and Boy, did they play it out, John. They played it out really damn well. So there you go. Sad news for TSM fans out there as well, Jonathan. Not happy days for us either. You know, we were casting in a Div 1, but sadly TSM, they are gone as well.
Not the best. At least maybe Shopify Rebellion stays in, although their position's also not the best. So,
let's not jinx the other one, Jonathan. Come on now. Let's not go too far here. Oh, anyway, we did have a Jenkins paired with DHL as well to talk about Universal Heroes. So we are going to be having a look at that very, very soon. If you were interested, if you don't understand Universal Heroes, but yeah, that's going to be available as well. We're gonna head to a break, of course, and right after that break, we'll be back with our next series here. But don't go anywhere. We'll be back very, very soon.
In Dota 2, there are 3 attributes: agility, strength, and intelligence. Each stat grants the following benefits. Depending on their primary attribute, heroes also gain +1 base attack damage per point. As of 7.33, a quarter of the heroes in Dota are now universal heroes, meaning that they have no primary attribute. As a result of this, they gain 0.7 base attack damage per point in any attribute. There are some pretty insane benefits from this difference. For example, Windranger, previously an intelligence hero, used to gain only 10 attack damage from Diffusal Blade. Now, because she's universal, she gains 17.5 damage from this item, making it a cost-effective item choice for damage. This item alone being viable for Windranger automatically made her a counter to every hero in the game that doesn't like having their mana burned. Some of the best items for universal heroes are +all stat items. Iron Branch, for example, grants 2.1 damage for 50 gold. Mantle of Intelligence, on the other hand, grants 3 damage for an int hero for 140 gold. That's 1 damage per 47 gold. That's right, Iron Branch is twice as cost effective in terms of damage. A common inventory for universal heroes to start with is 1 Tango, 2 Circlets, and 3 Branches, because this grants an insane 15 damage and 154 HP at level 1. In other words, if you are playing a universal hero, you pretty much can't lose the laning phase, so long as you buy +all stat items. Speaking of winning lanes, Wyvern, for example, is a hero that really struggles in the armor department. So much so that people were going Wraith Band prior to her being changed to a universal hero. Previously, these would grant her 2 attack damage, but now they grant her 6.3. Bracers are also a popular choice for universal heroes that previously could get harassed out of lanes, such as Windranger. The most popular, and honestly most overpowered universal hero items are Gleipnir and Harpoon, mostly because they are both very strong in the late game, and they build from the most stat-efficient items, making heroes deal insane damage while being nearly unkillable.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
It starts with this, a person that you miss. My mind draws a blank. I wanna go back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I just wait for better days. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are going into our next series very soon, but before that, of course, if you do know the amount of damage Universal Heroes get after, or rather per point of intelligence after our DHL Pro Tip video, then head over to esl.gg/DHL Pro Tips and answer the quiz question to win 200 euros for a Steam voucher. That is 200 euro Steam voucher. esl.gg/DHL Pro Tips. Jonathan, I don't know if you know the answer to that question. I mean, you are an analyst. You probably should know. And if you do know, maybe go do the quiz, Jonathan. 200 euros for a Steam voucher. Why the hell not?
Yeah, we'd actually get paid, huh? That would be very cool. Only in Steam dollar dues, at least.
There you go, Jonathan. Dollar dues. I heard you. It gets funnier every time, Jonathan, I assure you. Keep making the Australian jokes. It makes me so happy.
Is it Australian? Anyway. Oh, it is.
Dollary dues, that's where the Australian... Oh.
I don't know.
Moving on. We've got our next series coming up, Jonathan. It's going to be another fun series, I'm sure. How are you feeling about it?
Feeling great. This is another interesting one with an already eliminated team up against a team fighting to stay in their slot here in Group B. So, kind of like this last time, maybe this motivates Entity to just find a 2-0 and upset and drag someone else down with him, because Aster is insecure at a map score of 6-6. So, ideally, you get a 2-0, maybe you end up with a draw. A draw is much better for you than a 0-2. So, if they win game 1 for Aster, I'm sure they'll feel a lot better. Entity, of course, even though they're not playing to stay, do have a point to prove to close out here, and it's going to be interesting to see these two clashes, these two stylistic clashes again of Western Europe and China, as I feel like Aster's had some shining moments, but they've also had some times where it looks like the coordination is lacking or something falls flat in, like, say, the mid to late game. So I'm wondering if that's been repaired here for our last day of groups, Mike. It's a hard one to work with, but I suppose if the pings work out well, if you ping just right, then the communication can still work.
It certainly does, Jonathan. It certainly does. Obviously, Aster have a lot more to play for than Entity. You've already said it. Entity, they've been eliminated from the groups, but Team Aster have not. They're still running. They're still in the running, rather, to give themselves a shot at making it through the group stage of DreamLeague Season 20. Again, I said this last series, I'll say it again here about Team Aster. You are looking for a 2-0 victory if you can afford to get one. You'd rather not just finish with a loss or, of course, even a tie, because the 2-0 would definitely give you the best chance of making it through to the upper echelon of the group stages, John. So hopefully no losses for Team Aster, but who are we to say? I mean, Entity, they might be feeling a little bit like Liquid, as we do actually have a bit of a content piece with the boys of Aster. So let's head over to them and see exactly what they had to say to us.
ABs are out for Aster, but the chase is on. Pichu gets a good on.
Nice, ice pad.
Caught inside, still gonna die, but Carlo and Shags fall into the Drought Ranger.
My in-game name is Sumil and I play for Aster.
好，大家好，我是 Mad， 我现在在那个 Aster 战队 Team Aster。如果就一句话形容我们队的话，就是我们正在成长当中。
They're very good teammates. Don't really have any big game rituals, I would say, no. Maybe some UFC clips, I guess, sometimes. Good seeing people get beat up, before you play.
食物的话应该也没有，但是一般会喝咖啡。肯定会有沟通的障碍，就是可能大部分其实我们简单的一些，比如说有一些复杂的团战交流，可能暂时没法做到，这个还是需要可能更多的时间。
Biggest challenge, I mean, we took a break after 5th series of DPC for a few days. After that, I don't know, we kind of forgot what to do. That was the biggest challenge, I would say, yeah.
觉得中国的教练跟国外的教练不一样的地方挺多的，就是国内就是中国队的教练很多其实就是一个比较主导的一个角色，然后就是包括战术思路啊，比如说就是细到英雄池，我觉得 可能中国的就是传统的教练会主导的更多一些，然后国外队的教练，我觉得就是提供建议的一个角色更多一些。
Does manage to get off the Fate Edict, but the physical damage came through anyway. Whisper gonna be.
I think the goal is the same, individual or team. We should do great. Top 2 at least. We're just gonna try our best and see where it takes us.
当然，我们也把 DreamLeague 当成我们 Major 的，这也是一个我们磨合的好机会，去提升自己的一个桥梁。希望在这1个月之后，我们队伍够有一个比较不错的进步。
Well, you heard the boys here from Team Aster, Jonathan. Mad said it, right? It's a growing team right now. They're just trying to make their way over, just grow as a unit, and they've been looking fantastic. Mind you, again, they are looking to try and get a pretty big win here against Team Entity to keep their hopes and dreams alive of DreamLeague Season 20. And they are treating it like a major. Coach Matt again coming in and saying this is a major to them. They are treating it as such, and obviously it's going to be a pretty important win for them if Team Aster can find one here today.
Yeah, again, they need a win, at least one win to stay in line here. We're taking a look at our player comparison, looking at Sumail, so eyeing the mid again. Sumail being the big factor for Aster. His move to China made a huge wave when it happened in DreamLeague 19. First as a sub, then becoming official at the end of that tournament. And he did look good in that debut. They looked good in the DPC. Just a little bit up and down towards the end, as we heard Sumail say. They forgot how to play Dota after taking a few days break. Tends to happen. But he's been looking sharp here in DreamLeague Season 20, at least in the groups. Again, they need at least one win. So if they can get the first game down, they feel a little bit relieved. If they can find both games, they'll be sailing into a better shot at starting in that top 4 here.
Absolutely. You heard Sumail as well, Jonathan. A bit of an interesting kind of tip from him. If you're warming up to play a match, just watch some UFC clips apparently. So I'm not sure what you've been doing to get warmed up for casting, John, but apparently UFC clips are the way to go, as we are going to see the boys from Entity as well. Sadly, Jonathan, same position as Liquid. They don't have anything to play for apart from dragging another team down with them. An Entity, I mean, they surely will still play. We'll see what kind of performance they do put on against Team Aster. Yeah, sometimes it's just all about winning. Nothing on the line here for these boys, though, apart from pride.
Yeah, and again, maybe just drag another team down with him, as Liquid has done. We are taking a look at Stormer, of course, for a mid comparison. Feeling a lot sharper in terms of at least his GPM and XPM. I think that's down to maybe playstyle differences highlighted there, as Sumail tends to be a little bit more active. He tends to be a little bit more sacrificial. For the side of Aster, he dictates the plays, where Stormer might be able to sit back, soak some more space for himself to build up, and scale a little bit better for Entity here. So an interesting comparison coming out there between our mids, and it's going to be an interesting game. Again, I'm wondering how much Entity brings out here for a match that has no waiting for themselves. Like, I don't think this even drags them up to get a bigger share of the prize pool, if ever. I don't think it does that for them. So it's really just to get more experience in, to prove a point, and to drag someone's dreams away if they win. You know, you being a sicko, Mike, that's something you'd play for.
I mean, that is what Dota players play for, John. There's a reason why tipping and voice lines are in the game. It's not about necessarily just winning, but it's about seeing somebody else's game, their dreams being crushed, Jonathan. That excites some people. There's some sickos like me out there that love that kind of crap. And, well, Entity, they look like the kind of boys that could be very similar to me in that sense, Jonathan. We'll see how they go. I mean, they're very handsome lads at the very least. Not quite as ugly as me, John, right? Let's get that straight. But I'm sure they enjoy crushing dreams of other people.
I'm sure they would, Mikey. I'm sure they would. They are Dota professionals. I think that's the one thing. If they can't have something, they would want to ensure someone else can't have it as well. You know, why not?
Absolutely.
That's the best you can do at your position, so you might as well get it done.
Well, what we can have, Jonathan, is a quick break before we do get into our Game 1 draft. So, ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere. We're going to head off to a short break, and right after that break, we'll be back with Game 1's draft between Team Aster and, of course, Entity. We'll see you soon.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are going into our second series of the day, game number 1 between Team Aster and, of course, the side of Entity, who sadly, are already eliminated, but they've got pride to play for. Jonathan, what are you thinking between these two teams? Team Aster, Entity, what are we expecting from these boys?
I'm expecting a pretty exciting game. I think this is still pretty competitive despite the fact that NT is on their way out. They've dropped 3 series. They've drawn 3 series, no wins for them. So those 3 losses really hurting them here. But again, we've seen across the board, in Group A especially, that just because you're eliminated doesn't mean you're a team that you can count out. And I think Aster has to play their best to ensure that they can still have a shot in the top 4 to make it into group stage number 2. So have to bring their A game out, and that should mean a pretty exciting game, Mike.
It should be. I mean, you heard the boys, right? Coach Matt said he's treating this like a major, which, kind of is a pretty big deal here for them. And I'll see how it does go at the very least here between Team Entity and, of course, Team Aster. Because we have seen some brilliant moments from Team Aster. Obviously, they started off on the wrong foot here during DreamLeague Season 20, but they were quick to recover in terms of their scoreline. But right now, they are in the red. They're tied up with Bet Boom in 4th place. There can only be one 4th placer here between the two. So, again, a victory against Entity, a 2-0 preferably, would be the best way to go about not getting eliminated here in the group stage in Group B. But to get that is as easier said than done, naturally. Though Entity, again, they haven't had much luck throughout the group stages themselves. So, arguably this could be the easiest matchup Team Aster have had, but I don't think it's quite as simple as that.
No, definitely not. And you can't count anyone out. I think Entity, again, has shown some promise. In some of their drawn series, they did look pretty solid. It's just a matter of stitching it in together. And I think that's been the story for Entity throughout this time. Like, even in their time in the Western Europe DPC, it's been a little bit up and down for them. Not quite as smooth sailing as you'd expect for a team that has managed to go to a lot of majors, right? They barely escaped relegation in the last tour. So it's been a little bit up and down on this patch. We'll see as at the end of the group stage, maybe they've managed to sort some of their issues there, but it's hard to say, Mike. I mean, they've had a lot of opportunities as well, and frankly, they couldn't find it.
No, they certainly could. I wonder what the drafts are going to look like between these two teams. Like, again, I've been kind of harping on about this, but it feels like this is why we love international Dota, right? All the metas kind of gel together to come to create this crazy concoction of one meta at an international LAN event, and that's kind of what we're doing right now here. And we've been seeing so many different drafts coming out. Obviously, Universal Heroes are the talk of the town, Jonathan. You've been harping on about it for the last month. Universal Heroes are this and that. And they still have proven to be extremely popular here at DreamLeague Season 20. Though, just curious to see what kind of hero pickups they are going to prioritize, like whether we're going to see the Dooms again, the Beastmasters, the techies we haven't been seeing so much because it has been banned out practically every single game you and I have watched, which I'm sure makes you very happy, John, but, drafts are important.
That they are. I'm not too happy about techies being banned because, quite frankly, I have to talk about something else, Mike. I'd prefer if I only had to talk about the same damn picks every time, but of course, the game is dynamic. We do get different picks sliding through, and it is exciting to get different drafts. I want to see what kind of differences we'll see here. I think Watson's hero pool on safe lane has been pretty wide, so that's going to be interesting to watch. He's picked up stuff like the Muerta every now and again. They've run the Lone Druid safe lane as well on the side of Entity. And they've actually run the Stormer mid Beastmaster in some matchups. So there is, again, a little bit of a flex going on here for Entity that they could use to surprise Aster just a little bit if Aster aren't quite ready for it.
What do you think about this Muerta hero, John? I know everyone was so excited about it when it first got announced, but I'll tell you what, it has felt pretty lackluster ever since it was introduced into the game, has it not?
It has felt lackluster. I think Muerta it's just weird. I think its power spikes are awkward. Like, it gets really in lane, it's like so. It farms really fast once you get Gunslinger up, and then it just kind of falls off until you hit like a ridiculous item timing. Like, say you farm Mjolnir, you get yourself a Moon Shard, and then maybe something like a Daedalus, and then suddenly the hero is like insane. But it's like a weird power spike. Well, some heroes just constantly rise up and plateau. It feels like Muerta's up steady for a long time, up again rapidly high, but her relative power to other heroes in like the mid game is awkward. I think it's a weird hero. I think the Axe is also really strange with that spirit being thrown out. Like, we had initially when that axe was new, you had some really interesting scenarios where you could get double Spirit Bear, for example, on Lone Druid. You could get double egg usage from a Supernova Phoenix as well. So there's some weird stuff, but I don't think any of that's here. So the axe is like a non-factor.
How sad. Well, one day this year. I mean, there's going to be a patch where this hero is the most busted hero, and we're going to be regretting everything we just said about Muerta. But for now, it's not the best. Maybe we'll see it in this game, as I believe we will be heading into a Game 1 draft very soon here between Entity and Team Aster. And we can see exactly what they're intending on doing. See what heroes are going to be prioritized for this first pick phase upon us. Are we ever going to get to see techies again? Who knows, John? Let's find out. Here we are. Game 1, no techies banned yet. That's exciting. Do Aster want to just get rid of it?
No. Well, that's true. So Entity could pick it up. That sounds like a winning plan right here. If you are on Entity, again, they haven't run techies, but that's probably down to the fact that techies has been constantly banned. They do prioritize the Undying, though, for Fishman, so getting a strong laning support out. We have seen the rise of Undying back into the meta. You know, like the heal, the lane domination is pretty good. You love to harp on about the Blood Grenade start and how that feels for the Undying. Aster, though, do pick up the techies. Big surprise there, along with a Void Spirit. What an opening out from Aster. Very different. Entity with a Morphling, I do like that. Like that is just a solid pick. Morphling has felt really good, especially up against a lot of universal type heroes, so it's a very solid pick once you get the Ags up. I'm wondering about its win rate though. Like I always say Morphling feels great, but I don't think the win rate reflects that, and it doesn't. It does have a 46% win rate overall, Mike, so despite being a great scaling hero with the Ags, it has not been winning enough in DreamLeague here.
I was going to say, like, most of the games we've seen Morphling played in, it generally does look a little bit lackluster. I think the only real strong Morph we saw was from Yatoro on the first day of group stages. That one was quite impressive, but every single one we've seen after that has not looked the greatest. Still think it's a pretty strong hero, but like you said, 46% win rate, nothing to be too happy about as if you are the Morph. Maybe the Frog's got a big buff in mind here for this hero, John. You know how much he likes the Morphling, but at least for now, 7.33C, it's very slightly lackluster, not completely.
I hope not. I hope we don't get to see Morphling back. Do you remember
Why
when
not,
TNC?
John?
I'm tired of it. We had a whole, maybe a year of it. Don't you remember TNC?
I remember.
With Morphling Shaker and Morphling Spirit Breaker. I think we're okay. We're okay to let go of Morphling now. We can let something else come up.
You tell Ice Frog that, John, not me. It's not my decision, I'll tell you that. I wouldn't mind seeing a reemergence of the Morph Shaker, though. I'll be frank with you, John. I kind of missed it. I found that it was so funny to watch.
If you buff it up, I think just giving him the ability to morph into allies again would be fun. But I don't know. Like, it is fun, to be fair. I especially Morphling Tiny, I think, was my favorite. Shaker's fun, sure, it's strong, but double tree volley is something I'll never forget from 2018.
That was amazing. It really, really was incredible to watch. More bans to come. Entity. Oh, they get rid of the Doom, the Beastmaster being removed from Team Aster, so both sides focusing on the offlane pickups right now. Darkseer also being removed. I haven't seen much Darkseer recently. Like, I feel like every time we do see Darkseer picked up, it is usually against the Medusa. You and I have not had the pleasure of a Darkseer pick throughout the games we've casted throughout DreamLeague Season 20.
Yeah, we've seen a little bit of it in other tournaments, NADPC, I think, and it hasn't felt the most successful as well. Even in those scenarios, again, how relevant the NADPC is for that kind of outlook, it's up in question, especially for Div 2, but certainly not the most successful here. I can understand a respect ban, so it is still a lane crusher with the right support. Darkseer plus Techie's lane does sound like a lane that you'd rather not play against. So I do like that respect out from Entity, and they also ban out the Bloodseeker, one of those heroes that can pin down the Morphling, to make it feel rather awkward in the middle of these fights. Again, a pretty strong lane if you do decide to flex that. Techies here for Aster to lane with the Bloodseeker, so not too bad. The Timbersaw ban in particular for Aster is just to pretty much secure your mid. That's the one here that really crushes the Void Spirit matchup. So they're trying to open it up a little bit more here for Emperor Sumail for sure. I'm wondering if Entity will try to go for some hard flex for the Stormer hero. They will pick up the Ench now as well on Aster. So again, looking for really strong lanes with a support duo. Not hard. It's not easy to shove out the Techies and the Ench in lane. Regardless of their laning partner, they'll always have relevancy here, no matter what. It does provide you some good pure damage as well. And with 2 ranged supports, the Tombstone shouldn't be a massive issue. I think you've got your bases covered on Aster to at least take care of that one thing in team fights here.
Yeah, I'm loving the way teams are building up Enchantress these days as well. Like, even just support Ench is just build Dragonlance. Just be another damage dealer on your team. No one gets mad if you don't build support items anymore, John. Just build a Dragonlance, go into Hurricane Pike. You know, you can mess around after that. It doesn't really matter. They just want someone throwing impetus across the map, and I love to see that. It's Team Entity. Third pick for themselves. Could go for another support here, as they do know the support duo of Team Aster.
It's not the best lockdown, but something aggressive would be like a Skywrath Mage. They go to Quap pickup first, so giving themselves a strong lane up against the Void Spirit, and the Clockwork for some aggression as well. And you do have good follow-up for the hookshot Cogs in. You've got really good area denial with the Cogs and the Tombstone. And the Quap can play quite fast here, so I do like seeing that coming out.
Oh, can.
Aster go into the AM as Medusa. Well, they did ban Medusa, but they want the AM pickup, and I believe for Aster there is flex there for XXS. In fact, well, yeah, it's flexible between XXS and Monet, so we could see the offlane anti-mage coming out. I'm trying to think. Offlane anti-mage with Ench is not bad. Offlane anti-mage with Techies is pretty threatening. So depending on what's up there, you feel pretty nice. And mana burning down a Morphling is pretty damn good. You take away the threat of just attribute shift, he can become a bit of a walking mana bomb as well for the AM to set off. So I don't mind it too much. It's interesting for sure in the specific matchup, but when you look at it, you don't have the best lockdown from Entity to lock in something like the AM here. So you get a lot of value there.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see the Axe ban here from Team Entity. Trying to give themselves as good as of a time that they can with the Morph. Team Aster. Still looking to ban some offlane heroes here as well. So both offlanes are still pretty vacant here for either team. Just never know how to feel about this AM pickup. I really don't. I know it has its good points, but it never feels good to me.
Yeah, I get you. I think the one thing you get with the AM here in particular is that you block off a lot of magic damage that you're trying to pump out here with a Quap, especially with the Ags build-up. Like with the magic res an AM has, he's not going to be too worried about that. So all you have to worry about is this direct matchup against Morphling, which again, with mana burn, you don't feel too bad about as the AM as well. And the lockdown on Entity is not ideal to pin down an anti-mage. So I don't mind it, but I'd also prefer it on offlane. I think Monet could shine with something else. XXS can kind of go for more of a utility AM on the offlane. I don't think it's too bad, but laning into Morphling as AM, not the worst. So I think, yeah, offlane's preferable, but we'll see. Entity seems to think it's just a Monet hero. They will also ban out the Lycan, so definitely just looking for the offlane bans, considering AM safe lane here.
There's the Venomancer ban as well. Entity, final pick, looking for the offlane. Not much time to think about this. 16 seconds reserve time in total.
They've run a lot. I mean, they haven't picked too many different heroes for Toby on the off. They've run a lot of Winter Wyvern off. If they go with a Wind Ranger pickup here, so that should just be our Wind Ranger offlane. There shouldn't be too many shenanigans here, although I don't think we've seen Toby on that hero. Rather interesting pick. And to go with a PL, so it is the offlane AM with a PL on top of that. All right, this is really interesting for Master. Very different to what we've seen. I am keen to see the itemization on XXS, really. This should be Vanguard into God knows what. It's pretty open for you here. Toby will run the off lane Wind Ranger, so Wind Ranger into PL is not a great... I don't think you can route the PL too badly. Monet should be finding his farm, but you also shouldn't be shoved too hard as a Wind Ranger away from the lane, so it should be steady CS coming out there for Toby. Very different draft, Mike, from what we've seen throughout the day. I'm keen to see this one break out.
Different is good, Jonathan. Let's see how this one does break out. Position 3 AM is upon us here from Team Aster, which is something I wanted last series, but well, here we go. Team Aster will pick it up today. We have had the experience of Japs playing AM, and he did look fantastic on it the other day for Team Talent. So, and against the Queen of Pain, against the, just the co-op mana void potential is huge for XXS this game. Annoying against Wanted as well. I think you've already went over this, John, but just draining the mana of the Morphling is never going to feel very good. So we are going to get into it very, very soon. Game 1, Anthony versus Aster. Jonathan, can you give me an answer to this question? Who has the better draft, in your opinion?
It's harder to say. I think in terms of straightforward execution, maybe Aster, but I do feel like Entity's pick off and control and teamfight potential is a little bit higher, because if you do look at Aster's lineup, their teamfight isn't the best. Like, you don't really have stuns outside of Blast Off here, and I suppose Mana Void and Remnant. Nothing consistent, whereas Entity can open up the fights with a hook shot, always have the follow through from Stormer. They can deny area away with Cogs and the Scream of Pain and the Sonic Wave. So I think Entity has better skirmishing, but Aster has scalability, and it's just down to timings here. Let's see as it does go in, but again, very different. I want to see what Monet does on his offlane AM. It's always interesting when you get that out. It's always a bit funny, but no, AM is a fine here from the offlane, Mike.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It should be a pretty interesting match, as they are going to run right into each other here for game number 1. Team Aster prepping for maybe a level 1 team fighters. Both teams will give the good luck and have funds. Patience here from Entity. Fishman will run to the low ground. Team Aster, they don't seem to necessarily... Ooh, never mind, they turn around. They do have the ward vision here on Fishman.
30 seconds to battle.
Fishman obviously very confident with that level 1 decay to go for this big fight with his team. Kind of the undying dream is a full team running into him at level 1. Instead, though, they are going to separate. Entity's starting to move up towards the top side of the map. They can secure the other bounty runes if Team Aster are insistent on the bottom ones.
The battle begins.
So it seems like they might just get away with 3 here, Team Entity, and they will. Team Aster only managing to snipe 1 bounty. However, Fishman going to be slowed up here by the sticky bomb of Siamese Cat, and Baboka will chase him down a little bit longer. But ultimately, Fishman going to prove to be just fine.
Yeah, not going to feel too bad about losing a little bit of HP. Should regen just fine anyway. Taking a look at that mid lane to break out first. Stormer on the Queen of Pain up against Sumail on the Void Spirit. And this should be a pretty good lane for the co-op. Void Spirit can still kind of dance around, play, and get some good right clicks off, especially if you land the Aether Remnant, but it's consistent for Stormer. You pop the Scream of Pain, the Resonant Pulse isn't going to block off that damage, you get the Shadow Strike up. Sumail can try to dodge if he opts for a Dissimulate point, but you don't tend to want to do that in the laning phase for a Void Spirit. So, in terms of just winning out the lane, again, Stormer should have an easier time here.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, the side lanes, bottom lane, Fishman, and, of course, Watson going to be up against Baboka and XXS. The offlane AM and pos for Enchantress, not something I thought I'd be saying today, but that is the laning stage here of the offlane of Team Aster. And you know what? This offlane is kind of dominant. Like, even against the Undying, Fishman can't really approach XXS without losing a bunch of mana. So preferably he'll stay onto Baboka and just keep trying to be as annoying as possible to the Enchantress. But overall, this AM Ench offlane might actually prove to be very, very strong.
Yeah, I don't think it's something that you can really deal with here on Entity for quite a while, until you start to feel a little bit more secure with Watson, say with the attribute shift, when you can take more risks. Until then, you should be free to just farm on XXS. Hit that Vanguard timing, start to become really durable, and start to look for a threat down the line as you approach, say, level 5. That's when the aim starts to really feel unmovable in that lane. So we shall see. Not having the best of times here for Fishman.
Toby gonna cop the blast off here. Sticky bomb did land as well, and he does have no way out. Monet able to secure first blood, and it seems like Siamese Cat even able to find the courier of Toby, so no bracer for him. That's a pretty rough start for the offlane of Entity.
That's not a good feeling. With Bracer gone, your right click harass isn't going to feel as amazing. Without that quick stat item up, so you're always going to feel a little bit better. Your durability is a little bit lower as well. And it's just laning into techies. You know, you get sticky bombed up. Every time Kataomi wants to come in to try to make a play, he just loses so much HP. Like, he doesn't have the best armor. The right clicks of a techie's not to be underestimated. You can't shove out the techies easily. I think that's the biggest issue here. Toby can always stay steady in lane with win run up now, but you can't really make big plays. You always run the risk of dying if you overcommit with that clockwork.
You have to be careful for this level, or rather minute 3 Lotus Pool timing as well, because the blast off is back up, and Monet, I think, is more than happy to fight here if they are going to go for this. Seems like Kataomi will get away with it though. Siamese Cat not bothering to try and set up for a blast off. We'll wait later on. So far, all lanes are going pretty decently here for Team Aster. Because I think they're winning out all lanes as we speak, just based off the CS board. Storm is the only one having a decent time in the mid lane on the Queen of Pain.
And
Watson having trouble approaching a creep wave here, John, as the morph, because Baboka's just doing so much work, just forcing him back. He can't get too close to XXS because he doesn't want to risk losing all his mana. Tombstone down at bot lane. He's going to be taken care of here by Baboka. So Fishman will be forced to deny that Tombstone off. Had to drop it though, because XXS did move in aggressively onto Watson and just needed the defensive capability of the Tombstone to not allow them to go too much further.
Yeah, they just needed the area denial. They got to get bottled rune denial as well. Picho, Siamese Cat just taking away the water rune, so no refill here for Stormer. That should help Sumail equalize the lane a little bit more. Out of mana on a Quap, so he shouldn't be able to apply that consistent harass onto Sumail, who does need to catch up a little bit here.
Kataomi. And Siamese Cat on the techies. Problem is with the techies against Clockwork is there's not much you can do if you do cop the battery assault. No way to get out of it, so he is just going to go down. Nice little pick off here from Kataomi. Again, for Siamese Cat, if you do get trapped in the cogs or you just get the battery assault placed on you, it's pretty tough to get away.
Yeah, you don't want to be isolated there as the techies. You kind of just want to stick to your lane. Again, he did rotate towards mid to deny after rune, so I think overall you're still happy about that. Like, yeah, dying solo is not the best, but you're making mid a little bit harder for Stormer to find a full advantage on. Again, just no bottle refill has allowed Sumail to equalize in terms of CS and in terms of EXP as well. Just 6 timing still going to line up just off the back of that. You make a sacrifice, it's worthwhile.
Monet's having such a good time on this this PL. 29-4, no contest here at the top lane.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Mid lane Sumail's been left alone. It's like Stormer was forced to go back towards the fountain for the reset. Might look for a rotation though, considering how badly the side lanes are going right now for Team Entity. But instead he will go back into the mid lane. Still not at level 6, so doesn't really feel the need to rotate. As Toby top lane again going to find himself in danger. Meanwhile, Fishman does go down to Baboka at bottom lane. So again, both side lanes, just all the kills going in the way of Team Aster. Fishman and Toby both dropping. And there is no form of punishment towards Aster.
No. They just can't quite do that just yet. They need some levels to be up to really start to feel better here. And that chase down from Baboka was solo. Just the Alpha Wolf getting one lucky crit was more than enough.
Sonic Wave, mid lane, Sumail, who Astral Step, avoiding the Cogs pushback. Nice attempt from Entity. But Sumail, he was already ready for it. They will still hang around here with 2 supports in the mid lane, but fat chance of actually killing off the Void Spirit now.
I mean, he's fine. He might make a play.
Jump in again. Stormer this time has the blink though, so he's going to be just fine to blink out. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Baboka being chased here by Fishman, but Fishman might be the one actually being chased now by Team Aster. So the blast off is going to land from Siamese Cat. Fishman still trying to decay his way to survival, but Baboka Just doing so much damage. That Tombstone, however, getting close to taking both out. But they are alright. They will survive.
So on the edge just a little bit. But level 2 Tombstone, not quite enough. Although it does take quite a few attacks, but he had enough on Aster to get that done. And
Watson. XXS not going to keep going. Watson is okay. And Kataomi now is trying to chase somebody down, hoping for an easy pick-off, but Baboka has TP'd out. We'll go back to the fountain for a reset. And so 1 for 4 now in the favor of Team Aster. Entity have a lot of catching up to do. At the very least, they'd love to slow the pacing of Team Aster down because they have not stopped ever since they got started.
No, they've just been on the offensive. Their positioning on the supports have been on point. Siamese Cat and Baboka just working out the lanes really well. You've got a lot of room now for Monet to just solo farm top. Just digging into the jungle, no punishment for him. 8-minute rune coming up.
Team Aster moving in. Stormer gonna avoid the sticky bomb at the least. Will survive. Now Kataomi gonna move in. Samel does not have any astral step charges. Big sonic wave onto Samel to ensure that the Quap was not gonna go down because he got very, very low. He will survive. As in comes Baboka now, moving in onto Fishman. Fishman being stunned up here by the Centaur. But Kataomi gonna zone them out in the clockwork, ensure that they cannot get close. The gap they needed to try and find the Quap anyway was long gone. Is now Baboka in trouble. Will try and take down Fishman with him, but Fishman is fine. Baboka the one in trouble, and Kataomi will be the one to take the kill on the clockwork.
Yeah, nice punishment on mid, allowing Stormer to escape there with his life, and punishing Sumail for looking to get aggressive on the re-engage. Not being able to block any of that damage off of the Resonant Pulse, again, being a massive issue for the Void Spirit in that mid matchup. Does manage to equalize a little bit. Storm is still struggling, to be fair. He needs a little bit more of that, and could be in danger if he comps too much damage from Sumail, but with the blink ready, at the very least, pinning him down again, not the easiest thing for Aster. 3-4, 1k lead for Aster still, but it's a rather even start. Monet is running away with the game, but Toby in a free lane is also starting to build up here. You're just not popping off as fast as you'd want on either mid, although emphasis on mid once more.
Stormer being jumped mid lane, still going to be fine. Meanwhile, towards the right side, Baboka in a bit of danger, but XXS will be there to try and tank some of the battery assault damage. Most of it's still going to Baboka, but it seems like Baboka should be okay. In the meantime, Siamese Cat dropping. Kataomi will go down.
Consider
1 for 1, as XXS is not done yet. The chase is onto Fishman. Mana Void is available, but Fishman not losing enough mana yet, so instead they'll move on to Stormer. A much bigger kill here for Team Aster. That makes the team fight all the more worth it.
They just flip that Quap coming in with that Aether Remnant. Just, again, the Mana Bomb waiting for XXS to set off. Find themselves a nice kill. Bottle refill for Sumail twice over with the respawn and illusions, and he can go again if he wants.
Yeah, Fishman, he was trying to just pop the Tombstone while he could. Will still do so, but Sumail is going to be able to secure the kill. And the retreat out, though Stormer going to jump in with a Sonic Wave, juked out by Sumail. Oh, not quick enough from Stormer.
It's a missed kill opportunity. Sumail's going to be feeling very pleased with himself. Long cooldown for Stormer to commit. And that will provide openings for him to, again, get aggressive on that mid lane. Fully healed up with a bottle. Has a tornado creep here as well if they want to make a play. Yeah.
Actually, the Hurricane kind of messed him up a little bit there. Baboka. Doesn't matter. Still just being as annoying as possible here to Stormer. And, well, the Wild Wing Ripper is doing a lot of damage because it is a level 3 enchant. So plus 53 damage here for the Wild Wing Ripper. So he will eventually go down. That's only because Baboka ends up enchanting another. Now looking to see if they can snipe the Queen of Pain once again. So you do have 2 Astral Step charges available on Sumail. Stormer realizing that Baboka might just be around, does sit back. But I do love this play from the end, right? Like, in fact, hold that thought, because now Stormer going to be in danger again, but Kataomi will show up along with Fishman to ensure he's going to be fine. Though Monet shows up now on the PL. Moving in, XXS, he's onto Stormer looking for a Mana Void, but can't find one. Monet now on a killing spree, taking down Fishman. And they're onto the mid tier 1 tower.
I love that read. Monet, just with the defusal already, knows he can do some damage on that mid aggression. And it's just ready to kind of show up. It's going to take that tier 1 mid, go back to farming, work his way towards the Manta. A great understanding of the aggression here from the side of Team Aster. We've seen them do this before. When they can kind of show up and help Sumail on mid, they will. With every hero that possibly can rotate in. And it pays off this time. 4-8. Tower advantage coming out for Aster. A 3k lead set up for themselves here as well. Stormer has not had a game.
Bottom lane for Boca. He's going to get caught here by Kataomi, so that's going to be a nice easy pick-off for Toby. 4k advantage still stands for Team Aster. Judging by how farmed the PL is right now, it's not going to be a very easy game for Entity. Team Aster now looking towards the top tier 1 tower here with XXS. Gonna have a pretty easy time taking it by the looks of it. Forcing Entity to try and rotate up top to try and defend. That's what the game feels like right now for Entity, right? Like, it just feels like they're being run around quite a lot as a unit, just trying to protect so many objectives at once. And sadly, it's using a lot of time up, but at least they can take these stacks together. Entity will just go ahead and take it with Stormer. Of course, trying to make sure that's done before Aster realize there are stacks here to be taken.
Yeah, and that should help Stormer catch up. Again, if you looked at the farm, for a while, Boboko was above Stormer's farm as a support bench. Things definitely not feeling too good for Storm in this game, but some catch-up gold for him to find. And again, you're getting some room out here for the Entity cores to farm up. Toby's been left alone. So has Watson. Just left to farm up in that jungle. Again, the pacing's a little bit slower, but if they do ignore the Morphling for a prolonged amount of time, it can be an issue here for the side of Aster. You would want to see them start to take away some jungle space away from that pause 1 here of Entity. They will at least seek to shove in the lanes, at least down bot, and constantly pressure mid, where
XXS again jumping in. This post 3 AM just so aggressive here, John. Always looking for Stormer. And the thing is, the Quap, like, you look at Stormer's farm, he's got nothing. Nothing to speak of. The XXS can just happily jump on the Quap, knowing there's just no way to defend apart from blinking away. And if he gets enough mana down, it's just a surefire kill with the Mana Void.
Yeah, again, not been an easy game for Stormer, being behind Boka for some part of the laning phase. They are, again, getting some room out, although the techies' minds makes going through gate a little bit painful, but they will go through, and that is scouted out by virtue of the mines. Can't be thinking of Roche. It's a bit early for Entity, but they are thinking of a smoke here.
I mean, they've got to help out this mid lane somehow. The Team Aster, they're going to smoke up themselves. Entity, they are running the supports into mid, and I say supports, I do mean Toby and Fishman, who is a position 3 right now, but they've caught out that position 3. Fishman and Toby and Huge Shovel rather, but a nice hook shot in to try and save the day. Kataomi may have just done it, as they have got Siamese Cat. Sumail waiting for another charge of the Astral Step, does have it, will walk away, but the neutral creeps. The neutrals get involved. They'll take the Emperor down. Monet now in huge danger. Watson gets him. It's the Mana Void not going to come out from XXS. Cancelled mid-animation. He'll be forced to blink away, but Entity will surround, and suddenly a triple kill for Watson.
Yeah, it's dicey for Master. I get what they want to do. You know, they want to back up Sumail whenever he makes these plays, but even dragging Monet into his, that's a massive loss for Aster. Entity, again, they've ignored the side of Watson for so long. It just comes in and does the damage, and they just haven't put pressure onto that Morphling. Watson gets so much off the back of that, number 1 in net worth now. Even the neutrals going against their favorite hero, though they might at least find a little bit of a consolation prize in Fishman. Not the big skill. Yeah.
You got there in the end.
Yeah.
That was good.
Yeah, I do not speak English too well. You want me to speak with the accent bite? I can do that for the entire cast.
Don't do that, John.
So now in the mid, you know, they're trying to push in with a Void Spirit. And right now, you know, Emperor Sumail, right? Like, he's finding the farm, but the neutrals sometimes they catch him out.
Kataomi, top lane, he's in trouble. It's XXS. I mean, he has the Mana Void, not gonna bother. The Clockwork mana pool too low to really secure a kill that way.
Yes, he might have the Mana Void, but that will not fill the void in his heart.
Hurricane Pike to the low ground. He's still going to drop, though. Oh, John.
You know it's true, Mike. If there is such a void for X success.
I'm surprised you and I have made it this far at this stage, Jonathan, with your antics.
I haven't tried hard enough to get us out, Mike. Not quite yet.
No, you haven't.
Not quite yet. Aster, they're trying hard as well. 9-9. Less than 1k lead coming out from Entity. Big issue for Aster is how long they've left Watson alone. Your Morphling is rushing into the Ags now. Not too far away from that timing, and, well, with the Ags on hand, if he turns into the PL, Mikey, he's a better PL. Because guess what? He's going to have the Spirit Land spam as well. So you don't have to deal with that.
Fishman. Looking like a very bad Undying right now, John. He is dead, which is generally not what you want to do as an Undying. Well, actually, you kind of do sometimes. He will go down to Siamese Cat as mid lane. Jump is there. Watson completely out of mana, but they have no stun. So he will just TP out for free.
This is a weakness of Aster's draft. We talked about just no stunts on hand. They have to rely on a neutral creep or the Mana Void or the Remnant or Blast Off, and just none of that being there in that little pick-off opportunity mid. You have to put a lid on that Morphling. You need your stunts on hand. They'll at least get some space on the bot tier 2 to shove in. Should be a nice objective they want to fully commit, but they've got the creep army. There you go. You've got the Dark World Summoner as well, so it shouldn't take too long here.
The bottom tier 2 tower. Slowly being sieged here by Team Aster. XXS going to join in with the double damage. That'll speed things up a little bit. In fact, a hell of a lot. They've got the good old Skelly boys here for the Dark Troll Summoner. And Entity, they won't really have a response for this. They're just going to let it go down, buying Watson as much time as possible, and he does almost have the Axe up now. So, like you said, the better PL is on the way very, very soon here from Watson. I suppose once the Axe is up, maybe you start to group up as a unit and go together. In fact, never mind that, because Roshan's available. So they are going to group up, but they aren't looking for a fight. They are looking for Roshan.
This is not the quickest Roshan in the world. I don't think you have that much damage on Toby, but they'll still be able to melt through it quite fast. Damage is coming through. It's gate usage here, though, spotted by the ward.
It is spotted. The others will use the outpost just to make sure they don't all get caught out at once. Team Aster not looking to let this Roshan go the way for free of Team Entity. Is Siamese Cat already caught on the tech? He's made this go down, though. He's surviving a little bit longer, trying to get the blast off, but does make it. He's out for now. Katahomi, the one to fall. It's Team Aster off to a good start. We'll move on to Fishman. The Undying now gone.
Now they get to take Rosh. Down to half, thanks to Entity. Pick up the freebie themselves. Good positioning from Aster. The fact that they managed to save Siamese Cat's life as well. I mean, unfortunately, it is daytime, so Rosh just calls into the office now. Everyone's going to have to take a bit of a road trip down south, but no problems here. That is, there's some vision here. The Entity not going to be able to contest.
Roshan's that annoying person during the road trip, John. They always want to stop. I need to go to the bathroom. I'm hungry.
You reckon? I feel like Roach is just a dude, you know, in a 9 to 5, clocks in exactly at 9 and clocks out exactly at 5. No overtime. Just sticks to the schedule. Clock shifts, yep, I'm out. He's a hard worker, you know?
That's how I tell you're not married, Jonathan. If you were married, I think you'd agree with me more.
What, did he stop? He's not stopping. He's just going through the gate. He sees the clock change. It's like, all right, time to clock in. Clock change is again, all right, time to head home. I don't see any stopping in a road trip. He knocks people away. He doesn't want to be at work anymore.
Remind me, have you had a job apart from casting Dota 2?
Not really, no. I don't know if you could even say this is a job, Mike. So, probably just no.
The thing is as well, nobody clocks out on time anymore, John. You should know that. Katahomi. He's going to drop top lane. Very confused by your analogies, Jonathan, because 2023, nobody clocks out without doing some overtime. I think you're describing how it used to be back in the day.
Mike, you're just describing toxic work culture right there. That should not be the way it is. You know, you have your rights as employees. Clock out when you have to clock out. Well, you're Australian, so your bosses are, well, you know, just like you. What can you do, Mike? You have this culture of wanting... Hey, you're the one who says it's all about winning and stuff. That's a corporate mindset right there, Mike. Not my fault. You're burning yourself in that grave.
Top lane, Team Aster's going to go for a push now. I'll tell you, this is starting to feel like a toxic work environment, John. The top tier 1 tower. That's going to go down.
Radiant's top tower has
Outpost at least going to be taken here by the side of Team Entity.
Radiant's top
Excuse me, I did say Outpost. I meant Tormentor, so they do get the shards up.
It's a rather slow game. Both sides just waiting for their itemization to kick in. At some point, Watson should be fairly comfy at this point, although probably does need that BKB to truly be confident here. Big courier to find. That's the Ags gone for 2 minutes for Stormer. Already having a rough game, not going to get any easier. Still try with a smoke out, though.
Yeah, here we go. Entity. They'll group up as 5. Sumail is around the corner, but they don't have the vision for the Void Spirit right now. They're just full focus at the top lane. What target would they like to start with? Counter smoke now from Team Aster. Smoke broken immediately though, and a nice hook shot going to find both supports into the double sonic wave. Baboka is out for now, but Siamese Cat is down. As it seems like Monet is going to try to get to work, but the morph is there into the PO form now. So Monet maybe looking to back out. Meanwhile, Sumail moving forward. Does find Stormer. Monet, however, still trying to retreat away from Watson. Is safe for now. So Watson looking for himself another target. Will chase down XXS, drain his mana instead. XXX is fine, however. Fishman now the one in danger. Sumail picks him off, but Sumail needs an escape route, and he won't have one. Sumail is down. As Watson now unstoppable on the Morphling, but Monet wants to keep fighting. The morph is over. Watson's in trouble. Monet surrounding the morph as the TP away is there. XXX jumping on the high ground, but they have no TP cancellation. Just TP is the mantra of Watson. And Team Aster, I mean, it's not the worst fight. It still is a 2 for 2. Pretty even fight, in fact. But a lot more gold going the way of Team Entity, as they are just behind at the moment.
Yeah. And you just bounce back a little bit more. Sure, you lose Stormer, but again, you find a punishment onto Sumail. You're seeing the effect of Watson just turning into the PL with the Ags. It does not feel fun for Monet. Losing that attack speed, losing those stats, definitely hurts the PL by quite a huge amount. And the side of Aster, they need a lot more control. They are going for the Basher now in XXS into the Abyssal. That's one solution to kind of come in here. Should simplify these engagements once they have some of that answers up. For the side of Aster, I mean, Age is still running for about less than a minute, so you can get away with some cheeky plays here if you want to.
Stormer going to be okay to back away from Monet. Tier 2 mid tower though cannot back. It has to stand its ground. And your tier 2 tower going down as well as Team Aster is continuing to take as many objectives as they possibly can. It's not down yet, but there you go. Eventually, it is gone. 5k advantage now the way of Aster. Still holding on to the Aegis, of course, here for Monet. Though it is going to expire in 15.
Again, just poking and prodding for both sides. No massive committal outside of some smoke plays here. The one annoying thing about morphling into PL is that I believe PL, if he morphs into you even from an illusion, you will lose your stats. So if you illusion spam, morphling will always have a good time here, no matter what.
Big rotation, big smoke here from Team Aster. Top lane. Toby's going to avoid the smoke nicely. Team Aster, I mean, obviously would rather have it Aegis up again if they do want to move in. Buy a bit more time for Monet to have the full Manta up as well. And it might literally just be a matter of waiting for Roshan now. I don't think Entity will mind that too much because it gives them more time to get their own farm up on Watson and Stormer.
Just get to try to keep scaling. Very conservative game. With so much on the line, I can't really fault Aster. And Entity just wants to kind of catch up. See if they find something with his chase down here.
Yeah, bottom lane.
Ew. Alright. Back to it. Back to the grind. See it, the good old 9 to 5 farm grind in Dota 2, Mike.
Oh.
When Roshan comes back up, he'll be clocking in and out of his different homes, the office and the home.
Stop saying that. He's not clocking in and out, Jonathan. Right?
What's he doing then? Why is he traveling? What's he doing? Why does he change during day and night? What's up?
Well, why do people travel, Jonathan? It's okay. He can go to a different
The
house.
exact same setting. That's fair. Well, let's see. Roshan is part of the elite. 2 homes on such a limited map space. What is this guy?
Because you're after everyone today, John. Nobody's safe from you.
No, nobody's
That's me.
safe. If I could toss shade to my boys on Talon, I would, but they're all right. They're all right now. 1-1, but sure, whatever. They're up there. Not straight to the airport. At the very least. And we will again just head back to a nice relaxing farm. Getting that build up. Monet inching towards the heart. That's the point where your PL illusions are going to be pretty nasty to deal with. Then again, you've got Stormer with the Ags. I don't know if you can really rely on just the illusion spam with all the magic damage coming through here off the wave clear coming out from Entity. So they are just going to be able to clear out the spam. Their map is shrunk though. No outer towers left for Entity. Aster in control of just building up, and they have scalability on Aster to be fair, but you can't count Entity out on that aspect either with a Wind Ranger, Quap, and a Morph. As Entity will smoke out now. Looking for the angle. Might be able to find an isolated Monet, but the mines do give the info for Monet to back off. Playing up against techies, it's never easy to look for those pickoffs with a smoke.
It certainly isn't, John. Not a very fun time, that's for sure. So Entity gonna find out the hard way that this smoke is not gonna work out in their favor, and Team Aster have already relocated towards the top side of the map. Roshan still 35 seconds away, not too far. They are waiting around the Roshan pit already here, Team Aster. Even mines being placed by the twin gates. I do love the fact, by the way, that you can place four of the proximity mines by the twin gates, so people just explode as soon as they come in. Seems very balanced to me.
Yeah, it's fun. I like fun stuff. That is a Geneva Convention violation, but techies in and of itself is a war atrocity, so it is what it is.
It is. Entity are thinking about going through these twin gates, John. They're hanging by. Team Aster, they're TPing down towards the bot lane. Mass TP's incoming. There's your 5-man smoke now, heading directly south. Roshan has respawned up. They are going to see it. Team Entity just waiting by for the Roshan to switch its position. Counter smoke now against Team Aster. Both sides looking to run right into each other. They're going to see the Quap first. Quick blink away from him. Stormer is perfectly fine. Roshan is yet to make its appearance, but it's coming. In through the twin gates it comes. Jump in, Samel trying to go right after Watson, but Watson able to waveform away. Both sides still looking for a nice angle into this fight. Watson already going into the morph for the Void Spirit this time around. Wrap around here from Team Aster as well. They're going through the north now, but Entity going to smoke once again. Running into Samel. They've got the 8th Remnant to lock him down. Sonic Wave out as well, but it's not going to be enough. Samel moving back in does find Fishman. The Undying is down, but he does have buyback. Meanwhile, Monet has also dropped. That's the bigger deal. Spaboka now completely surrounded. It's a bit of a slower process though, as Samel's going to jump back in. There's a buyback from Fishman. They're going to try and fight without their PL here. Watson's down. Watson is down, but a great shackles from Toby. Holding down a couple. Is it enough? Samel is still going. The Emperor trying to do it himself, but the triple kill was there before he does drop. The Stormer will pick up the double. Onto Siamese Cat, they'll find another. But Roshan is the way of Entity.
They've got the opening. They got the big kills. The Void Spirit form here for Watson doing a lot of work. Like all of those stats from a Universal Hero, man. So much HP and damage coming out from Watson in that form. It does cost them a couple of buybacks here in Entity, but Roshan is a massive objective to take. Aegis Cheese on hand for them, and Aster falling a little bit flat, losing Monet way too early on, just not feeling durable on that PL with all of the wave clear you have. In the Ags upgraded Shadow Strike, the Scream of Pain spam coming through. Not a simple game for the PL to just be durable up front with the Illusion spam. And Entity again managing to reel in that fight their way. Making Aster struggle. 17. Okay.
Yeah, he's out of mana here, John. Karaomi's going to jump in and try and help out. XXS knows he's got no mana to try and blink. But Toby is around the corner. Monet is thinking about coming through the twin gates, but decides better of it for now. In fact, XXS now jumping in onto Kataomi. Getting the bash he was looking for, so no twin gates usage for him. They'll at least find a clockwork for their trouble.
They find a little bit of something. That is a dieback on your support. So you stall him out in the next fight at the least, but not too long for respawn anyway. Aster, I don't think they find anything. I don't think they find too much for that kill. Full heart up and running for Monet. So a little bit more durable. Whether or not that's enough to withstand the output of Stormer and his spam is another question. I'm just not sure if that's quite enough, although should make it a little bit more annoying for the Quap to deal with those illusions now. And Aster, despite losing Aegis, they still have 11k of an advantage here, just doing quite well on Sumail and on Monet now. Just need to translate that into a high ground push somehow. Need more pickoffs. If they can isolate Watson, he did not pick up Aegis as they took that fight while he was still respawning. And that could be the big kill that opens up this game for them.
Could be. Tormentor to be taken here by Entity. Fishman almost dying to that, but he's going to be fine. Fishman will get the Axe Shard now, so he does get the grab for the Tombstone. Team Aster still 10k ahead. I mean, you could wait another 3 minutes if you really are worried about the Aegis of the Quap, but I don't know if Aster quite are. It's really the Morph that's causing them the biggest headache. And you can see by the win probability that Aster may not be needing to be afraid of the Aegis that Entity do have. They'll hold on to the Radiant Triangle high ground for now. Thing is, with Entity, they can't move anywhere without Minds giving sound cues to Team Aster of exactly where they are, and Team Aster just run right towards them. Stormer, he'll be the first one to jump in. BKB is there just in the nick of time. Meanwhile, Sumail moving in onto Fishman, looking for the Undying. We'll have him as Watson. He's getting very low. The Sonic Wave to try and help Watson out, but Watson's completely out of mana. He's trying to run with the BKB and will barely make it out. But Toby is not looking too good himself. Toby, he'll eat the cheese, he'll wind run, he'll buy himself a little bit more time, but Toby is down. Aster, they are onto the high ground.
That's the opening they need. No, Morph is down for a few more seconds here, half a minute, more than enough time to rip into the objectives. The Fortify will stall out for a moment, but they also fortify their creep wave here on Aster to ensure that the push goes through. And just goes through so fast. And with the tier 3 gone, your defense on Entity's a lot harder to pull off. You could lose multiple racks here. You could end up losing bot as Monet is heading down there.
Bottom tier 3 tower going to be focused down, Team Aster. Looking for a little bit more. Watson will be in the Shadow Blade, looking for some kind of initiation to protect this bottom racks. Stormer moving his way up from the back. Hook shot though, way off the mark here from our Clockwork. So Kataomi's going to find another way to try and get a cogs off. He has found two in the back. It is complete chaos here down to the bottom lane as they've already lost Siamese Cat. But Boca in trouble too. Monet meanwhile cannot do it to Toby. Toby just doing too much damage is going to take him out. And Team Aster suddenly losing 3 as Sumail is still going. He's found a double kill on the Void Spirit, but the chase is on with the Claypnir. Sumail, what can he do in this situation? It doesn't seem like much. He'll astral step towards the north, but the chase is still ongoing as he will dissimulate on the spot. Nullify it back towards Toby. Sumail, Manta is there. Astral step in 1 second, but he doesn't have the time. He doesn't have the time, and Toby still survives his success. Oh, he gets Watson. Even finding the Aegis of Stormer. The Quap trying to get away. XXS still trying to keep going, but we'll have to leave them be with the BKB up. What a chaotic team fight.
No, that was just so cheeky of Sumail. You know, just getting the dissimulate right in the center point, expecting them to commit harder for the chase out. Not quite. Gets caught out in the end, but that sets up for that kill onto Watson. So even with these losses for Aster, you know, you come out on top with a Rap's take. they can't quite take much of the map here on NTT without their Morphling. So you find a big kill to stall the game out, to just get these respawns going on Aster. You take care of the Aegis on Stormer, which, to be fair, was set to fall anyway. If you waited maybe a little bit longer here for XXS, you might have been able to find both kills. As we take a look at that fight again, very cheeky of Sumail, but there's the bomb off the back of that cheeky play from Sumail.
Bottom lane, Toby. Not going to go for that creep wave. Does decide better of it. Team Entity just staying around that Radiant Triangle for now. Saw Monet last team fight, is struggling with the focus fire damage that Toby is providing, assuming he can get the focus fire on the right target as Watson.
Got abyssal.
Oh. Well, that's a problem. The Morphling's down for 68 seconds without buyback, or rather with buyback, but he doesn't want to commit the buyback.
That's a big opening. Aster punishing quite nicely from the fog. Getting the damage out, but again, the Morphling, a very good foil to the Morph here.
A jump in immediately from Sumail. Fishman going to be targeted, though he does get within the tombstone, and now a big sonic wave has taken down Sumail. Fishman surviving throughout all of this. It's Team Aster looking for the retreat. Watson has brought back, so they want as much as they humanly can get. As Aether Remnant completely whiffing from Watson. So Baboka not getting caught by that is fine to TP out. It happens, John. Sometimes the vector targeting, you know, you mess it up a little bit.
Yeah, sometimes it doesn't quite line up. Just look at the damage of Watson when he is in the Void form, though. And with a stat stolen, it's like 297 plus 117 damage.
Lovely.
It was so much HP. I believe it's time to go up to 1.8, maybe 2k. Like, turning into the Void Spirit is massive. You cannot ignore Watson when he does turn into a universal type. And again, the PL, it's probably the better form for spamming the Spirit Lances, but overall, to become a better Morphling, it's just Void Spirit all the way. You know, it's not like Sumail can really stop that. I don't see him going for Linken's anytime soon here. 39 minutes in, 19k lead for Aster, 2 racks up, but Entity pushing back, finding some key pickoffs. Roshan, let's see that respawn in around 20 seconds. Chances are it will head top, unless it's like an instant spawn here. Aster.
Stormer. Oh, this will lay down immediately. He's very low on mana, and now a big blast off from Siamese Cat. But the grab again from Fishman has allowed the Pop to survive a little bit longer. He's just standing in the tombstone. He'll get out eventually. Buyback is there from Siamese. It's XXS still on Kataomi, looking for the clockwork. Does get him. He does have buyback available.
That's a really fast Roche respawn.
I'll tell you, Fishman's doing so much work with this tombstone shards. It's constantly saving somebody before they get bursted.
Yes. The save is big, but it's not enough to save this Roshan for them. Does fall very fast. Free Ags upgrade here as well. Wondering who they hand it over to. And when he already has his, you could maybe make an argument for XXS. No, Sumail picks it up. Wants a double Resonant Pulse. Wants to silence. Can't fault him. Only 1 racks left for Aster to take, and they'll all ride through that Twin Gate. It's a dangerous spot for Entity. Have to be on point here for Stormer and Watson. They can't afford to just be picked off one by one like this.
Stormer, speaking of the devil, gonna barely avoid XXS. Ping's coming out towards the left side of the map. Entity, they are hanging around in the smoke behind Stormer. Jeez, a side device now up on Baboka could make life very hard for Entity. The jump is there. Stormer immediately out with the BKB to avoid the Aether Remnant of Sumail, who continues to try and go, but no, he'll step away. Aster, just 1 lane of barracks left for them to secure Megas. They are moving in with a 24k advantage as XXS, no fear in the world, jumping onto the Undying, looking to take him down, and Fishman is gone. He is going to buy back immediately. It's a Sonic Wave, not really landing on too much. Sumail being an absolute menace here on the Void Spirit. Will retreat.
Top tower.
Team Aster back in onto the tier 3 top. Wait need to hold down Monet. Monet's still fine, is now the Nullifier, getting the Wind Ranger, so Toby's gone. No buyback on him. Stormstormer now in the middle of nowhere is going to be surrounded, silenced up, in huge trouble. Needs a blink away but cannot get it. Sumail continues. The Emperor's not done, but Entity is. GG is called. Game 1 will go the way of Team Aster. And what a convincing show here from Team Aster, John. I feel like at one stage there was like a decent fight for Team Entity, but Aster in the end just proving to be pretty damn solid in this matchup.
Yeah, I think they find their pacing come out here really well. They build off of Sumail really nicely, and they had this really great time for Monet and XXS. Neither one getting threatened too much in lane. Like the laning phase was just a little bit too static there for Entity to really find an advantage. I don't think this offlane Wind Ranger also paid off for Toby. Doesn't do much in this game. It's really down to Watson and Stormstormer, and we just saw a couple of times too many, mind you, where both Watson and Stormstormer just kind of picked off. Especially that death of Watson. Just the Abyssal Blade usage of XXS was massive. So you kind of have to respect that instant jump, instant burst that you do have on Aster with this kind of draft. For Entity, if they manage to play more poke and prod, you know, in some of these fights where they did win, it was much more dragged out. They managed to get the PL or Spirit or this Spirit Void Spirit form. I don't know why I struggled with that one. The Void Spirit form out, and suddenly the Morphling's a massive hero, but in cases when they get jumped first and, you know, Watson's not nearby to provide backup, then it just falls apart. The Morphling needed to really dictate that game.
Yeah, we're going to see some highlights here of game number 1 between Entity and Aster. Again, there were some moments where you thought maybe Aster's got a bit of a comeback on the way here, but rather Entity had a bit of a comeback on the way, but Team Aster were proving to be just way too powerful. Of course, Watson causing some issues with the Aghanim's morph against the PL. Overall, Team Aster just had it completely together here in this game number 1. Props to Sumail, especially John, just creating absolute havoc in these fights. Just Entity not knowing who the hell to focus. It's Entity, a good attempt at game 1, but just maybe need to rethink the draft going into the game number 2 of this series. Just get back to the drawing board, rethink exactly how you want to play this one out, and maybe try to end your Dream League Season 20 with a win here against Aster.
It's an important win for Aster to find, though, at the least now. Even if they drop the next one, a draw still puts them in a decent position, depending on other results, as to where they will stand going up into, you know, the finalization of our positions here for the top 4. And puts them in a good spot, because I believe our other series results are shaping up as well. You can check out the other streams. I wouldn't want to spoil you guys here. Again, Aster getting a win saves them in game 2. If they can get a full series win, that's going to be massive for them. That should shoot up the chances for them to stay here in Group B. And again, really great coordination coming out. Lots of emphasis on Sumail. Lots of rotations, even from Monet to head into Sumail's lane, just to find these wins. And quite frankly, it pays off. Despite it looking weird, the early aggression from PL onto mid actually helped them a lot.
Yeah, it certainly did. I appreciate the activeness of Monet's PL. And, you know, John, I've got to give credit to the AM where credit is due. XXS did a fantastic job on the offlane AM, making it look really nice. And he was a real nuisance. Like, just... you know, the one guy that you want to ignore, but you just can't. You can't ignore this anti-mage. Yeah, he's not doing that much damage, but he's draining all our mana. And then there's this mana void we have to worry about that might just blow all of us up if we're not too careful. So props to him, John. I give AM a lot of crap as a hero, but this time around, just this one game, he did a good job. XXS at least did. Not the hero.
He definitely did. He definitely did. He worked it well. His itemization was great. Just going for the Abyssal to get an additional stun. And again, his positioning as well. To snipe Watson there with the techies around, that was a big one that actually blew the game even further towards Aster's way.
Okay, well, we are going to head off to a short break, and of course, right after that break, we're going to be back with our Game 2 draft between Entity and, of course, Team Aster. Don't you go anywhere.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are going into our Game 2 draft here between Team Aster and, of course, the side of Entity. Jonathan, Game 1 going the way of Aster in quite a convincing fashion, I want to say. Game 2, is there anything in particular you'd like to see changed up, at least in terms of draft here for Team Entity, to give them a better chance of at least ending their run at DreamLeague Season 20 on a higher note, on a win?
Yeah, different offlane for Toby. He did feel targeted a little bit in the bans, to be fair, but I don't think the offlane Wind Ranger did enough from the laning phase into the mid game, into the late game. Like, when you'd get a good shackle, it would feel great, but beyond that, if you had something else that could maybe teamfight or carry auras for you, it might have been a little bit better there for Entity. I think it's not that the Wind Ranger caused them to lose, but it certainly didn't quite contribute enough, I think, to justify that pick.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Definitely a bit of a tougher time for him, but we'll see if they do kind of revise and revitalize going into game number 2 here against Team Aster. Of course, Team Aster, on the other hand, off to a pretty good start, John. Game 1 going their way. They do look for a 2-0 victory here to give them a better chance at getting through the group stages of Season 20 of Dream League. And so far, they're on the path, John. They're on the right path to getting there. They're currently, again, tied up in 4th place with Bet Boom. So a 2-0 victory would certainly help their chances of staying in here. And again, a reminder, we did speak with the side of Team Aster earlier. Coach Matt did say he was treating this like a major, so they are taking this very, very seriously. And of course, a win here in the second game would probably mean the world to Aster right now, keeping their hopes alive.
Yeah, again, just having a clearer path onto group stage 2, would want to be able to drag themselves up there after pretty mixed results on lands for quite some time. China's a region, so they're carrying not just their own hopes, of course, but the hopes of the region as a whole. As PSG LGD have at least managed to also secure their position there in Group A, so they want that representation here in Group B as well. Well, let's see if they can pull it off. I think Aster, maybe sometimes it looks like they overcommit on, say, getting Sumail a good start, right? Like, again, we see Monet head down mid just with a defusal there in the PL, really early timing to make a rotation out, but it does pay off. I think there are certain cases where they can be a little bit hasty, and that is something Entity can punish, so we'll see if they recognize that, and again, we'll see if we get a bigger here for Toby on the offlane. I just don't think his Wind Ranger did enough there to justify it coming in.
Yeah, I mean, I actually like the fact that they're putting a lot of emphasis on Sumail having a good time, because you saw him last game, like, he really started popping off in that Void Spirit. It felt like the TI winning young Sumail, the prodigy we used to know. That, I mean, he's still obviously fantastic at what he does, Jonathan, but the aggression is what I love to see, and I think Team Aster, enabling a man like Sumail is probably always a decent enough idea here, even if it does mean Monet starts rotating, which, it caught me off guard that last game, but it worked, so why not, Wouldn't recommend it in your pub games, ladies and gentlemen, rotating as a POS 1, but sometimes it works. Sometimes it happens.
Sometimes it does happen, but that's also because you have Sumail mid. Unless you have someone like Sumail in your mids, probably not advisable in your pubs. Although, to be fair, it takes a really good game understanding of tempo, like when are you actually strong as a carry to head down mid. I think the most simple one to look at is like a Terrorblade, right? Terrorblade with, say, a Yash or the old Dragonlance build used to show up mid at, say, 9 minutes, 9 to 10, and that's a decent power spike to actually show up with your team. Something like Weaver as well, but the early Javelin would show up mid, so it's not always bad. And in that case, again, Monet already had the Diffusal Blade after a pretty free lane, so he felt like he could contribute, and it did work out.
Sounds like you're almost fighting Jenkins here for the DHL Pro Tips slot, Jonathan. I have to let Jenkins know to be wary of just watch his back here as John X5 is coming for his job now.
I always find it funny when Jenkins is all serious mode as well and giving an explanation, because knowing him in person, he's a character, I think is the word I'd use. Don't want to out myself too much there. Love Jenkins, of course.
The first time I met Jenkins, actually, he was actually talking to me about the DHL Pro Tips. I think it was ESL 1 Stockholm. Yeah, he was like, Mike, I'm out of ideas. Please help me. What am I talking about today? And I was like, what about vector targeting, Jenkins? And he was like, oh, that's genius. He promised me a cut of the pay, but I never got it, which is pretty standard from Jenkins, just going for a bit of a run. I guess he needed it more than I did, Jonathan. I hear he sleeps by the dumpster, so you know.
That is, I will not verify that, but that rumor is there for a reason. I think, when I first ran into Jenkins, it's funny because we ended up having a conversation about Blood Mist. And we had a very good time about talking about the merits of Blood Mist. And both of us tried it at that time. You know, again, me with my Radiance, Ags, Ether Blade build up. And Jenkins says that's a very good idea if the Ags work properly, because at that time it was pure damage, but it was doing magic damage on the enemies and pure damage to yourself, so not the best.
What an actual good idea would be, Jonathan, is to look at our player comparisons here, brought to you by Acer Predator, of course. Let's have a look at those and see exactly what's going on. That's a great segue, by the way, Jonathan. We do have, of course, our mid lane is Stormstormer versus Sumail. Sumail obviously popping off last game, 12-6 and 8. Stormstormer not having as good of a game, but to be absolutely fair to him, he was going up against an offlane AM that was just hunting him down every single team fight, so he had to watch his back quite a bit. But props to Sumail, like, even against the more challenging matchup of a Queen of Pain mid, as the Void Spirit, he still had an amazing game.
Yeah, still managed to have a pretty good game. I think the issue for Stormstormer there was, again, his mid was super pressured. At some point, he was below Baboka's farm on the Ench, which is definitely not what you want to see from your mid. So we'll see if he gets a better game here as we start to head into game 2. Again, Sumail popping off. The stats reflect that. He's had a great time overall. I think his performance has been very, very convincing, and I want to see if he maintains that momentum in their last game here for Group Stage 1.
We shall see. Sumail, obviously a big name right now for Team Aster, and it kind of warms my heart to see him part of a team from China. I think he mentioned earlier in an interview that he always felt like he had a huge fan base in China, so it's kind of like going home for him. And here we go. Draft number 2 is underway. Team Aster, they will actually respect ban out the Undying of Fishman, which was causing them a lot of issues. And they'll also once again get rid of the Batrider. Meanwhile, on Entity, they've had enough of the techies, so they'll ban that out. And they actually get rid of the Morphling, which does mean we do have offlane heroes such as the Doom still available. And there it is. Entity could choose Beastmaster if they really want to, but they'll go for the Medusa route, which was also not banned out.
Oh,
mind you.
Wow, Mike, you're a genius.
You know,
you're
the funny
a genius.
Thing was, if I said Medusa into Beastmaster first, then I would have looked amazing, wouldn't I?
Wow. I don't know how you can tell how these drafts go. You've got to teach me, Mike.
You know what, John? Maybe one day you can be more supportive when I'm right. You know, it doesn't happen very often, but when I am right, perhaps I can use a little bit of support.
Good job, Mike. Good job. The AM comes out here as well for Aster.
Without the sarcasm, John.
And of course, I'll try, but you know, it's in my blood. AM coming out to deal with Dusa. Not too bad. I'm wondering again, if you run it offlane, wait, what could you do here? Could you run a support AM? Is Aster brave enough to cross the boundaries here and go support AM? I don't think so, but who knows? You know, maybe Baboka wants to take a trip to that side of the world, that side of his soul, and search. Will the AM support work? I don't think you should.
Don't do it, Baboka. Don't do it.
And besides, like, the lane matchup of AM into Beastmaster, maybe not the comfiest. The axe spam is pretty annoying, and again, up against an AM, Beastmaster can just go back for the old boar build, so you can still dominate a safe lane AM lane here with the Beastmaster off. I feel like you have your bases covered, at least for the laning stage here for Entity.
More bans to come between these two teams. Support banouts being focused on by both these sides. Not sure why Entity would focus on supports, John. I mean, you've already talked about the support AM potential here for Team Aster, which could come out. So no need to focus on the Baboka heroes. He's already got his hero here. You know what, John? I would actually love a support AM just to really make my point come across that AM is a trash hero no matter what position it's in.
Oh, support, it's fine. Start with Orb of Venom, run down enemy heroes. It's fine. Just be annoying. Just do this absolutely annoying aim, draining everyone's mana. Magic does not deserve to exist. AM's here to prove that point. Doesn't care about anything else. Lore-wise, AM doesn't need farm. AM doesn't want farm. He's a monk. Just wants to take magic away, Mike. That's a support.
That is actually true. He is a monk. Thank you for that, John. Entity final ban out now with this draft.
If AM is a monk, does that mean Jenkins is a philosopher? Is that the world we live in?
I have no idea what you're even saying anymore, John.
Don't worry, I don't know either.
Using quite a bit of time for this this final ban out before we can see some more picks. Obviously, just banning out the Storm, which is fair enough because you are up against the Emperor Jumel, so very advised to get rid of the Storm Spirit if you can.
Void Spirit's still available as well, so you might want to take that out. Either that or the Ember. I think either one can still be a strong pick here for Aster. Aster also has some pocket picks they could go for. Sounds pretty greedy, but you could pick up a Magnus, run safe lane AM, off lane Doom, mid Magnus perhaps. Have some really good empowers for the AM. And they will ban out the Quap instead. And take the Rubik on Entity's End, so some good spells to steal. Just Blink on AM's pretty nice, to be honest. Void Spirit does slide through for Aster, it's unbanned. And you go for the Lich. So, Lich AM lane is pretty damn good if you will run it that way. There's a lot of aggression that you can get out. The Frost Shield as well helps to mitigate some of the harassment coming out from the boars, so you don't mind that too much. Chain Frost has been feeling like a pretty massive spell, and actually, Lich as a counter to Dusa with Sinister Gaze, it's not that bad with a mana drain that you do have on Lich, so I would say that's actually a pretty decent way to soften up the Dusa before letting the AM come in there.
It's not bad. Like, it's, what's 10%? I think it is, the max mana drain. So it is nice. See how much impact that is going to have. Entity, fourth pick now. They got the Rubik up for themselves. Kind of scary though. Again, like you let the Void Spirit go through again for Samel. Now the Timber's going to come out though, which is a hero we kind of forgot about. But Timber versus Void Spirit has been looking pretty bad for Void Spirit every time we have seen it. Assuming this should be a mid-Timber.
Yeah, I think that lane matchup works perfectly fine for Entity. Stormers should be able to dominate that lane. And he has done that multiple times. He's already picked the Timber Saw before in this tournament, so shouldn't be a problem for him. I'm wondering if Aster will want to shift lane somehow. I don't know how you do it with this kind of draft. No, I don't see it. Like, this is requiring some real weird stuff. Like a support Void Spirit or a safe lane Void Spirit. Support AM with something else mid. None of that sounds appealing here, Mike.
Doesn't it, John? Doesn't it?
I'll take it. I would take support AM with the Doom lane. That sounds... It sounds good. It also sounds really bad. Like, it sounds like both of those things at the same time. Huh.
I mean, I think it just sounds bad overall, to be quite frank with you, but yeah, you never know. Pugner removed here by Team Aster, Entity. They are looking for another support by the looks of it. Banouts wise, they may have no idea what they're banning in this ban phase, but they'll get rid of the Skywrath Mage as well, so assuming there is a support to come.
What could you take here? If Team Aster could flex, what would be a better mid? Maybe a Winter Wyvern wouldn't be bad here. I don't think it's the worst Winter Wyvern game either in terms of just utility of the Winter's Curse, steady magic damage. It's not the worst thing in the world, but I don't know if you really want to do that with AM and Void Spirit already picked up. Who knows? I mean, we saw in the last game, TSM was forcing stuff out like Ember support, so... you can try it out.
Last ban here for Team Aster, another support to be banned. A lot being said here between the players and Coach Matt. What other supports are you actually worried about here?
What's left? Already taken out. A Disruptor. Annoying creeps on Aster's.
It's banned as well.
Right? Silence. There you go.
Silence.
Close.
Very good, Jonathan.
It just as it comes out. Yes, of course.
They'll get rid of the Keeper of the Light. So that's going to be it for the drafts here, at least for the ban stage. Team Aster, how do you want to finish this draft off? Entity have some surprised faces on right now. They look like they've done something. was gonna say maybe you wouldn't have minded choosing the Coddle yourself here on Team Entity with the old Deuce Timber, but not gonna be the case. Team Aster. Here's the final pickup. 16 seconds of reserve time left.
What are they cooking up here? Any support that maybe helps your here for Aster? Mirana, alright. Nothing too strange. We're not getting too much hard flex here, Mike. Did you get a...
Oh, wait a minute. Wait a goddamn minute. Who is this guy? Who's this young man?
Oh, I'm excited. I'm excited, Mikey, because, you know, when the patch came out, I was harping off about Meepo being a pretty solid pick with the Yags, because his weakness is kind of, well, his weakness is kind of settled, but now you have the Meepo to deal with Monet's AM. You've got Fishman on the Medusa. Hold on a damn minute. Fishman on the Medusa.
Oh, no. What is happening?
I'm sorry, I can't. I was expecting Aster to do something weird, but they go straight forward with Baboka and Mirana. It's Entity to bring out this support Medusa. Let's go. Let's see what it does, Mike. Phylactery build is still viable. Maybe the travel's not so much, but Phylactery alone is the solution here.
Here we go.
You know, it's a bad Medusa game. You're into AM. Just make it a support. That's it. That's the solution.
Are Entity meaning, John, or are they try-harding here with this draft?
This is pretty try-hard. This is pretty try-hard because you've got the Meepo to crush Monet. You've got the Timber Saw to crush the Void Spirit lane, and you just remove the weakness of the Medusa when it's support. So it's not going to live through these fights anyway. It's going to be pretty dead. Might as well just make it support. No wonder Stormer looked like he was in despair.
Yeah, I was going to say, they were laughing about something and I couldn't quite figure it out, but now we know the reason. So here you go, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not sure if we've seen a position 5 Medusa in the meta before, but if we haven't, here's its debut from Fishman. And ironically enough, John, his name is Fishman. He has a fish lady, but you get my point, Jonathan. He's sticking to the theme.
I suppose technically you're right, but I would argue that Medusa is a snake lady. She's not a fish lady. She might be a sea snake, but that's still not a fish, man.
You could have just gone with the joke, John. Nobody would have realized. Nobody would have realized.
Nobody would have realized, looking at the model. You're right. Maybe it's an eel. Oh, there you go, Mike. It's an eel. It's an eel. We're safe. We're safe. Mike's understanding of basic biology is still intact. We're fine.
Well, how am I meant to take it seriously? It's a +5 Medusa, John. Give me a break.
It's the best pick in the world. I don't know what you're talking about, Mike. You get a free skill point early on for the shield. So you can just go Mystic Snake. You don't need Split Shot. Go all in Mystic Snake and stats. That's it.
That's true. That is very, very true. 2 banner rings is the trade here for either side. Nice even start. We've spent this whole time talking about this +5 Medusa. We haven't even talked about Watson's Meepo, John. What do you reckon? Is this a good Meepo game? Like you said, it's great against the AM, which it naturally is. I guess it's great against the Void Spirit as well. What are we expecting from Watson?
I would like to see Watson build into the Ags. I would like the Ags. Like usual build-up, stat padding first. Maybe something like the Scotty into Ags. And then once you have the Mega Meepo, well, you have a good time. You definitely have a good game. Granted, I think XXS on the Doom is still a pretty good foil to the Meepo. Although, there's some funky interactions with Mega Meepo and spells. Like, say, if you Doom up someone that isn't primary Meepo, he can still Mega Meepo in. And I don't believe, if the primary Meepo is not Doomed up, I don't believe he's stopped from using his spells. So there's some weird-ass stuff that happens with Mega Meepo, Mike. I'm keen to see that happen here, if we get the eggs.
Well, I get my hopes up here, Jonathan. We'll see if he does go down the Ags route. Bottom lane, you're looking at Kataomi and Toby against Siamese Cat and Monet. Pretty annoying lane here for now against the Lich, because, you know, Frostblast spam is just a little bit obnoxious to have to try and play against. But eventually this Rubik Beastmaster is going to be quite annoying to play against for the AM, I'm sure.
Yep. Just need a few levels up. And you start with the Axis here for Toby, as you usually do. I think Axis is the preferred build nowadays, just for farm. So as long as you don't need to worry about the Boris, Monet should be fine. But there is some annoying stuff that can happen, especially when the Axis will rack up. Don't know if you really can't afford to go for too much investment in counterspell for the laning phase for Monet. And Siamese Cat, when he's out of mana, doesn't do as much. The right-click trades is a lot better there for Kataomi and Toby. So you have to watch yourself just a little bit on the Lich once you're out of mana. Still, level 4, I'd say, is when Entity can kind of reel this lane in. Maybe 5, but by 5, it's a little bit too late. Down mid, we're taking a look at Sumail up against Stormer on that Void Spirit up against Timbersaw. And again, Timbersaw crushes this lane. You're seeing that in CS. Sumail dropping low already, not feeling the best, losing out in a lot of CS here. We'll find out killing the Rubik, though.
Yeah, bottom lane. Siamese Cat able to get the kill here onto the Rubik, so Kataomi going to come back with a fresh reset, but now Toby's going to get just kind of forced out of the lane. Just a little bit. Monet will just drain his mana, as we are going to have a quick pause coming out here from Siamese Cat. Luckily, we have some beautiful singing going on as... Oh, the damn cat ears again. I mean, at least he's called Siamese Cat, right? So there's that. It's top lane. Fishman's in trouble. No worries, though, Jonathan. That is a position 5 Medusa going down, so not too big of a deal.
I mean, you know, you die so your Meepo lives. That's fine. You're doing your job here. It's just doing what he can. It's to support Medusa. And that's all you have. All you have to contribute is your mana shield durability. So if you die, that's you doing your job as a support. Because that's all you literally do.
Very true. I feel like you're really going to enjoy analyzing this game.
Oh.
I feel like this is your kind of game to analyze. Just when nobody knows what's happening anymore.
And this is why someday, Mike, you'll be replaced by Jenkins, and we'll just not talk about the game at all. That'd be the worst cast in existence.
That may have already happened, actually.
Ah, what, the worst cast? I'm sure it has.
No, I didn't say the worst cast, John. I said the cast where they talk about nothing about the actual game.
Oh, that's true. Sure, it has happened at some point, especially with you and I. Lots of food.
Make no mistake, though. If we are talking about titles of worst casts, I'm sure you and I in the draw. Don't worry about that, Jonathan. We're in the discussion.
I try my best, Mike. Try my best.
Yeah. You're doing a good job, John.
Yeah. I know I am, Mike, because the side of Aster doing a great job as well to start 2-0. Again, maybe not pulling ahead as much in the CS as you'd want. Sumail's lane a lot more challenging this time around, but the lead you have on Stormer not too bad. CS-wise, it is quite high. Net worth-wise, Sumail's still within the zone of still kind of scaling up. We'll have to watch the earlier 6 timing of Stormer. Once the Chakram's out, you have no play on the Void Spirit. You really don't. It's just a challenge for you to get anything done there. We'll see if there is some relief by rotations onto mid. Again, something that Aster does love to do as the power rings start to come in. We're still a few minutes away from that. And all things considered, again, this is not the worst time for Sumail. I mean, at least he's not dying. His CS is half, but he's not dying at least.
That is true. Sometimes that's just what's important. It's just don't die. Just stay in the lane, soak some XP. You know, you'll get some CS later, don't worry about it, Sumail. Stormer. The problem is, though, he's going to hit level 6 first on the Timber, which is when things get very, very scary for the Void Spirit. No points in Dissimulate, so can't really avoid the Chakram spam here from Stormer. Sort of ate the remnant there from Sumail. He's going to try and get aggressive now. Stormer's actually dropping very, very low. Sumail, I'm not sure if he actually has enough to get the kill, though. So there are no spells to throw out here for him. Meanwhile, top lane, Watson's being chased down. Blood Grenade's going to land. Siamese Cat showing up, so Watson cannot get himself out of there. He will drop. As now Kataomi's rotating. But Boka is also going to go down. Fish, or rather Kataomi, to take the kill. But it's a great trade here for the side of Team Aster.
You find a Meepo, you slow down that momentum you want to have to start off with for Watson. Really good use of the gate coming out. Lich, a pretty aggressive support that he does use that gate as a 5 quite well. And they might find a little bit more here.
Kataomi cannot get through the twin gates yet, though he's almost there, but not quite enough. Monet able to take his first kill of the game now as the anti-mage. And that was a pretty free kill. Just couldn't get through the twin gates in time.
Just again, it's easier for the 5s to get offensive there. As a 4 to sneak into the gate and go back, it's a lot harder to retreat. So maybe getting punished there on the Rubik. 4-1 start. Aster again on a pretty strong footing here. As the only lane that's really getting crushed is Sumail's, but that's to be expected for the Void Spirit matchup. Fishman now being chased out.
It certainly is. Fishman, completely out of mana, is not going to be able to sustain himself here. Pretty rough life for the position 5 Medusa. This is the kind of game where it'd be amazing to have an axe. Just quelling Blade every time you see her. What's she going to do?
I don't think they expected its support. So they assumed it would have stats, but as a core it would. But as a support, you probably could just feed off and dunk every time.
It would have been amazing.
Would have been. We haven't been blessed with those early days of the patch, Mikey. Unfortunately, Sumail with the DD is threatening onto Stormer, but a level 2 max reactive armor means that you can't really do as much here. Unfortunately.
Not quite yet, anyway. The props to Sumail, like, he hasn't died at all here in the mid lane. Yeah, the CS isn't anywhere near as good as Stormer, but this was to be expected anyway. And the fact that he has not died on the Void Spirit mid against the Timber, I'd say is a bit of a win for him. It's Fishman, top lane. Chase is on again from XXS and Baboka. He thought about throwing the Doom out, but does decide to cancel it off immediately as Fishman is still running. He's going to be okay. Now Siamese kept holding down Kataomi. Eventually it seems like they'll go for the Rubik pickoff instead. Fishman will at least be able to get out. But I don't think they really care that the Medusa survived, to be honest with you, John.
No. It's not doing much just yet. Fishman can't even soak up EXP or farm. So he's just kind of sitting there like a glorified super range creep, I suppose. Not able to really apply too much laning pressure. Rotation down bot here from Sumail. See if they manage to gap close onto Toby. Unfortunately, the creep wave is pretty shoved in. It's a little bit harder, but see if he's patient enough here, Emperor Sumail.
Six to 1 so far in the favor of Aster. Watson's obviously been relegated to the jungle for quite a while now. Trying to go for that first Dragonlance of the game for the Meepo. Top lane, Fishman. Bit of an awkward scenario for him as now Sumail's rotated and he is completely out of mana. We'll go down. It's kind of funny to watch, like the Frost Shield pulses did so much damage to the Medusa. Like that 30 damage really hurt her quite a bit, actually. It's pretty ridiculous.
I mean, when you have 208 HP, Mike, 30 damage is a good chunk of your HP.
Yeah.
And you just melt. Moonlight Shadow now up, so they're on the hunt.
Should be a kill where everyone just throws blood grenades at Medusa. You know? Just kill her that way. From full HP to nothing. Watson. Well, Toby's down, bottom lane, but Watson's been caught out here around the mid lane. Doom is out immediately from XXS, and Watson, no way out of that scenario. He is going to go down.
The timing's just not lining up for Entity. Every lane, again, outside of Stormer's lane, getting absolutely bodied, and even Stormer's lane, despite him, you know, crushing Sumail early on, he doesn't have a network advantage. Only has the EXP advantage, but even that only slightly up in comparison to Sumail. I'm not sure where you launch this tempo now from Entity. I mean, maybe you play around Toby, but he's also working onto the Ags. If you be a little bit more patient for Watson, say a Dragonlance Blink is... It's decent tempo for Watson once that's up. It's just... It feels rather slow. I mean, at least the Dragonlance not too far off, but... Again, the Meepo... Still a tempo-based hero, and despite having some fixes for its late game, it's more like fixes for late game where you can't close when you have a good early game. The condition there is still having a good early game, and it's just not good enough for Watson just yet.
So Baboka's going to end up finding Fishman again on the Medusa. Fishman going to be okay this time around. Plenty of time being bought here for our AM to farm. Moné's having absolutely zero issues. Sumail now just following Fishman, having some just taunting him at the moment. No, won't even bother jumping him.
Radiant structures are fortified.
The main Stormer. Run into Siamese Cat and make his presence known on the Timber. Nice little D ward there from Siamese Cat. They won't really be able to deal with the Timber Saw. They will just let him walk away. Nothing really happening across the map right now. Like, it's been 9-1 for quite a while. 3k advantage for Aster. Thing is, with their draft, they kind of prefer to just play a very slow game and farm.
Yeah.
Which is probably the right way to play it. I don't think they're very concerned about this Meepo at all, because they know Watson's had a very slow start to the game. Though he is catching up, but it is still slower than he would like, I'm sure. There's now Team Aster rotating into the Dire jungle. We'll run right into Kataomi. That'll be a free kill here for Baboka.
Yeah, not the biggest kill to find. At the same time, you take any freebies you can get on Aster's end. You're buying a lot of space out for Monet. You would much rather hunt down Watson, of course. And he has the Dragonlance blink next, but again, not a concern just yet. Still on the hunt, Moonlight Shadow up.
Toby, be targeted. Monet just blinking right in. Baboka and Siamese right behind him. Chain Frost committed. Toby's got no chance to get out. Kataomi, he did TP and rotate to try and keep him alive, but there's nothing the Rubik can do. Just have to watch his Beastmaster die. They will at least try to take the stacks in the Dire triangle while they can, but now Monet's jumping in. Stormstormer does get arrowed. Can they drain all his mana in time? Stormstormer, he's out of mana now. Mana Void gonna come in and he's down. Oh, very nice arrow from Baboka, just holding him down long enough so he could not chain away.
Again, Aster, they've got the foot in the pedal now. Entity just can't do much with this lineup. They have to play full passive. There's just no playmaker. Like, you have Rubik and Medusa as your support duo. You can't do anything. You have to sit back, just kind of surrender until your Meepo is ready to go, and that's still a ways off with this blink timing. Mid just going to be sieged for free by Sumail. No defense at all coming out from Entity. And they'll TP in now, but...
Yeah, the Timber, 2 mana immediately. This could be an immediate death for the Timber just after respawning. And it will be. Stormstormer has no gameplay. It's Team Aster going right after the mid lane once again. Team Aster just looking so clean in game 2 now. 6k advantage sitting their way. I mean, you are becoming very reliant on Watson being able to carry you through this game too. As Entity, but his net worth is not reflecting a good chance of winning this game, I don't think, as Watson's still trying to find a way to catch up. And now Fishman is getting a little bit caught out, but not really. He's all right.
He's fine. I don't know how much impact you'd expect Fishman to have in this kind of game, to be fair. He has Arcane Boots up with Ring of Basilius. He's going into the drums. Good. So it's some utility here, at the least. You can bang the drums with a Stone Gaze up, and I guess that's cool. It's pretty nice.
And it's nice. Fishman's going to show mid lane. The Siamese Cat is just currently waiting in the wake. They could try to move in for a... I don't want to say an easy kill onto Fishman, because you still have to burn through all the mana. Fishman will actually be fine to walk out of this.
This is good space for the side of Entity, though. Again, Watson's gonna have his blink up, and does have it now. They could try to threaten. It's only level 1 Divide We Stand, though. Baboka is scouting him.
Mid lane actually is breaking out, though. Fishman has been jumped. The Chain Frost doing quite a bit of damage here to the mana pool of Fishman, as he will pop the Stone Gaze and try to run, but not quite. Sumail taking the courier and the actual hero at the same time. Just no HP to speak of here for this poor Medusa. Just can't do anything once the mana's gone.
318 HP. What can you do?
Yeah.
Not much. No Phylactery either, just drums. I don't know if a Phylactery would even help you have a better game. I don't know what makes you have a better game here in Deuces. Smoke out from Aster once more. On the hunt.
Watson's going to join this time. He has the blink available on the Meepo, so wants to try and make full use of it as they do jump in on the Doom immediately. XXS targeted, but does get the Doom off onto the Timbersaw, so he's kind of done his job. And in fact, he's too tanky to take down. He is not dropping on the Doom. The Frost Shield just keep him alive, and now Watson being caught out by the Sinister Gaze will also go down with his team. The rest of Entity just immediately going for a run. Everyone else should make it out. But losing Watson like that, that's going to feel really bad. Because he's already having a pretty rough time as the Pos 1 Meepo. In fact, it's not even over yet. Stormer just gets destroyed by Monet. Entity still being kind of caught here. It's now the Rubik. Kataomi is going to drop by the looks of it. Spirit Vessel still doing damage as Samel now, just cutting him off, takes him out. And Fishman, they'll leave the Medusa alone. Fishman's okay.
18-1.
Easy shot.
Yes.
Yeah, that's the depth of my analysis, Mike. 18-1. Yeah. Ags for Watson, though. Ags for Watson down the line. I don't think he has enough stats to really maximize that. You're not looking at an 8k HP Mega Meepo anytime soon, but he'll have the Ags. It's, I don't know, you need, it feels like for the Ags to really be maximized, you need your maxed out divided stand, you need your level 25 talent, you need a Heart and Scotty. None of that is close for Watson here, but you'll have something at the least, I suppose.
In comes Samel. Oh, Kataomi might run right into him. Watson. No, Samel sees the Meepo. He just wants the Meepo down. Entity, they are around though. They might be able to contest this kill happening. Samel's already made the jump in. Watson losing a lot of HP on one of these Meepos, but he needs some help to get the damage done. Samel, no, he's been locked down. Samel is gone. Everyone else now trying to retreat. As Watson does not drop. So they have found XXS on the right side of the tree line. XXS, a very big target. Watson will bring the Meepos in. Meanwhile, Siamese Cat is gone, and here come the TPs. XXS has no way out of this one, I don't think. The ensnare's just constantly going to be flying out here from Watson. He's still going to try and deal damage to the one Meepo that was low, but it's not going to be low enough. XXS is gone.
That was your best.
Okay, that is concerning. Aster. Sumail maybe getting a little bit too aggressive by himself. The rest of his team not able to really back him up. That is a 3k gold swing for Entity to find. They quadrupled their score there, Mike, from 1 to 4. It's an amazing comeback already. Level 2 divide would we stand in is actually a pretty big spike for Watson. And he's only about 2.2k gold away from the full Ags. They look for more.
So now he's going to try, but there are plenty of heroes here from Entity to try and fight back. Sadly for Entity, Raw was not available. Otherwise, there might have been another kill onto Samel. So they are going to smoke up as 4 now. Aster looking to go back towards the north and force a fight. Kataomi just going to go through the twin gates. He's going to be okay to do so. And Team Aster, they are being pretty hesitant in trying to move into the top side of the map. They will eventually get there. And still, Toby and Fishman are around to try and hunt down. Aster, I don't think we'll be committing. Instead, maybe looking to go through the bottom twin gates. Kataomi already setting up with an Aether Remnant there to give the information over, as the Moonlight Shadow is not going to do crap for them. Still, Stormer actually getting caught out on the timber. So Watson is coming in, trying to help out, trying to get revenge for his teammate. Where's the damage though, Watson? Monet just blinks out of there and Watson's down. Chain Frost to bounce around. Doom committed on Toby. Fishman being hunted by Monet. And a disastrous fight for Entity. They do at least get Kataomi out. Fishman still being chased by a 400 HP Monet. Monet has no fear of this the Snake Lady. Is now the mana about to finish. Mana Void thrown out. The Mad Delusions. Just look at the damage.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
It's hilarious.
Mad Delusions. That's rather unfortunate for Entity. Unfortunate to take a look at that fight again. They were set up, but they couldn't respond. Watson goes in, just doesn't do enough damage. The Crimson Guard ruining his output on the right clicks. Just not a threat. Like, the answers are there from the side of Aster. Need to find a way to isolate the Doom. Their biggest success has been in more split up fights. On the side of Aster, they will take Roshan here, nice and free. With the with the Ags going away of Monet. So they've got some security now. There is a blink up on Kataomi, so it's a little bit easier for him to kind of find some big spells here. And the Ags for Watson, we're still in the same position where he's still lacking around 1,200 gold. But again, once that's up, maybe something else happens. It's still not the point where the Mega Meepo will feel amazing, but we'll have a little bit more to play with, I suppose. You know, the one thing with Fishman on the support duo, he's just building like a core now.
Oh, Stormer. Arrow's going to connect from Baboka. Spirit Vessel there to make sure they've got the damage output, and Stormer is just gone. As bottom lane, Toby. And he committed a raw here to try and protect himself, but it is not helping. He is down. And poor old Fishman. He's slowed up. He'll put the hand up, knowing he's probably just dead. Monet will take the courier first. Fishman actually going to pop the Stone Gaze to run, and he's going to make it up. Happy days for him.
He escapes. He has his Yasha up. He's just going to go core now. Is he going to go for the Manta? Yes, he is. So Manta Butterfly, perhaps. I mean, if you can kind of recover like this, it can pay off. It's just you're going to be suffering for a long time until those key items are up. Your team certainly isn't going to be too happy about that. Ags pretty much done here on Watson. Has the gold for it. Should be able to buy out. Has to be careful with Courier. But not going to be too bad off here. It isn't spotted, so should have the full Ag stun, and he does buy out. Just needs it to fly in. Moonlight, though, on the hunt.
Bye-bye, Fishman. No chance. Pings out towards the top lane. They saw Kataomi around, but I think he's going to be just fine to get himself out of here. He will blink towards the north. And there's the Mega Meepo. Jonathan, Watson's got the Aghanim Scepter now.
Yep. He's been waiting for that one. He had a Courier just waiting for any sign of Aster before flying it out. And again, not the best of times yet for the Mega Meepo. It does feel like you'll need...
This is a little bit unfair, isn't it?
What?
This Tormentor? Just splitting the damage between all the Meepos?
That's exactly how it's supposed to be, though. So, you know, makes sense. Meepo can solo Roach. Hey, they get a free shard for Fishman. There you go, value. Value, Mike.
Yeah.
Yeah, look, Meepo, I want to see if it's enough with just the 2 additional Meepos. I don't think it is, but...
Lift up mid lane, Samel. Gonna dissimulate out, so the smoke rotation doesn't really work from Entity. Bottom lane. Big group up here from Team Aster. Might be a smoke to come, and they will pop it. Pings out right towards Watson.
They see the edge there, yeah, with Ward.
He will just poof away, though. So they'll have to head into the triangle if they want a chance at this. But the problem is Entity are surrounding Watson, or at least were surrounding Watson, because now they are. Jump is there, onto the Meepo. Watson, though, still going to be okay with the Mega Meepo. He's just zooped up. He's got a hat on top. The Meepo's got a hat on. Oh, goodness me. Siamese cat. He's going to get caught out. What is this?
I
what is this? Stormer, he's in trouble now. He's gonna drop. Toby in a bit of danger, gonna avoid the arrow at the very least. Does TP away. Fishman though, I mean, he gets the Stone Gaze off, but it looks like he is probably just dead as the TP won't work out for him.
Oh, that's what I was looking for this entire game, Mike.
So silly. Like, you just doom him and he's just like, actually, we're actually one person.
Yeah. Like, because it's not the primary Meepo, it doesn't matter. He can pull it, like, status effects on your side Meepos doesn't matter. He's got a little sombrero, Mike. A burning sombrero. I mean, to be fair, this spell used to be dumber.
Exclusive looking for new battle pass, John.
Yeah, that's
That'd be a new battle pass cosmetic for the Meepo. Just a sombrero. I mean, why not?
It used to be worse. You could Mega Meepo out of Black Hole. You could Mega Meepo out of Chrono. You can't do that now, fortunately, but it is still a very silly spell.
Oh,
a very
so
silly spell.
Here we go again. Watson poofs out at the right time. He's okay. I'm not sure why XSS is there, John. He can't doom the Meepo, so, you know.
He has to doom the primary one, you know. You can't tell. It's hard to tell which one's the main here, Mike.
Samel, he's found one of the clones now. Watson is ready to go whenever. Meanwhile, towards the south, Toby. Arrow actually going to connect onto Toby. Siamese Cat was being targeted, but now Toby, the one to go down as Doom is immediately committed onto the Timber Saw. That is going to be Stormer going down. Double kill for Monet. A 19k net worth lead here for Team Aster. Nothing really slowing them down. And to be props to them, John, they are still trying to get a bit of a comeback going here in this game too. Though it is looking pretty unlikely as time goes on. Sumail, Harpoon does move in onto Fishman. The arrow will not land, but so Fishman, he'll pop the Stone Gauge trying to escape. Doesn't seem like it's really going to matter though. Fishman barely up, but no, Monet will just blink in to finish the job.
You think you're good at this. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Clean up. And, well, objectives fall. Onto the high ground they go. Watson trying to go for the site of Vice, but just a little bit too slow on that. Still has more stats though. Maybe he gets a good Mekumipo use off. Mayhaps, perchance he might, Mike.
Perhaps. What a silly Aghanim Scepter.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
I see nothing wrong here, Mike.
Watson, you might see something wrong in a moment, John. Watson's been caught out here. Though there you go again. There's the Mega Meepo. Stun is out. Can they actually kill him off? Watson still trying to run. We'll bring more Meepos in. Watson is going to leave a couple behind there, just trying to get the weak one out. But it seems like he is set to fall as they will eventually split up. But no, Watson poofing them out. No, not quite. They are on the same spot, so they will die. Meanwhile, Dire Triangle. More action breaking out. Stormer, Fishman, Toby, they are trying to chase for a fight, but it doesn't look like it's going to work in their favor as Fishman has fallen. Monet is going for a little bit more.
There is one thing that I feel like Watson's lacking here, Mike. He needs the dig. If he had the dig, that fight could have been different. Juggle around your Meepos, juggle in and out of Mega Meepo form, regen a lot of HP. It's actually feasible. I'm not even memeing. He needs a shard.
Okay.
I don't think you're going to get it anytime soon from the Tormentor, unfortunately, although...
Sumail, Harpoon again onto Toby. I really like the Harpoon build up on the Void Spirit. Seems kind of nice.
It is. It is nice. You can pull back into Remnant. Just a lot of control. Oh.
Triangle again. So they have got Paboka this time, but Paboka will leap away. Lift is there from Kataomi, but there's no follow-up to it as now Monet joined the fight. Watson still trying for the Mirana. Will at least get him, but now the Chain Frost just bouncing through all the Meepos. Watson, he gets into the Mega Meepo form. Starts throwing him around, seeing if he can find XXS, but he makes himself weaker now. And Monet will just clean up. They will go after Toby. Harpoon out from Sumail, dragging him right back. A GG is called. They have seen enough.
Okay.
Well, I think you sounded surprised by the GG call, John. Was this outcome surprising for you with this draft from Entity, was it?
Yeah, I think a comeback was coming, Mike. Just 30 more minutes of that gameplay. 30 more minutes, you would have had something. Your Dusa would have been a core, not a support, if you could stall for 2 minutes. The issue is, I don't think they could have feasibly stalled for 2 minutes. A very interesting experimentation here from Entity. Trying to have some fun, I suppose, in their last game, as again, they were secured to go out. And Aster finding themselves a 2-0 in a very strong position to contest for the top 4 in Group B. A good time for them as, again, that is the dream alive. Depending on how a certain series pan out, they might even be guaranteed to be in the top of their group already. But that does rely on, I believe, OG and Shuffler Rebellion, going to a draw. So perhaps Aster now secure, and it's going to be a rather interesting look, I think, for Aster going forward. For Entity, again, they have a little bit of fun here, Mike. Yeah. They get a little bit silly. They try to flex the Medusa because of the...
That was good. Entertaining game too from Entity to finish this off. We appreciate that Entity showing us something a little bit new. As you know, props to Team Aster again, getting the victory here over Entity. And so, what happens with the standings now? Like, I know they haven't quite updated yet. Team Aster are definitely safe, are they?
I believe this makes them 8-6. It might push them above Beast Coast when their drop to 9 Pandas. They get 2-0'd by 9 Pandas, so Beast Coast is at 7-7. Aster would be at 8-6. I think Aster goes above. I think Aster, through this series, actually just goes in, and there's no tiebreaker to determine that. That is
great news
an
for us,
outstanding result. Yeah, definitely. So a bit of a heartbreaker for the side of Beast Coast for sure. But that's the way the cards fall down, Mike. And, you know, Aster gets to have fun up against Medusa support for their last game. What can you do?
They certainly did, Jonathan, and I'm sure they had a lot of fun. As hopefully we'll get to speak to one of the boys from Team Aster and see exactly what they thought about this draft from Entity. But props to them. They, you know, congratulations again. They will, at least for now, from our mathematics, John, and our mathematics is not very good, but it does seem like Beast Coast will be dropping and Team Aster will be moving up. So happy days if you are a Team Aster fan. And they are looking good, Jonathan, I'll tell you. Like, the team cohesion from these guys is looking fantastic going into the next stage. I like what I'm seeing. I mean, I don't know if they're quite ready to go up against the biggest teams from Group B and even just Group A, but, you know, I think they've got a decent shot of putting up a pretty good fight.
Yeah, for sure. I'm keen to see how Group Stage 2 rolls out, because I believe that point onwards, it's all best of threes. So we're not going to be tying up, as we have some monster moments from Monster Energy here, of course. Taking a look. I'm surprised we could find highlights. I'll be frank with you. It's one of those games, but we find them. We find them.
Oh, there we are. I mean, it was a fun game again, John. Like, you know, Entity, good sense of humor with this kind of draft. I'm not sure if they were trying to be serious about it. This damn silly moment. Just a Meepo on fire, just walking around on top of all the other Meepos. Brilliant.
Yeah, it doesn't affect anything at all. You know, like, you still gain your added HP to max, even if one of your Meepos are low HP or doomed up. Like, it doesn't matter. It's a very silly Ags. Unfortunately, it doesn't do enough. Again, Entity, they try something very different to close out here with the Deuce support and the Meepo to counteract the AM. Unfortunately, just not good enough. The lanes came out a little bit weaker. Even Stormer's mid, I think, didn't crush hard enough. Like, if you had at least one lane with momentum here, it actually might have worked out for Entity. They might have been able to find the space to get that Mega Meepo even stronger, hit that point where they could just dominate the game. But again, Aster, start to finish, look sharp, look like the much better team here.
Yeah, absolutely. Props to them, and shout out to Monster Energy for the monster moments here, Jonathan. Fun game number 2 to end things off, as we do, of course, have our game winners. Team Aster should have made it through to the Group B upper side of things now. I'm sure we're looking forward to seeing some happy boys here on Team Aster. It's been a very fun group stage, John, to say the least. I mean, I realize we still have tiebreakers to go here, I believe from tomorrow, especially from Group A, but a lot of fun games have happened, that's for sure.
Yeah, a ton of fun games. I think it's been great to see. I think DreamLeague always delivers in our group stages. The best of 2 chaos into the tiebreakers is always fun to see. But again, Group B is a little bit more defined. Aster in a very good position to set themselves up for group stage number 2 with 2 wins under their belt. And I'm keen to see what they do. I'm really looking forward to see how these 2 groups clash now, because quite frankly, we have a couple of teams that you probably don't expect up there. Team Secret and Talon are really the big ones, because one is a Div 2 team right now, unfortunately, and Talon, well, they bombed out of the DPC a little bit. So it's going to be an interesting group stage 2 to watch out for here, Mike.
But, you know, do I have to defend Talon here, Jonathan?
No.
They've been doing...
Well,
No?
you could. I'm a bit harsh to my boys. You know me.
Oh.
They matter a lot to me, but I've been harsh on them, Mike. I've been harsh. Out of love. Out of love.
Out of love, yeah. Like an angry dad, right? Like you
Yes.
care about them and they're just not doing as you. I get you, Jonathan. I get you. I mean, I've been enjoying the trash talk towards Talon from your perspective, Jonathan. I've been really enjoying this evil John saga that you've been having, but looks like the redemption arc is coming up very, very soon for John X Fire. I think just based on how they're playing. Though we'll have to see, because, you know, there are tiebreakers, John. You know, there are tiebreakers. Anything can happen.
Anything can happen. At least I don't think we have too many on the dividing line. Well, I say that Group A, again, potentially has quite a lot on the dividing line. 3 teams for that last slot. And of course, a 3-way tie for first, unless our head-to-head has figured it out, because I believe the scoreline is exactly the same at 1-6-0 for all of our top 3 teams on Group A. So I'm not sure if we've already kind of weighted it down. I know there's some weird stuff called the new Staddle store, whatever that is.
What?
There's some stuff to determine non-relegation tiebreakers. I don't know, Mats, Mikey. It's something.
Never even heard of it, Jonathan. Never even heard of it. It's too complicated for me to even think about. Way too complicated. By the way, John, we do have a three-way tiebreaker for Group B by the looks of it. Somewhat.
Did it end up that way?
That's what I'm seeing right now. I'm waiting for confirmation as well to see exactly what's going on here. But I believe there is. I don't know if they need to play it out though. That's the thing, because the three-way tiebreaker is. Well, in fact, we have the standings right now. Let's bring the standings up and we'll see exactly what's going on, because you and I, we're a bit clueless here. So group number A, this is where the tiebreakers are definitely happening.
Let's go. Yes.
Number A, letter A, you get me. This is where the tiebreakers are happening. Evil Geniuses Team Secret and Tundra Esports are all playing for that fourth place spot here. None of them are currently qualified to the next stage. So they have to play it out. Winner of that tiebreaker will make it to fourth place. They'll be the final team to be in the upper side of the Group A standings, and they will be able to make it through to the next stage of Dream League Season 20. And sadly, the other two teams are going to have to be going home a little bit early. So again, EG Team Secret, Tundra, they are the ones to watch out for in our tiebreakers. Do we have the Group B standings by any chance? Yes, we do. Group B standings. There's no need for tiebreakers to happen here, John, I'm pretty sure, because although you have the similar scorelines here between Gaming Gladiators, BetBoom, and Team Aster, were even kind of tied up just based off the 2-4-1 scoreline they've got going, they're all set for the upper side of the group stage, whereas there's no tiebreakers from the lower end to try and make their way up. So whether we have tiebreakers for Group B or not, I don't think we are. I don't think it's necessary, but I suppose you never know.
Yeah, I think it's mainly over ties of significance. If it's not a significant position, like say it's just seeding instead of elimination, I believe that one is again determined by something called new status score, which I've never understood since its introduction. The head-to-head record, the record of the first team below the tied teams, continuing until you kind of figure out. And if none of that works out, that's when we get our 1v1s. So these non-significant ties are where we potentially get 1v1 mids. I just don't know if they're determined. I cannot process what a new status score is. I do not want to process what a new status score is. That's what smarter people are there for, Mikey. So we'll just find out. You wake up and you find out whether or not we have it. At the least, Group A will have one dividing line tiebreaker. And it's heartbreaking to see that too, because if TSM just got one win, it would be a four-way tie. You know, if they just got that one win, Mike. But Liquid were there to ruin their dreams.
Absolutely. Well, Jonathan, at the very least, we do have more Dota coming up tomorrow. So if you are looking to watch some more Dream League Season 20, don't forget to tune into the streams tomorrow. And of course, the tiebreakers will be on basically the same places. You know, get to the ESL Dota streams. You'll find some great Dota going on. Tiebreakers on tomorrow. Jonathan, any final thoughts before we do close out the show and head out for tonight?
It's been a fun time. You know, I'm very thankful for the fact that ESL are still bringing out such a great tournament. It's always fun to watch international Dota on this kind of setting with this kind of broadcast where we're a little bit more free to have some fun here, Mike. Production has treated us very nicely as well, and you know, everyone's treated us nice. It's been fun, Mike.
They have treated us nicely, Jonathan, but I'm not sure if we're really free to do whatever we want. I think we're just kind of holding them hostage at this point. They're just kind of going with whatever the hell we do. So shout out to them. Anyway, that is it for tonight, ladies and gentlemen. It's been an absolute pleasure here on the Storm stream. Don't forget to come back tomorrow to the ESL streams for the tiebreakers here for Dream League Season 20. Apart from that, it is MLP Dota and it is John X Fire, and it's been a pleasure. We'll catch you all again next time. See you then.
love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.